After a shipwreck, the man is stranded on a deserted island, with only 5 foreign women left by his side. Scorching heat by day and bitter cold by night. Surviving the first night at all is nothing short of a miracle. However, the man is a retired Special Forces soldier who understands every rule of survival. He leads everyone to make fire, find water, and fight a giant python with his bare hands. Yet the man-eating monsters in the jungle and the gun-wielding pursuers all hint that the island's secrets are far greater than they seem. That truth, buried deep underground, once uncovered, is enough to overturn everything known. But from this moment on, the rules of the deserted island will be rewritten by him. The salty seawater rushed into my nostrils, and I coughed sharply, jerking upright out of unconsciousness. A sharp pain shot through my left ribs, like they had been smashed with an iron hammer. Looking down, I saw a tear in my t-shirt, dark red blood seeping through it. But thankfully no bones were broken. If they were, I wouldn't even be able to sit up. A crescent moon hung overhead, casting the entire beach in dim, shadowy light. Where was the cruise ship? Where had it gone? Fragments of memory came flooding back all at once. The violent rocking, the deafening crash of shattering glass, a woman's scream, and then the freezing seawater swallowing me whole. I had clung desperately to a piece of driftwood, and after that, I remembered nothing. I pushed myself up with my hands on my knees, every muscle in my body protesting. My name is Li Haisheng, 19 years old, retired from the Naval Special Forces. After leaving the service, I couldn't sit still, so I pulled some strings and got a job as a guide on an international cruise ship. And on only my second voyage, this happened. I shouted at the top of my lungs, but my voice was completely drowned out by the sound of the tide. Just then, I froze. From behind the reef cluster, there was a faint sound, very soft, like a woman sobbing, mixed with hurried gasps. Instinctively, I touched my waist. The military dagger was still there. Lowering my body, I crept over on the wet sand. As I went around a black reef, the scene before me made my pupils contract. 2 women. One was kneeling on the ground, soaked through, her long hair plastered to her face, desperately pressing on the chest of another woman lying flat on the ground. Moonlight illuminated her face, and her features were unbelievably delicate. The one lying down looked even worse. Her face was pale and bluish, her lips purple, completely motionless. "Wake up! Song Luzi, wake up! You swallowed so much water." The kneeling woman cried out through tears. I rushed over in 3 quick strides and shoved her aside. "Move!" The motion was rough, but precise. She fell onto the sand with a thump, and before she could get angry, she saw that I had already turned the short-haired girl onto her side, raised my hand, and smacked her twice between the shoulder blades. Ugh! The short-haired girl suddenly arched her back and spat out a huge mouthful of seawater mixed with sand, then another, before breaking into a wrenching cough. "Song Luzi." The kneeling woman scrambled over and threw her arms around her, tears streaming down at once. The short-haired girl coughed for a full 2 minutes before recovering. She looked up at me and forced out a sentence in clumsy Chinese, "Thank you." But the kneeling woman turned back and complained, "If you were saving someone, then save them. Why did you shove me so hard?" I scraped my wrist. I scratched my head. "Sorry, but the way you were pressing was wrong." She had sand and water in her airway. Pressing on her chest would only force that stuff deeper in. You have to turn her on her side first and pat her back to drain the water. She froze for a moment, then looked down at that puddle of yellowish-brown water and squeezed out 3 words, "Oh, got it." Then she stood up, brushed the sand off her backside, and held out her hand. "Lin Wanqing, from Manhwa, a university student. This is my classmate, Song Luzi, Japanese. We came out together for a graduation trip. Li Haisheng, cruise ship guide." "A guide?" She looked me up and down. Those moves just now didn't look like something an ordinary guide would know. I didn't respond and crouched down to check Song Luzi. Her pulse was fine, and her breathing had steadied. The only problem was that her body temperature was too low. I looked up at the moon, then felt the wind direction, and immediately frowned. The trouble wasn't over yet. I had been too busy saving her to notice earlier, but now that things had gone quiet, I realized the temperature was dropping fast. 20 minutes ago, when I woke up, I hadn't felt cold at all. Now it was as if someone were pumping liquid nitrogen into the air. The north wind swept over us, biting to the bone. "There's something wrong with this island," I said, looking around. "Scorching hot in the daytime, freezing enough to kill at night. We have to stay warm. We can make a fire, right?" Lin Wanqing hugged her arms and shivered violently. "You know how to start one by rubbing sticks together, don't you?" I was silent for 3 seconds. Not realistic. The moonlight's too dim to find the materials, And even if we got insanely lucky and found them, it would still take at least 2 or 3 hours. By then, we'd already be hypothermic and delirious. Then what do we do? There's one way. It doesn't require any materials. I took a deep breath. I knew what I was about to say would sound like that, but hypothermia was no joke. I had seen brothers freeze to death in polar training camp. When core body temperature drops to 35 degrees, consciousness starts to blur. At 33, arrhythmia begins. Below 30, the heart stops. And all three of us were wearing wet clothes, exposed to night wind just a few degrees above freezing. We wouldn't last 2 hours. Take off your clothes. All of them. The three of us hold each other together. The air went silent at once. Lin Wanqing's expression shifted from confusion to disbelief to undisguised disgust. She stepped back and shielded Song Luzi behind her. Say that again. Body against body. The human body is a constant heat source. If one person stays alone, they're surrounded by cold air and lose heat quickly. If we stick together, heat transfers directly, like 2 human heating pads. That's sexual harassment, she cut me off sharply. How old are you, 19 or 20? What filthy short video did you learn that disgusting trick from? I gave a bitter smile. I'm 19, retired Naval Special Forces, top marks in polar survival training. You don't have to believe me, but ask your classmate if her hands and feet have already started going numb. Song Luzi shrank behind her and said something softly in Japanese, then held out her hand. Her 5 fingers were trembling uncontrollably, and her nails had taken on a faint bluish-purple tint. Lin Wanqing bit her lip. I didn't waste any more words and turned to walk behind a large reef. I'll go farther away. You two try it first. If after half an hour you still think I'm up to no good, then spend the rest of your life guarding against me. But if you start to feel warmer, I paused, then you can decide whether to save me. After saying that, I really left. 30 meters away, behind a low wind-blocking reef, I sat leaning against the rock. The night wind poured into my wet clothes like ice picks stabbing into the gaps between my bones. I hugged my knees, gripped my dagger tightly, and started counting my own heartbeat. 1 minute, 100 beats. 2 minutes, 120. 3 minutes, 130. My heartbeat was already irregular. 10 minutes, my lips had gone numb. 15 minutes, my fingers no longer felt like they belonged to me. 20 minutes, I heard Song Luzi crying in the distance, and Lin Wanqing consoling her in a lowered voice. The instructor once said something. In extreme cold, willpower can only help you last 10 more minutes. After 10 minutes, willpower is bullshit. Now I believed it. 25 minutes in, my consciousness started to blur. I was even hallucinating, as if I could see the stove back home, my mother standing over the pot cooking my favorite braised pork. And then, I felt it. First at my back, a warm, smooth body pressed against me, 2 arms wrapping around my waist from behind. Then in front, another body slipped into my arms, chest against chest, legs against legs. Both bodies were naked. I went rigid as an iron plate. Don't move. Lin Wanqing's muffled voice came from behind me. You're shaking too hard. Song Luzi, hold his waist too, tighter. Song Luzi buried her face at my collarbone, her warm breath brushing my neck. Where skin touched skin, heat slowly transferred. My heartbeat dropped from 140, slowly down to 110, then back to normal. The temperature was still falling, but the three of us were pressed together without a gap, like 3 heat packs, relying on that tiny bit of body warmth to fight against this freezing, merciless world. I don't know how much time passed, but I actually fell asleep. On a deserted island like this, holding 2 strange women, I fell asleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was morning. Sunlight filtered through the cracks in the reef and shone on my face, warm and gentle. The first thing I saw was Song Luzi, right in front of me. She was still asleep, her eyelashes long and thick, a tiny grain of sand stuck to the tip of her nose. Then I realized it. There was still a trace of softness lingering on my lips. Someone had just pecked me. I pressed my lips together and stared at her eyelashes. Those 2 rows of lashes trembled almost imperceptibly, pretending to sleep. This Japanese girl had secretly kissed me, then pretended to be asleep. Just as my thoughts were in disarray, Lin Wanqing behind me woke up too. She let out a little grunt, and the moment she opened her eyes, she met mine head-on as I tilted my head. Our faces were almost touching. "Ah!" She screamed and shoved me away, the back of her head hitting the reef with a thunk. "Ow, ow, ow, ow. Don't shout. Don't shout. Are you okay?" I panicked. "Don't come over here. Turn around first." One hand covered her body, while the other frantically tugged her wet shirt over herself. Only then did I realize I was naked too. My ears burned red instantly, and I scrambled all over the ground for clothes. I grabbed a pair of pants and tried to pull them on, but no matter what I did, they wouldn't fit. Looking down, I realized they were Song Luzi's jeans. I hurriedly threw them aside, picked up my own camouflage pants, then somehow shoved both legs into the same pant leg. One kick later, I went straight down in a tumble. PFF. A soft laugh. I looked up in embarrassment. Song Luzi was already sitting up, hugging her knees, tilting her head as she watched me, her face full of lazy amusement. She said something in Japanese. She says, Lin Wanqing had finally managed to button up her shirt. The one row was misaligned. That you put them on backwards, and you won't be able to walk later. While cursing my own uselessness, I put them on again. This time I got it right, but the drawstring at the waist had swollen from the seawater, and I couldn't tighten it no matter what. As I wrestled with the string, two hands suddenly reached over, deftly undoing the dead knot, pulling it tight again, and readying it neatly. Song Luzi's fingertips brushed across my lower abdomen, and she even gave my but a light pinch. My whole body stiffened, and I nearly jumped straight up on the spot. There, she said, withdrawing her hands as if nothing had happened, smiling brightly at me. Lee San, you're blushing. All right, stop teasing him. Lin Wanqing walked over. At this point, our clothes were still wet, but the sunlight had already turned hot. Lin Wanqing spun in a circle, spread her arms toward the sea, and took a deep breath. Then she looked back at me with a faint smile. No matter what, we survived one day. Thank you. I looked at her, then stole a glance at Song Luzi, who was flirting with me with her eyes, and suddenly felt that this deserted island didn't seem so bad after all. I cleared my throat and stood up. Let's go find water. Find water? If you still want to survive a second day, then we have to find water. Once the cool morning breeze passed, the whole island felt like it had been sealed inside a giant steamer. We walked to the edge of the jungle and sat down in a patch of shade. I had only walked 300 meters, and my back was already soaked through. When I turned around, both Lin Wanqing and Song Luzi had sweat streaming down from their temples. This won't work, Lin Wanqing said, her lips already cracking. If thirst doesn't kill us, heat stroke will. Distillation. Song Luzi suddenly spoke, her eyes lighting up. Use the sun to evaporate seawater, condense it, and collect fresh water. Right? We learned that in physics class. Lin Wanqing perked up. Dig a pit, spread cloth over it. Put a container in the middle, the seawater evaporates, condenses on the cloth, and drips down as fresh water. The cloth? I asked. She looked down at her own shirt, then pointed at me. Take yours off. Why don't you take yours off? I'm a girl. I choked on that for a second. Fine, I'll take it off, but I don't think it'll necessarily work. It'll definitely work. Believe in science. She acted immediately, picking up flat stones to build a little stove-like stand, draping my shirt across it at an angle, then placing a coconut shell filled with seawater underneath. Song Luzi squatted beside her to help, and the two of them worked at it for half the day, sweating all over. I leaned shirtless against a tree root and watched without stopping them. Some lessons people only learn after running headfirst into the wall themselves. Done. Lin Wanqing stepped back 2 paces to admire the result. Let it sit in the sun for an hour, and it'll definitely collect a small mouthful of fresh water. An hour later, her expression shifted from anticipation to confusion and finally to discouragement. The material's wrong, I said, walking over. The shirt isn't fully waterproof. The condensed water leaks away faster than it can collect. Song Luzi patted her on the shoulder. Lin Wanqing lowered her head and gave a pitiful little then looked at me with pleading eyes. Handsome tour guide, I guess we can only rely on you now. For some reason, my heart softened. We head into the forest. Just you alone? What if there are wild animals? I'll only search around the edge, not go deep. I patted the dagger at my waist. 2 hours. If I'm not back, that means I found water. You two stay here and wait. As soon as I walked into the jungle, the lights suddenly dimmed, and a wave of hot, damp air carrying the smell of humus hit me in the face. On a tropical island, there are only a few freshwater sources, streams, puddles, dew, and I stopped. In front of me was a cluster of vines, as thick as an arm, dark brown bark twisting up around a large tree. Some vine stems can store water, but you have to identify them carefully. I cut off a small section, picked open the bark with the tip of my knife, and touched my tongue to the oozing sap. Slightly sweet. No astringency, no bitterness, no numbing sensation. My heart leaped with joy. I followed the vine down to its base, measured about 2 meters upward, and cut it with one stroke. Sweet liquid gushed out of the severed end, and I tipped my head back and gulped it down. After drinking from 3 vines, my stomach was full and bulging, and only then did I wipe my mouth in satisfaction. Then I chopped down 7 or 8 more in one go, slung them over my shoulder, and headed back the way I came. When I returned to the beach, the 2 women were still crouched in front of that failed distillation device. Lin Wanqing was poking the useless coconut shell, pouting and muttering to herself. "Make room, sit over there." I walked over carrying a huge bundle of vines. "What's that?" "Sugarcane. It's all fiber, you can't chew through it." Lin Wanqing looked puzzled. I didn't answer. Casually picking up one vine, I snapped it sharply over my knee. With a crack, clear liquid spurted out. "Drink it quick, before it all leaks out." The 2 women's eyes went round. "There's water inside that." I stuffed the broken end into Lin Wanqing's hand. "Drink. It's not poisonous." She took a cautious sip and froze, then suddenly jammed the whole broken end into her mouth and gulped down several huge swallows. Compared to that useless distillation device, this was better by who knew how many times. Song Luzi quickly grabbed one too, copied me by snapping it open, and drank wildly as well. After the 2 of them drank 4 or 5 vines, they finally stopped, burping from fullness. Lin Wanqing rubbed her bulging stomach, turned to look at me, and smiled with crescent-shaped eyes. "You're amazing. You beat science. The army taught me. A rough, field survival trick." I sat cross-legged and cut open one for myself as I drank. In a tropical rainforest, as long as you can identify 3 kinds of non-toxic water-storing vines, you can stay alive. Unbelievable. Song Luzi gave me a thumbs up, so excited that she lunged straight at me, clearly trying to steal another kiss. Instinctively, I ducked toward Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing smiled and pushed her away. "Stop bullying him all the time. He's still young, like a little brother." Song Luzi shook her head like a rattle drum. "No, no, no. Lisan, last night, strong. Holding him, comfortable." I choked on my words, and Lin Wanqing did too. I sneaked a glance at her, thinking to myself that this woman said I was too young, but she had held me pretty tightly last night. At the mention of last night, Lin Wanqing got embarrassed too and quickly changed the subject. "Water's solved. Next, fire." "Yes, yes, fire." Song Luzi nodded. "Otherwise tonight, again, naked, hugging." Lin Wanqing and I looked at each other, both our faces red as monkey asses. Song Luzi was about to say more, but Lin Wanqing jumped up and started chasing her, hitting at her. "You little perverted Jap." Song Luzi ran while laughing. "Wanqing, last night you held Li San very tight." While the 2 beauties chased each other around, I started looking everywhere for dry branches and moss. As nice as hugging was, we couldn't do it every night. Fire. We had to make fire. Before long, I had gathered a pile of dry firewood and several handfuls of dry moss. I picked out a piece of dead wood as thick as an arm, carved a small notch in it with my dagger, then found a hardwood branch as thin as a finger and sharpened one end. The 2 women came over, squatting on either side of me. "Are you really going to start a fire by rubbing wood?" one of them asked. "I heard it's really hard." "Not just hard, it takes luck too." I gave a bitter smile. "But we don't have any other choice." I inserted the spindle into the notch, clamped it between my palms, took a deep breath, and began to drill. The squeaking sound of friction filled the air. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. My speed slowed down, and my palms burned with pain. Lin Wanqing wanted to take over, but without looking up, I said, "You don't have enough strength in your hands. You can't get it spinning fast enough. No spark will come out." 3 hours passed. The sun was tilting westward, the sea breeze was picking up again, and the temperature was dropping. My arms ached as if they had been filled with lead. More and more wood dust piled up in the notch, but there was still no smoke. "Damn it," I cursed through gritted teeth, my arms beginning to tremble. Just then, a pair of hands reached out from behind me and gently supported my elbows. It was Song Luzi. Her whole body was pressed against me. She wasn't using much force, but the angle was perfect, helping me keep the spindle vertical. "Li San, keep going. I'll help you." Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes at her. This female hooligan was taking advantage again. But taking advantage or not, my arms really did feel a lot less strained, so I gritted my teeth and kept going. Another 100 strokes or so. A wisp of bluish-white smoke finally curled up from the notch, as fine as a spider's thread. My pupils contracted, and I suddenly sped up. After 7 or 8 more strokes, puff, a dark red spark popped out and landed on the dry moss below. "Don't move." I let go of the spindle, carefully cupped the bundle of moss in both hands, and blew gently at the spark. Once, twice, 3 times. The spark glowed brighter and spread, the white smoke growing thicker and thicker. Then, with a whoosh, a flame sprang up. I stuffed the burning moss into the prepared pile of twigs, and the dry branches crackled into flame. Firelight lit up 3 faces smeared with sand and dirt. Ah! Lin Wanqing was the first to jump up and hug me, screaming. Song Luzi was jumping and laughing, holding my face and kissing it 5 or 6 times in a row. Lin Wanqing refused to lose, so she simply leaned in and planted a hard smack right on my lips. Song Luzi stared, stunned, then immediately started hopping madly and shouting, "Me too! Me too!" Just then, 2 people slowly walked over from the east. 2 white people, a man and a woman. The woman was tall, with blonde hair blowing in the wind and delicate features, but her blue eyes were unfocused and her steps unsteady. The man was the opposite, shirtless, heavily muscled, with a tattoo on his right arm, a black hand holding a sword, blood dripping from its fingertips. My heart sank. Russian Mafia. Following the smoke, he came over and stopped 10 meters away, breaking into a broad grin. Friend, we are survivors too. Don't be nervous." His Chinese carried a heavy rolled R accent, but he spoke it quite fluently. Lin Wanqing instinctively edged closer to me, and Song Luzi simply crouched behind me, only poking her head out. "From the cruise ship?" I asked. "Security." He patted his chest, making the tattoo jump. "When the ship sank, I pulled this lady into the sea with me. We drifted all night to the east shore. Her name is Shalana. Passenger, unlucky, got hurt." The blonde woman nodded, but said nothing. I glanced at where she was clutching herself. Middle ribs, probably a fracture or cracked rib. But I cared more about something else. While saying that, Kudri's gaze shifted 3 times. First to the fire, second to the broken vine ends, and third, the longest look of all, to Lin Wanqing's damp neckline and Song Luzi's cropped outfit exposing her waist. My thumb pushed the dagger hilt out 3 millimeters, then pushed it back in. "Just the 2 of you. Just the 2 of us." Smiling, he walked toward the fire and sat down without waiting for permission. He even chose a spot directly facing the 2 girls, where he could scan them from head to toe through the flames. Shalana hesitated, then curled up by his side, resting her chin on her knees. I sat up straighter. A mafioso calling himself security. His target was too obvious: Lin Wanqing and Song Luzi. On a deserted, isolated island, a man wanting women could satisfy desire on the one hand and have servants on the other. Shalana was technically an option too, but she was injured. Treating her would be troublesome, so why waste the energy? Wouldn't 2 healthy ones be much better? I could practically see what calculations were running through his head. "You people are impressive," Kudri said, pointing at the fire, then at the vines. "Fire, water, how did you do it? Teach me." "Fire by drilling wood. Water stored in vines. Cut them and drink." Lin Wanqing's tone was cold but polite. "Beautiful." He slapped his thigh, and his eyes drifted toward Lin Wanqing again, full of lust. "This lady is a student? Beautiful, sexy." Being stared at by this bear of a man made Lin Wanqing uneasy. She edged closer to me again and shot him a fierce glare. Kudri didn't care at all, warmly rambling on about how he had wanted to study in Manhwa when he was younger. But after every sentence, his eyes lingered on Lin Wanqing a little longer, then shifted to Song Luzi. On Song Luzi, his gaze dipped even lower, like he was practically drooling. Song Luzi muttered something in Japanese, uncomfortable under the stare. "She says you should stop staring at her all the time," Lin Wanqing translated. Kudri burst out laughing. "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. I just think you 2 are pretty, so I'm in a good mood." I still said nothing. I was observing, waiting. We were both around 6 feet tall. He was bulkier than me, but I had specialized training, while he was self-taught. I needed to figure out what this big brute was good at and where his weaknesses were. Know yourself and know your enemy. Then one strike could decide the outcome. Kudri kept pushing his luck. He shifted forward a little and lowered his voice as if he were about to share a secret. "I've got good stuff back at my place. Took a whole box when escaping the ship. Biscuits, chocolate, and vodka. We don't want it." Song Luzi suddenly shouted. "We have Lisan." "Lisan, amazing." Lin Wanqing spoke too. "You should leave. You can take some charcoal as a fire starter, but you're not welcome here." Kudri choked on his words and shot me a cold glance. "This brother here is pretty lucky, huh? 2 big beauties in his arms on both sides. Can your body even handle that?" "Huh." He leaned back, supporting himself on the sand. "Surely I can just chat with the 2 ladies, right? I'm not stealing them." As he said that, he turned toward Lin Wanqing, one hand reaching for her shoulder in a casual gesture, like an old acquaintance giving a friendly pat. My hand moved. Fast as lightning, I knocked it aside. "Where I'm from, touching people when you're not close is impolite." His hand froze in midair, and his face quickly darkened. I became alert, ready to fight at any moment. Just then, the bushes at the edge of the forest shook violently. All four of us turned at once. A grayish-brown shadow burst out, hoofs flying, tusks jutting, shoulder high to my knees, 60 or 70 gene in weight, a half-grown male wild boar. Lin Wanqing only managed half a scream before I yanked her behind me. Song Luzi dove straight into my arms. Shalana clutched her ribs and tried to dodge, but she was half a beat too slow. Kudri, however, rose unhurriedly. His right hand went to his waist and came back with a black combat knife, its blade flashing dull in the firelight. Come here, he roared at the wild boar, like thunder. The boar actually seemed cowed by his momentum and turned to run toward the reef area. Kudri took off after it. He darted into the rocks, his figure flashing rapidly, and actually managed to drive the boar all the way to the water's edge. Ahead of the boar was the tide. Behind it was the man with the knife. With nowhere left to retreat, it let out a low growl, kicked off with its hind legs, and hurled its whole body forward like a cannonball. Kudri was large, but surprisingly agile. He twisted slightly aside to avoid the charge, then flipped his right hand upward from below, knife point up, thrust, and buried the entire blade into the boar's left ribs. That angle, that force, from below upward, straight into the chest cavity. My pupils shrank sharply. Lin Wanqing and Song Luzi covered their mouths. This man was that dangerous? Kudri carried the boar carcass back like he was carrying a battle flag and threw it beside the fire with a heavy thud, kicking up sand that nearly hit Lin Wanqing in the face. Meat for dinner. He grinned broadly, his eyes sweeping over the three of us, his face full of smug pride. I said nothing. My eyes were fixed on the wound under the boar's ribs, one stab into the lung, wicked angle, very fast strike. This man was no stranger to killing, whether animal or human. He wiped the knife on his pant leg, snapped off a vine, and gulped down a couple of mouthfuls from it, then wiped his mouth with his sleeve. You people in Manhwa have a saying. Follow the strong, and there'll be meat to eat, right? Lin Wanqing shifted farther away, her expression icy. The only saying I know is, follow a hooligan and you'll end up in jail. Kudri burst out laughing, still leering. A woman should follow the strongest man. You two following him. He jerked his chin toward me. That pretty boy? Can he protect you? Song Luzi puffed out her cheeks and shot back awkwardly. Li San is not a pretty boy. He's special forces amazing. Lin Wanqing shot her a hard glare. Why is your mouth so fast? Only then did Song Luzi realize she had let it slip. Her lips pressed into a thin line, and she shrank her neck timidly. But the words were already out. There was no taking them back. Sure enough, Kudri's movement stopped. He withdrew the contempt from his eyes and gave me a fresh once-over from top to bottom. The way he looked at me was exactly the same as the way he had looked at the wild boar, measuring how thick my skin was, how hard my bones were. Special forces? His voice rose. So that's it. Fire drilling, chopping vines for water, one trick after another. Brother, you've been hiding pretty deep. I sat leaning against the tree trunk, my expression unchanged. Retired, but your skills are still there. He stood up and drove the knife into the sand with a thunk, then spread both arms and made a come-on gesture. Let's have a match. Let's see whether you're stronger or that wild boar was. Lin Wanqing sprang to her feet and stood in front of me. Are you crazy? Why fight for no reason? Song Luzi rushed over too, clutching my arm with both hands, her eyes red. Li San don't. He can kill wild boar. You can't. You don't dare? Scared. Kudri's face was full of ridicule. Bare-handed fighting. It's not like I'm going to beat you to death. What are you afraid of? Besides, what kind of cowardly special forces needs two women to protect him? TSK, how embarrassing. Shalana braced herself against a reef and stood weakly. Why fight? Why not get along peacefully? Kudri glared at her, and she lowered her head with a bitter smile. If you don't dare fight, that's fine too. Send the two beauties over to sleep with me. I promise I won't let them go hungry. I moved. I removed Song Luzi's hands from my arm, stood up, brushed the sand from my pant legs, and coldly spat out two words. Come on. Lin Wanqing panicked and rushed forward 2 steps. Li Haisheng. I stretched out a hand and gently stopped her. Step back a little. I don't want you getting hurt. My voice wasn't loud, but it was calm and confident. Her lips trembled, and she said nothing more. I walked to the other side of the fire and stood face to face with Kudri. We were about the same height, but my shoulders were a full circle narrower than his. I curled one corner of my mouth. Make your move, dead boar. Kudri flew into a rage. His knotted arms spread, and he charged at me like a truck starting up. Just as I thought, a wild boar. His style was simple and brutal. Left fist to cover the front, right fist driving straight for my ribs, fast, vicious, precise. I didn't retreat. I turned slightly and let the left fist graze past my ear, dropped my right arm to block his right punch, and our forearms slammed together with a sharp crack. "You've got some skill," he snarled, drawing back his fist and twisting his waist as his left leg swept toward the back of my knee. I raised my knee to block it, then drove forward with the momentum, my shoulder smashing into his chest. Kudri staggered 2 steps before steadying himself. When he looked up again, the arrogance was gone from his face. Lin Wanqing covered her mouth, her eyes bright with tears. Song Luzi clutched her wrist, trembling all over, repeating "amazing" 3 times in a row. Roaring, Kudri charged again. Fists, knees, and elbows crisscrossed in the firelight, dull thuds sounding one after another. He threw a punch at my temple. I tilted my head away, braced with my shoulder, and at the same time turned my right hand into a knife hand strike and chopped down onto his collarbone, making him slide back 3 steps in pain. Both of us landed hits. The 3 women watching forgot even to breathe. After another dozen exchanges, Kudri's breathing had grown rough and sweat beaded at his temples. His punches were still heavy, but his accuracy was beginning to drop. I, on the other hand, remained unhurried the whole time, keeping to my own rhythm. The final clash. He swung a hook at me. I ducked under it, closed in smoothly, drove my left elbow into his stomach, then caught his shoulder blade with my right hand and pressed down. Kudri's knee buckled, and he dropped to one knee in the sand. Firelight shone across his back, sweat running down his spine. I let go, stepped back 3 paces, and brushed the sand from my palms. "It's a draw," I said. Kudri knelt there panting for quite a while before getting back to his feet. Rubbing his stomach, baring his teeth, all the contempt was gone now, leaving only grudging bitterness. "Damn." He spat a mouthful of bloody saliva. "Didn't expect you really to be stronger than a wild boar." "A wild boar only knows how to charge," I said with a scornful smile. "It relies on brute force and rushes around blindly. No technique. Too many openings." Actually, the moment I learned he was mafia, I knew I couldn't let this man stay. It was only that the time wasn't right yet, so even though I had clearly won, I deliberately called it a draw. Song Luzi burst out laughing and jumped up, tugging at Lin Wanqing while shouting. "Did you hear that? Lisan said Kudri is a wild boar." "Wild boar." Lin Wanqing came over and looked me up and down. One of my arms was bruised blue, and one patch near my collarbone was red, but I stood there perfectly straight, not even panting. "Not bad. You didn't disgrace us people of Manhwa." Kudri gave a snort and turned back toward his own side. But Song Luzi suddenly darted over, stood on tiptoe, and kissed the corner of my mouth with a loud smack. Then she turned and shouted at him. "Lisan's stronger than you. I want to be Lisan's woman, not your wild boar." Kudri's face turned green, like a green-haired turtle. Seeing that Song Luzi was still provoking Kudri, Lin Wanqing yanked her back and cursed under her breath. "Can you calm down for once?" Then she turned to Kudri with a stern face. "You, take a firebrand and go back to the east side. You're not welcome here." Kudri was silent for 3 seconds, then said sullenly, "I'm not leaving." "You?" I said I'm not leaving. He dropped back down onto his pile of rocks with a thud and grabbed the knife stuck in the ground. "This island is where all of us drifted to, not yours. Besides," he jerked his chin toward Shalana. "She's injured and can't walk far." Shalana was curled up by the rocks. The blood seeping from her ribs seemed to have increased, and her face was as white as paper. Lin Wanqing still wanted to argue, but I raised a hand to stop her. I looked at Shalana and fell silent for a moment. "You can stay." I picked up a few half-burned branches, walked 7 or 8 meters away, scraped out a new fire pit, and built another small pile of kindling. Then I took a glowing stick from the main fire and used it to light the new one. "You sleep over there. Don't cross this fire." Kudri looked at that much smaller fire, then at me, the corner of his mouth twitching, but he didn't argue. Half supporting and half carrying Shalana over, he dropped down beside her, leaned against the rocks, and closed his eyes. The night quieted down again. The sound of waves, the crackling of firewood, and the bird calls from the distant forest blended together. I went back and sat on our side. Lin Wanqing and Song Luzi pressed close to me on either side, and all 3 of us stared at the 2 blurry figures by the fire opposite us. "Do you think he'll behave himself?" Lin Wanqing asked in a low voice. "No." I tossed another branch into the fire. "But tonight he won't dare touch you. I just beat him. His momentum's broken, so he won't act rashly." Song Luzi rested her head on my shoulder and mumbled sleepily. Lee San, I'm sleepy. Go to sleep. I'll keep watch. I took off my jacket and draped it over her. No, Lee San, hold me. My face reddened. Before I could say anything, Lin Wanqing glared at her. Hold what? There's such a big fire, and it's not even cold. Song Luzi pouted. Wanqing, you kissed Lee San on the mouth. I didn't. I lose out. Lin Wanqing's face turned red with embarrassment. You? All right, just go to sleep. I hurriedly smoothed things over. The flames flickered, lighting up 3 exhausted faces. As a special forces soldier, even when I'm asleep, the slightest movement or change in the wind is enough to wake me instantly. I don't know how long passed, maybe the second half of the night, maybe that darkest stretch before dawn. The moon had sunk, and the sea was pitch black, with only the 2 fires casting dim yellow light. Suddenly, a shrill cry tore through the night. It was mixed with a man's heavy panting and low growls. No, please, let go of me. Help, stop screaming. Scream again, and I'll strangle you. All 3 of us jolted awake. Song Luzi threw herself into my arms and clutched my clothes, trembling. It's Kudri, beast. He's attacking Shalana. I pushed her aside and stood up. In the firelight opposite us, Kudri had pinned Shalana to the sand. One hand was around her throat, and the other was tearing at her clothes. Smack. He slapped her hard across the face. You bitch, still fighting back? You think you're still some little princess? No. Shalana struggled, but her strength was fading, and even her cries had grown hoarse. Lin Wanqing raised a burning stick and was about to rush over, but I grabbed her wrist. Let go. She turned and glared at me. Are you deaf? Aren't you going to save her? I watched for 10 seconds, making sure this wasn't some act to lure me in. Then I strode over. Kudri, your time to die has come. Hearing my footsteps, he jerked his head up, his eyes full of rage and frustration. He let go of Shalana's neck and pushed himself to his feet, his belt already half undone. What are you doing? I brought Shalana here. What business is it of yours? Shalana scrambled up on all 4s, the front of her clothes torn wide open, and staggered behind me, shrieking in terror. Mr. Lee, save me. Please save me. We only met at sea. He's been pretending to be a good man all along. Lin Wanqing came running over with the burning stick, gritting her teeth. Kudri, are you even human? She's injured, and you still won't leave her alone. Song Luzi poked half her head out from behind me. Wild boar? Just a wild boar. Being cursed in turn by 3 women and having me ruin his plans, Kudri let out a furious roar, drew his combat knife, and thrust the blade straight at my chest. Kid die. I whipped out my dagger and blocked it. Clang. Sparks flew in the firelight. Immediately after, I kicked out, my foot slamming into his lower back. Kudri grunted in pain, stumbled backward, and fell onto the sand. In truth, I had wanted this mafioso dead for a long time. I just hadn't had a sufficient reason. If I had really killed him earlier, what would Lin Wanqing and Song Luzi have thought of me? If I ever got back to the mainland, I might have been held criminally responsible too. But now, the time had come. His evil could no longer be hidden. He had actually laid hands on a badly injured woman. At this moment, all 3 women wanted him dead. I leaped forward, gripped my dagger tightly, and drove it toward his heart. Kudri was scared out of his wits. He rolled aside and narrowly dodged the fatal strike. The blade sliced a bloody line across his left arm, and at the same time he grabbed a handful of sand with his right hand and flung it at me. Instinctively, I leaned back. What are you waiting for? Let's all go at him. Lin Wanqing raised the burning stick, ready to charge. Song Luzi also brandished a torch and shouted, Go! Kill this wild boar. Don't come over. Get back. I warned. What a joke. He had a knife. If they rushed in, they wouldn't help. They'd only get in the way. And in the instant I was stopping Lin Wanqing, Kudri got to his feet, turned, and sprinted away. Remember this. I'm not dead yet. I'll be back. Ha ha ha. You have to die tonight. I took off after him. This bastard had killed a wild boar in one move, and he ran faster than one too. Unfortunately for him, I was even faster. The distance between us kept shrinking. Kudri panicked and shouted as he ran, I admit defeat. Stop chasing me, and all 3 women are yours. I said nothing and just kept chasing. When eliminating evil, you have to finish the job, or the future trouble will be endless. 15 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. He could already hear my footsteps. Knowing that if I caught him, he would die for sure, he let out a desperate yell, veered sharply to the right, and plunged headfirst into the bushes at the edge of the forest. The sound of branches snapping and leaves thrashing carried deeper and deeper in, farther away, more muffled, until it was swallowed completely by insect cries and bird calls. I stood at the forest's edge, dagger held horizontally in front of me, chest heaving violently. The moonlight could not penetrate this jungle. 5 meters in, it was nothing but a pool of ink. Inside, I could hear branches breaking, but the sounds bounced between the tree canopies, impossible to pinpoint, as if 4 or 5 people were running at once. Li Haixing. Behind me, Lin Wanqing came stumbling over with the burning stick. Where's Kudri? He ran into the forest. I gave a bitter smile and nodded. It's too dark in the jungle. At night, it's even more dangerous. Song Luzi bent over, hands on her knees, panting. Then what do we do? Will he come back again? If he can survive, he will. I slid the dagger back into its sheath. But not tonight. He's injured, and he charged into the jungle in the dark. He'll lose his sense of direction very quickly. His best choice now is to find somewhere to hole up. Lin Wanqing kicked at the sand, her face full of unwilling frustration. That beast got off too easy. I sneered. Not necessarily. He might die even worse in there. When we returned to the fire, Shalana was sitting with her head lowered, both hands clutching the torn front of her clothes, curled into a ball, her shoulders still trembling. Song Luzi kept trying to comfort her. Sit closer to the fire. It's warmer, I said softly. Shalana didn't react. Lin Wanqing walked over, stuck the burning branch into the sand, and reached out to put an arm around her shoulders. Shalana suddenly flinched and shrank back half a step. When she looked up, those blue eyes were full of wariness and fear. It's okay, it's okay. It's me, Lin Wanqing, not that bastard. We drove him off. Lin Wanqing immediately let go and softened her voice. Shalana stared at her for several seconds before some of the fear slowly faded. Okay. Song Luzi took off her jacket and draped it over her shoulders, saying awkwardly, You wear. I'm not cold. Looking at the two girls, tears began rolling down Shalana's cheeks in big drops. I tossed 3 more thick branches into the fire, sat leaning against the tree trunk, and faced toward the forest. There are only a few hours left until dawn. You all sleep a little more. I'll keep watch. You didn't really sleep much last night either, did you? Lin Wanqing glanced at me. I grinned. A special forces soldier can keep going even without sleep for 10 days. When the sky began to lighten, the sea took on a grayish-blue glow. I stretched my stiff neck and stood up for one last look at the fire, and saw the 3 women huddled together like 3 hibernating little animals. Just as I was about to look away, I suddenly froze. Shalana's face was flushed red, and not in a normal way. I quickly crouched down and pressed the back of my hand to her forehead. Hot, at least 39 degrees Celsius. Shalana, wake up. I patted her shoulder, but there was no response. She only let out a vague groan in her throat and curled deeper into the jacket. Lin Wanqing was woken by the noise and rubbed her eyes as she pushed herself up. What's wrong? High fever. Infection. Lin Wanqing jolted awake. She touched Shalana's forehead and immediately snatched her hand back. She's burning up? She was still fine last night. The wound got infected, and the fright broke down her immunity. If we don't get the fever down, she won't last 2 days. I stood up. I'm going into the forest to find medicinal herbs. You watch her. Soak a piece of cloth in cool water and put it on her forehead. Physical cooling. Don't let her temperature climb any higher. What herbs are you looking for? Do you even know them? I learned in the army. I walked a couple of steps toward the jungle, then turned back and added, If you don't come back, I'll beat you to death with a firebrand. Lin Wanqing glared at me. Why so much nonsense? Go and come back quickly. The corner of my mouth twitched. Then I turned and went into the jungle. The forest in the early morning was brighter than it had been at midnight, but the canopy still blocked out the sky, and only scattered patches of light filtered through the cracks in the leaves. I slowed my pace, my eyes sweeping rapidly over the vegetation. After walking 200 or 300 meters, mist had started to rise in the forest, and the damp smell of decaying plant matter hit me head-on. My foot snapped a dead branch, startling a flock of birds overhead into flight. Kudri. I murmured the name under my breath, ears pricked. Deep in the jungle, it was very quiet. No sounds of human activity. For now, it was safe. I kept going, and my eyes passed over a cluster of vines, small flowers dotted among the green leaves, white at the edges and yellow in the center. Honeysuckle. It clears heat and toxins and can reduce fever. Exactly what I was looking for. I hurried over, drew my knife, and carefully cut several of the healthiest vines, bundling the flowers and leaves together. Then I chopped down some water-storing vines and hoisted them onto my shoulder as well. I walked even faster on the way back. As I passed through the edge of the mist, I vaguely heard something. A dull sound like rocks colliding, coming from deeper in the forest, from far away. I stopped for half a step and listened closely for 3 seconds. The sound didn't come again. Maybe a landslide. Maybe an animal. Or maybe, I didn't think any further. In any case, there was something strange about these mountains and woods. Back by the fire, Lin Wanxing was kneeling beside Shalana, holding a piece of damp cloth torn from something and pressing it to her forehead. "You're back." Song Luzi was the first to see me and bounced to her feet to greet me. "Li San, did you find medicine?" I raised the honeysuckle vines in my hand. "I found the medicine, but we don't have a pot to boil it in." Song Luzi's eyes lit up, and she immediately turned and ran toward the beach. Before I could ask what she was doing, I saw her sprint barefoot across the sand to a shallow stretch behind a pile of rocks, then bend down and start digging around at the boundary between the seawater and the mud, sticking her butt up high and grunting with effort. Then she suddenly straightened up, holding something over her head in both hands and waving it at me, grinning as if she had found gold. A broken clay basin. "Li San. Pot. Boil medicine." She came trotting back eagerly. "I found yesterday. Thought useless. Now useful." I took it and inspected it twice. "It'll work, as long as it doesn't leak." Then I gave her a thumbs up. "You've got sharp eyes. Not only can we boil honeysuckle water in this, we can also make wild boar soup." Song Luzi was delighted by the praise and stood on tiptoe to whisper in my ear. "Then Li San, you have to reward me tonight." My ears instantly grew hot, and I hurriedly shifted half a step away, pretending I hadn't heard. Lin Wanxing cleared her throat beside us. "What are you doing? Hurry up and boil the medicine and save her." I crouched by the fire, plucked off the flowers and tender leaves, chopped them up, and put them into the clay basin. Then I cut 2 water vines and poured their sweet liquid into it. The flames licked the bottom of the basin. Before long, the liquid began bubbling, and after simmering for about half an hour, it changed from clear to light brown. The medicine was ready. Lin Wanxing folded a broad leaf into the shape of a bowl, scooped out half a leaf of the herbal brew, blew it cool, and carried it over to Shalana. "Shalana, wake up and drink your medicine." Kneeling on one leg, she lifted the back of Shalana's head. Song Luzi supported her back from the side to help her sit halfway up. Shalana frowned, but obediently drank down half a bowl in small sips, then lay back down, her breathing gradually becoming steadier. I picked up the remaining half of the wild boar meat. "I'm going to the shore to clean this. In an hour, feed her another dose of medicine. After that, boil the meat soup. Once the fever goes down, she'll stabilize." Lin Wanxing nodded and stared at Shalana for a while. Her lips are moving. What is she saying? I leaned in to listen. Shalana really was murmuring, faint and slurred, like sleep talk, switching between Chinese, English, and Russian. "Don't go, please." There was another name too. It sounded Russian, but I couldn't make it out. I straightened up and exchanged a glance with Lin Wanxing. Neither of us said anything. By evening, after 2 more doses of medicine and 1 serving of meat soup, Shalana's fever finally broke. Her ribs still hurt, but she was no longer alternating between chills and burning heat. "You're awake." Lin Wanxing turned over a piece of roasting meat that was sizzling with oil. "Here, eat something. It'll help your immunity." Shalana ate a piece of meat and drank a few mouthfuls of soup. Warmth spread through her body, and she felt much better. Only then did everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief. The hardest part seemed to be over. But after night fell, the temperature suddenly dropped, harder than on the previous nights. We had been so busy with urgent matters these past few days that we had never had time to build shelter. There was no choice now but to keep the fire burning fiercely. The sea wind came from the north, bitterly cold, and the fire's warmth was swept away as soon as it spread. I was just wondering whether I should move the fire behind the rocks for shelter from the wind when I suddenly heard Shalana speak. Mr. Lee." She was lying on her side on a pile of leaves, half her face lit by the fire. Those blue eyes looked at me, full of fragile pleading. "Could I sleep next to you?" The air went quiet for 3 seconds. Lin Wanxing stopped turning the meat, and Song Luzi's circling finger froze in midair. The 2 women turned their heads at the same time, one frowning, the other puffing out her cheeks. "It's like this." Shalana lowered her eyes, her voice growing smaller and smaller. "I keep having nightmares. Every time I close my eyes, I see that man pouncing on me. I don't dare sleep alone. Aren't there people beside you?" Lin Wanxing tried to keep her tone normal. "Song Luzi and I are both here." Shalana shook her head. "You two are too thin. You don't make me feel safe. Mr. Lee defeated that man. I know this is presumptuous, but I only want to sleep beside you. I won't do anything." She lifted her head, her blue eyes brimming with tears, her lips pale and bloodless. "I'm begging you." I opened my mouth, then closed it again. All right. In the end, I said, you sleep on my left, and the fire is on the right. That way your back won't catch the wind either, and you'll be warmer. Lin Wanqing and Song Luzi were so angry they stamped their feet, especially Lin Wanqing, who looked like she wanted to punch this scumbag to death. Shalana, however, ignored all that. She nodded repeatedly, then propped herself up and shifted over beside me, lying on her side with her back against my shoulder, her forehead lightly resting against my arm, her breathing slowly evening out. Lin Wanqing stopped roasting the meat altogether, stuck the wooden skewer into the sand, got up, and went to sit on the other side of the fire with her back to everyone, snapping dry twigs one by one. Song Luzi walked over and asked quietly, Wanqing, are you jealous? Jealous my ass. Lin Wanqing didn't even turn around. I'm mad because he's too stupid. Too stupid? Who? Li San. Who else could it be? Why say he's stupid? Lin Wanqing turned and glared at her. When Shalana was dreaming, she was clearly saying, don't leave. How could that possibly be about Kudri? Would she tell Kudri not to leave? Song Luzi suddenly understood and bit her teeth together as she cursed under her breath. Baka. Russian woman, sly, very sly. In the middle of the night, I was awakened by a warm touch. When I opened my eyes and turned my head to look, Shalana had somehow turned around at some point, her whole face close to mine, her lips pressed to my cheek, her burning breath brushing against my ear. Had her fever come back? My heart tightened. I reached out to touch her forehead, but the moment my fingertips touched her skin, she grabbed my wrist. Don't go. Her eyes were closed, her eyelashes damp. Andre, don't go. I miss you. I froze. Her grip was tight. Her whole body pressed against me, her lips sliding from my cheek to the corner of my mouth, hot and soft the instant they touched. She kissed me, her lips trembling, tears running from the corners of her eyes and dripping onto my collarbone, cool against my skin. Don't go, please. She was still calling that name, Andre. I raised my hand and gently pressed on her shoulder, trying to push her away. But suddenly her movements turned quick and forceful, nothing like someone acting in a daze. By the time dawn was breaking, the sea was glowing with a grayish-blue light. I woke up. I moved my shoulder. My left arm was badly numb and sore from being pinned under her all night. No matter what, I held back last night. Not because I'm some saint. In fact, holding back was extremely uncomfortable. But I knew that if I really went any further with Shalana, Lin Wanqing and Song Luzi would definitely wake up. Song Luzi would be one thing, but Lin Wanqing, I truly didn't want to hurt her. Let alone hurt her. Even making her a little unhappy was something I didn't want. I don't know when I started feeling that way. Maybe it was that first night on the island when we held each other. As for Shalana's behavior, when she kissed me last night, the force, the angle, the heat of her lips, all of it was deliberate. There was no way she was acting unconsciously. But I don't blame her. I even understand her. A badly injured woman drifts onto a deserted island, and the only fellow countryman she has tries to assault her. If it were me, I'd also try every possible way to find someone to rely on. And naturally, that someone would be me. I slowly drew my arm out from under her neck, very gently. She let out a soft sound, her eyelids trembled, and then she sank back into deep sleep. I stood up and loosened my stiff shoulder, my gaze falling toward the fire. Lin Wanqing and Song Luzi were already awake. Hearing me move, both of them looked up at the same time. Song Luzi immediately smiled like a blooming flower and waved at me, but Lin Wanqing wore a cold expression. Oh, awake now? You could bear to wake up after sleeping with a beauty in your arms. Well, I scratched my head. You two are up pretty early. Early. Lin Wanqing stood up. The two of us have been watching you cuddle for over half an hour. My ears heated up. She had a nightmare and said she didn't dare sleep alone. A nightmare. Lin Wanqing repeated it with a smiling face. Understandable. Must have had several nightmares in one night, right? Tossing and turning and burrowing into your arms. And even. She couldn't keep going. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She stormed over and grabbed my ear. You tell me yourself. Last night you. Ow, ow, ow. I bared my teeth in pain. Lin Wanqing was so angry she stamped her feet, tears shining in her eyes. You damn lecher. So you do know what pain feels like. What exactly did you do last night? You kissed for at least 10 minutes. You bastard scumbag. You. She couldn't keep scolding me. 2 streams of tears slid down her face. That did it. My heart shattered. I didn't care about my ear hurting anymore, and I didn't care that Song Luzi was standing right there. I suddenly pulled Lin Wanqing into my arms, stared at her in a daze for 2 seconds, then kissed her directly. Lin Wanqing froze instantly, her whole body going soft. She was just about to respond when Song Luzi shrieked and rushed over. No, no, me too, me too. She yanked Lin Wanqing away and threw herself into my arms. She had barely puckered her lips before Lin Wanqing dragged her off again. All right, stop fooling around. What do you mean stop fooling around? You always do this. He just kissed you. That's not fair. Song Luzi shoved Lin Wanqing aside and lunged at me again, and Lin Wanqing quickly grabbed her once more. What are you doing? Why are you fighting? Shalana had also woken up and pushed herself up on the sand, clearly completely recovered. The two of them stopped instantly. The air turned awkwardly solid. Shalana looked at me. Mr. Lee, why are they fighting? I looked away. Enough fooling around. We have serious things to do. Lots of things. Song Luzi came over with puffed cheeks. What things, what things? Lee San, you're just unfair. I pretended not to understand, took a deep breath, and calmed myself. 3 things. I raised my fingers. First, shelter. We can't keep sleeping on the beach every day. If it rains, we won't even be able to save the fire. We need to find a place that can block wind and rain. Second, water. Vine water is only a temporary fix. We need a stable freshwater source. Third, food. We finished the wild boar meat yesterday. Shellfish have too little meat. They won't fill us up. Lin Wanqing calmed down too. Do you have a direction in mind? To the northeast, up on the cliff, there seems to be a dark spot. Probably a cave entrance. I jerked my chin toward the interior of the island. But first we need food in our stomachs. Otherwise we won't have the strength to explore. We could go to my old camp first, to the east. Shalana stood up. There are compressed biscuits and chocolate there. We can eat first, then go look for the cave. I nodded. The cave was in the northeast. Going east to eat first, and then north would work out perfectly without making us detour. The 4 of us walked east along the beach, not very fast. Shalana was having some difficulty. Every few dozen steps, she had to stop and press at her ribs. Lin Wanqing and Song Luzi supported her. After about half an hour, rounding a stretch of reefs, we all suddenly stopped. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. It was actually a dog barking. Sharp, urgent, high-pitched, full of anxiety. There's someone. I lowered my voice and raised a hand to signal the other 3 to get down. The 3 women almost instinctively crouched and ducked behind the rocks. I pressed myself against the edge of the reef and listened. It was the loud, ringing bark of a Chinese rural dog, the kind of local mutt with a strong voice. A dog like that could not possibly be living naturally on a deserted island. It had to have been brought here by someone. The cruise ship allowed pets, so it was very likely some passenger's dog. But where was the passenger? Part of me hoped there was someone. One more person meant one more survivor of the shipwreck. But part of me feared it too. Who knew if it might be another Kudri? I made a stay-put gesture, then moved forward along the shadow of the reef for more than 10 meters. Once I rounded a black rock, my view suddenly opened up. Before me was a small pebble beach, and in the middle of it lay a human body. A yellow mutt was squatting beside it, barking madly, while the person didn't move at all. My heart sank. I strode over. When the big yellow dog saw me suddenly appear, its barking paused for an instant, then resumed, but this time it was whining. Its tail was tucked, its ears drooped, and its front paws scraped at the ground. It was clearly begging me for help. When I got closer, I saw a young man in his early 20s, wearing one of the life jackets from the cruise ship. He was lying on his side on the pebble beach, face toward the ground. On the back of his head was a deep purple-black wound, the blood already dried. He was dead. How long has he been dead? Lin Wanqing and the other 2 had followed over as well. At least a day. I stood up. Judging by the shape of the wound, someone struck him from behind with a heavy object like an iron bar or wooden club. Very hard. Killed in one blow. Could it be? Lin Wanqing didn't finish, but the meaning was obvious. I frowned. Not necessarily Kudri. Someone with his skills wouldn't need to use a sneak attack. There may be other survivors on the island. Either way, we have to be careful. Just then, Shalana ran wildly toward a coconut tree and screamed, "Supplies! My supplies are all gone." More precisely, they had been cleared out. On the ground were scattered crushed packets of compressed biscuits, flattened chocolate wrappers, and a few candy tablets that had rolled into the cracks between stones. It's all gone. I hid it so well, and it's all gone. Shalana dropped under the tree, as if all the bones had been pulled out of her body. I said nothing. My fingers lightly traced a clear set of footprints. The tracks came out from behind the coconut tree, went first to the crevice where the supplies had been hidden, then doubled back and headed toward the forest. The footprints were deep, meaning whoever made them had been carrying heavy things. The stride was wide, meaning they had been moving fast. I looked up at Shalana. Then at the line of footprints, my brows knotting tightly. Kudri. Shalana shuddered all over, her shoulders jerking inward, her teeth chattering. He's not dead. He's still alive. He's alive. The footprints and stride width match his height. I brushed the sand from my hands. Not only is he alive, he still had the strength to steal supplies, and the strength to— I glanced at the corpse. Kill. Shalana trembled like a leaf and pointed toward the forest. Then is he in there watching me? Her foot took half a step forward, toward me. Lin Wanxing reacted quickly and threw an arm around her shoulders from the side, turning her and pressing her into her own arms. All right. He won't dare come out. We're all together. There's nothing to be afraid of. As she said it, she lifted her eyelids and shot me a perfectly precise glare. Stand there and behave yourself. If she throws herself at you, that's one thing. But if you dare catch her, I'll beat you to death. I had instinctively started to lift my arm, but that glare froze me on the spot, and I awkwardly lowered it. My attention fell on the big yellow dog. Ever since we had approached the corpse, it had been squatting there with its tail tucked. Now it was lowering its head to sniff the footprints on the ground, nose almost brushing the sand, following them from the hiding place to the base of the coconut tree. Every so often it would lift its head toward the forest, letting out a low whine. It recognized the scent. This dog is useful, I said. The dog is useful? Song Luzi frowned. Li San, the supplies are gone. Are you going to kill Big Yellow and eat him for me? No. Big Yellow is pitiful. His owner is dead. Don't kill him, okay? I froze for a second, then burst out laughing. Who said I was going to kill him and eat him? Then why say useful? We keep him as a companion. His nose is sharp. In the jungle, whether it's finding water, tracking Kudri, or warning us of danger, he'll be more useful than all four of us. Oh. Song Luzi let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately after, her stomach began grumbling loudly. The supplies were gone, and our stomachs were empty. Shalana raised a hand and pointed overhead at the coconut tree. Its crown was full of green and yellow coconuts, at least 20 or 30 of them. But the trunk was tall, straight, and smooth. On the first day on the island, Kudri tried climbing it, she said with a bitter smile, shaking her head. 3 times. He got halfway up and slid down every time. It's too tall. I walked over and glanced up, clenched the dagger between my teeth, wrapped both arms around the trunk, planted my feet against the bark, and with a burst of strength from my waist and abdomen, pressed myself onto it like a lizard. 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. I shot upward, straight to the crown. I pulled the dagger from my mouth and, with a few swift strokes, cut down a whole cluster of coconuts still attached to the branch. Crack! They crashed onto the sand below with heavy thuds. Then a second cluster. Then a third. Song Luzi craned her neck up, her mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. Li San, better than monkey. I slid back down the trunk, not even out of breath, picked up a coconut, cut an opening at the top, and handed it to Lin Wanxing. She took 2 sips. Delicious. So good. I split open 3 more, 1 for each person. Big Yellow was squatting beside Song Luzi. She broke off a piece of coconut flesh and held it out to him. He swept it up with his tongue in one gulp, his tail wagging like a propeller. After we had eaten and drunk our fill, I buried Big Yellow's former owner. When I finished and looked up at the sun, it was already leaning west. According to the original plan, skirting the edge of the forest to reach the northeastern cave would be too slow, so the 4 of us decided to cut straight through the forest. 4 people and 1 dog plunged headfirst into the jungle shadows. The forest was denser than expected. The canopy overhead overlapped and pressed together, and strange bird calls and animal sounds came from everywhere. Even in broad daylight, it made the heart uneasy. I walked at the very front, dagger in my right hand, with Big Yellow at my feet, his nose twitching nonstop. Lin Wanxing followed closely behind me, Shalana third, and the most timid one, Song Luzi, brought up the rear, one hand tightly gripping the strap of Shalana's backpack, her eyes constantly flicking to both sides. Don't fall too far behind. Don't fall too far behind. I kept reminding them. After walking about 20 minutes, the forest suddenly went quiet for a brief instant. My steps stopped. Wait. All 4 people stopped at once. The air seemed to freeze for 10 seconds. Nothing happened. Lin Wanxing swallowed. What is it? I listened sideways for a long time, then shook my head. Maybe I'm just too. Ah! Song Luzi's scream exploded from the very back. I whipped around, and my pupils shrank. The bush less than a foot behind her was moving, making snapping, cracking sounds, and a triangular head emerged. A snake. A giant python. Pythons aren't venomous, but this one was huge. That head was as big as 3 grown men's fists put together, and the part of its body sticking out was 3 or 4 meters long, as thick as a small barrel. Its forked tongue darted from its half-open mouth. Hiss, hiss. Run! I warned. Before the word had even fully left my mouth, the python shot out of the bushes. Its more than 10-meter body unfurled in midair, its thick tail lashing hard against the ground. It leaped over Song Luzi and lunged straight at me. That beast could actually tell who was strongest, and it attacked the strongest one first. I had no time to think. Instinctively, I slashed with the knife. Rip! A line of blood opened along the side of the snake's head, but I hadn't hit anything vital. The python jerked its head aside in pain, and in the next second its body tightened like a cable. Whip, 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 3 coils around my legs. My footing vanished. I toppled sideways, hit the ground with a crash, and the dagger flew from my hand. The back of my head slammed into a tree root, and stars burst before my eyes. And the python tightened even more. I could feel the bones in my calves creaking under the pressure. My blood flow was being cut off, and my feet were starting to go numb and swell. Big Yellow came barking and lunging in to bite. He had barely managed 2 bites before the python whipped its tail and sent him flying 7 or 8 meters into the bushes. The 3 women were completely terrified. Song Luzi's eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. The snake's head was already hanging over my face. Those dark, golden vertical pupils were almost touching mine. Its tongue flicked out, nearly licking the tip of my nose, and a heavy, fishy stench hit me full in the face. I shot both arms out and grabbed the snake just below the head, right at the 7-inch vital spot, my 10 fingers digging deep into the gaps between its scales, my nails almost gouging into the flesh. To beat a snake, you strike 7 inches below the head. Once its weak point was seized, the python's body went rigid. Its mouth opened to the widest limit, white fangs right in front of my face, but it still couldn't bite me. It shook its head wildly, trying to throw me off. I gritted my teeth and didn't let go, my whole upper body being yanked from side to side with it. A stalemate. Man and snake, face to face, wrestling in a deadlock, neither giving an inch. If I gave way, I would die for sure. If the python gave way, with its vital point in my grip, the outcome wouldn't be good for it either. Its body was still tightening, coil after coil. My calves hurt so badly they were nearly beyond feeling. If this went on much longer, I wouldn't hold out. Finally, Lin Wanqing came to her senses. Overcoming her fear, she screamed and rushed over, grabbing a stick and beating the python's body with all her strength. But the stick was too thin, and she was too weak. The python knew I was the real opponent, so it completely ignored her. In fact, it squeezed even harder. Just as I felt the bones in my legs were about to crack, a figure rushed in from the side. Shalana. Gritting her teeth, she snatched up the dagger from the ground, rushed to the side of the snake's head, raised her right arm high, blade pointed downward. With a hoarse cry, she brought the dagger down with brutal force. Crack! The blade cut cleanly into the narrowest point where the snake's head joined its body. Dark red snake blood spurted out, splashing across half her face. The snake's head dropped to the ground with a slap. The body wrapped around my legs convulsed wildly for a few seconds, then slowly loosened, slid away, and collapsed on the ground. I sat up, gasping hard. My legs were numb and in pain, but not broken. Half an hour of rest should let them recover. I looked up at Shalana. She had saved me. Right now, she was kneeling there on one knee, still gripping the dagger, with drops of snake blood falling one by one from the blade. Big Yellow also crawled out of the bushes, whining as he ran back to my side. Haisheng, how are you? Lin Wanqing rushed over in tears and checked my legs. Can you walk? Are the bones broken? No, not broken, I said weakly, waving a hand. Just squeeze too hard. I'll be fine after a rest. Lin Wanqing wiped away her tears, hugged me, and kissed me hard. Then she turned to help Song Luzi, who had fainted. She pinched her hard under the nose, and the silly girl woke up screaming, "Snake, snake, snake." After resting where we were for more than 10 minutes, I was able to stand again. I went over to help up the still-dazed Shalana and softly said, "Thank you." Shalana was just about to say something. Big Yellow suddenly started barking again. And then, shoo, in the middle of the bushes, behind the big tree that the first python had knocked open, another python, with a head even thicker than the first one's, scales even darker, and movements even heavier, was slowly approaching. Every smile froze on our faces at the same time. Another python had appeared. It was twice the size of the one before. The 3 women completely broke down. This time, we were dead for sure. I panicked completely too. I could feel my whole body shaking. I was already at my limit, 2 life-and-death struggles, a whole night without sleep, and on top of that my leg bones had nearly been crushed just now. The only reason I was still standing was sheer willpower. The python flicked out its tongue, long and black, forked at the end, swaying slowly in the air. It was smelling, testing the body heat of the 4 living things in front of it. Then it raised its head a little higher and locked onto me. With its length, one lunge would be enough to wrap my whole body up and leave me no time even to breathe. Suddenly, my instructor's words exploded in my mind. When you think you can't hold on anymore, think about what's behind you. I didn't want to die, and the 3 women behind me couldn't die either. I reached out and took the dagger from Shalana's hand. Then I stood up with a jolt, straightened my spine, threw my chest out, held the dagger horizontally in front of me with the blade aimed at the python's vertical pupils, and roared as if tearing my vocal cords apart. Come on then. The giant python's head stopped. I shouted again, come on. Beast, if you've got the guts, come on. The python's tongue withdrew into its mouth. Its vertical pupils narrowed slightly, moved away from my face, and dropped to the decapitated snake corpse by my feet. The blood at the severed neck had already congealed into dark brown jelly, and the scales had lost their shine, looking like a long strip of rotten mud. The python slowly lowered its head, gently touched the dead snake's severed neck with its snout, flicked out its tongue, then raised its head again and swept its gaze over the 3 women behind me. Then it lifted itself, turned toward a nearby clump of bushes, and twisted its body segment by segment, its scales scraping over tree roots and rocks with a dull rasping sound. It actually did not attack. It slid past us as if out for a stroll. The tip of its tail finally swept by 3 inches in front of my feet, carrying a gust of rank wind. It actually left. The 4 of us could only stare after it, barely breathing. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing clapped a hand over her mouth, her eyes stretched as wide as they could go, her right hand pointing at the python's belly. Look, look, look. We all followed her gaze. As the giant python's belly dragged over a pile of dead leaves, the afternoon sunlight slanted down and hit the middle of its underside. The scales were stretched open by a bulge. Inside was the outline of a human body, a complete human shape. Head, shoulders, torso, and legs sticking straight out. About my height and build, but broader, thicker, the shoulders half a palm wider than mine. About the same as Kudri. Song Luzi vomited with a retching sound, dropping to her knees and dry heaving. The coconut meat from breakfast mixed with stomach acid spilling onto the ground. Shalana stumbled back 3 steps, hit a tree, and slid down the trunk to sit on the ground. Lin Wanqing seemed to have her soul sucked out of her, going limp inch by inch. I caught her at once, my arms going under her armpits to pull her up. Lin Wanqing hugged me tightly, her whole body shaking, even her breathing trembling. There's a person in the snake's belly. It ate someone, it ate someone. It's okay now, it's gone, it's gone. I kept patting her back, but I was shaking too. This jungle, this island, what else was waiting for us? Why had that snake left? I couldn't figure it out. Was it because it had already eaten and was full? Or because it saw its decapitated companion and felt fear? And the person in its belly, was it Kudri? None of it made sense for the moment. And if it didn't make sense, then for now, don't think about it. At least we had escaped another disaster. We had survived the cruise shipwreck, and now we had survived this too. Just thinking of that human shape inside the snake's belly made me want to throw up as well, but I forced it down. I steadied Lin Wanqing, turned to help up Song Luzi, who was still retching, then crouched by the tree roots to face Shalana, who was curled into a ball. Come on, I said. Let's get out of here. We have to stay alive. Shalana lifted her head. Her blue eyes were full of tears, but she nodded and stood up. The 4 of us supported each other and slowly moved northeast step by step. Big Yellow trailed along at our feet with his tail tucked, so obedient he didn't even whimper. After about 200 or 300 meters, I looked back once. The bushes had closed in again and were slowly receding into the distance. That image was burned into my mind. In the sunlight, the full human outline in the snake's belly writhing slowly along with the python's movement, disappearing bit by bit into the shadows. I turned my gaze back and focused on the ground under my feet. The forest gradually thinned out. The canopy overhead was no longer so dense, and the light grew brighter. The layer of rot underfoot became thinner and thinner, replaced by gravel and broken stone. After another 10-odd minutes, the view suddenly opened wide. A massive block of sandstone stood before us, as tall as a 3-story building, white all over, its surface pitted by wind erosion. And right in the middle of it was a natural cave. The entrance was an irregular oval, a little over 2 meters high and wide enough for 2 people to walk through side by side. Around the entrance lay a thick layer of dry leaves and broken branches, all dropped from the crooked-necked trees on top of the rock. I looked inside for a few seconds. The cave was not deep, 6 or 7 meters at most. At the very back was a curved rock wall, dry and flat, with no standing water and no sign of animal droppings. The ground was made of fine gravel, firm to step on and not dusty. I patted Lin Wanqing on the shoulder. Look, doesn't it look like a room? She looked inside and froze for a moment, tears glimmering. Not a room. It's practically a villa. Song Luzi ran in with little quick steps and spun in a circle in the middle of the cave. Li San. Very good. Home. We have a home. Shalana leaned against the cave entrance and reached out to touch the rock wall. Rough, dry, warm. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, finally relaxing a little. The cave interior could be taken in at a glance, simple and clear. But I knew the outside surroundings were just as important. I walked around the sandstone once. The view was wide open, with no tall plants around to block the line of sight, and nowhere for anyone to hide. The nearest bushes were over 20 meters away, completely visible. That meant that once we lit a fire at the cave mouth, no wild beast would dare come near within dozens of meters. And the branches fallen from the top of the rock were scattered all over the ground, dry and easy to burn. Firewood was there for the taking. When I rounded to the side of the sandstone, I stopped. Another surprise. Just 30 or 40 meters away, a bright white stream of water hung down from the cliff and fell into a shallow pool below. It wasn't loud, but it was so clear you could see the pebbles on the bottom. The pool held running water, and one outlet formed a small stream about a meter wide. I crouched by the pool, scooped up a handful of water, and brought it to my mouth. Clear, cool, no salt, no bitterness. Fresh water, mountain spring water, even. Endless and inexhaustible. I shouted toward the cave. Ladies, fresh water. There's fresh water over here. A burst of scrambling footsteps came from inside the cave. The 3 women came stumbling out, and the moment they saw the pool, they screamed in excitement. All the fear and oppression from the snake attack earlier was thrown straight out of their minds. Song Luzi was the most dramatic. She plunged her whole face into the water and blew out a string of bubbles before lifting her head again, laughing loudly and shaking water droplets from her hair. Then she suddenly kicked off and sprang into my arms, grabbing my lips and kissing me wildly. Hey, stop it. Lin Wanqing tried to pull her away in a fluster, but she was too late. Watching this, Shalana spread her hands and said bluntly, Miss Lin, to be frank, it's impossible for you to keep Mr. Li all to yourself. Lin Wanqing had her thoughts exposed, and her face turned red all at once. I'm not. Shalana smiled faintly and crouched down to drink from the water with both hands. Very sweet. Meanwhile, I finally escaped from under Song Luzi's mouth and tried hard to push her away, but she clung to me like an octopus, her whole body burning hot, her eyes full of fire. Li San, let's go rest in the cave. What rest meant was far too obvious. After a whole day under mortal pressure, now that we had shelter and water, facing someone you liked, it would be very easy for things to go that way. This time Lin Wanqing couldn't take it anymore. If she couldn't control Song Luzi, she could still control me. She rushed over and grabbed my ear. You come here. I cried out miserably and instantly pushed Song Luzi away, bending over as Lin Wanqing dragged me to one side by the ear. Song Luzi regained her senses too and looked at the furious Lin Wanqing. Wanqing, we're friends. Your move is too old-fashioned. It's always the same. Lin Wanqing shot her a glance, not loosening her grip at all. Old-fashioned or not, as long as it works. Then she looked at Shalana. This man, even if everyone shares him, I'm first in line. Shalana sprang to her feet to protest, but Song Luzi jumped up first, shouting, I'm second. I'm second. Shalana glared at her with an expression that clearly said, how can you have so little ambition? But Song Luzi only shrugged with a grin. After all, she had always treated Lin Wanqing like an older sister and wouldn't fight her for a man. Besides, even an idiot could tell the one I really liked was Lin Wanqing. Now Wanqing was sharing me out. She herself was satisfied. Ow, ladies. My ear was still trapped between Lin Wanqing's fingers, and the pain hadn't lessened at all. But at a time like this, I had to say something. May I ask, am I wild boar meat? Just getting divided up like this. Wild boar meat. Lin Wanqing tightened her grip. So you're not happy about it? I grimaced in pain. Ow, I'm just not happy about it. Ow, you still dare not be happy about it. She dragged me straight to the edge of the pool and shoved both hands against my backside. With a splash, she pushed me right into the water. Water flew everywhere as I floundered around in the pool. Lin Wanqing laughed out loud. Little white rabbit in the water. On the shore, the three great beauties watched my bedraggled state in the water and collapsed into laughter in each other's arms. After all that fooling around, the four of us sat down by the pool to catch our breath. More than half of Lin Wanqing's hair was wet and plastered to her cheeks, and the smile at the corner of her eyes still hadn't faded. She glanced at me as I climbed back ashore, soaked from head to toe, and gave a soft snort, though the corners of her mouth were still tilted upward. I wrung out the water from my pant legs. After all that playfulness, the atmosphere had completely relaxed. I looked up at the sun. It was already afternoon. All right, enough playing. I shook the water droplets from my hands. Now we need to work. Before dark, we have to get the cave sorted out. Lin Wanqing nodded. You give the orders. How do we divide the work? You and Song Luzi clean out the cave. Remove all the loose stones from the floor, then spread a layer of dry grass or leaves on the bottom so it'll be more comfortable to sleep tonight. I turned to Shalana. You come with me. We're going to find thick round logs and vines. To make a door? Shalana asked. Right. I glanced at the cave entrance. It's a good cave, but the opening is exposed. If something creeps in at night, we won't have any reaction time. And if it gets colder, the fire alone won't stop the wind from blowing straight through. Shalana rolled her shoulders. Her ribs didn't hurt much anymore, so carrying things wouldn't be a problem. Song Luzi tugged at my sleeve. Li San, come back soon. I'm waiting for dinner. Lin Wanqing immediately hauled her back. Dinner? What dinner? Clean the cave first. I grinned. Don't worry, I'm just looking for some round logs and vines. There should be plenty nearby. With that, I headed into the woods east of the cave, Shalana following behind me. Less than 10 minutes later, I stopped in front of a dead tree. The trunk was as thick as an adult's waist. Though dry, the wood had not rotted. I hacked at it a few times with my dagger. The hardness was good. This will do. I put away the dagger. Help me find vines about as thick as a little finger. The tougher, the better. Shalana nodded and turned to search through the bushes. I crouched down and began cutting at the base of the tree with my dagger. After about an hour, I had carved out a wedge-shaped notch. Then I stood up, braced my shoulder against the trunk, drove force through my waist and abdomen, and let out a low shout. Crack, crack. The dead tree snapped at the base and came crashing down, sending up a flurry of dead leaves and dust. Shalana came back, carrying several vines, and looked at the fallen trunk. Pretty fast. Next, the two of us worked together. I cut the trunk into 3 sections with the dagger, bound them side by side with the vines, then added cross pieces and tied those on too, making a simple wooden barrier. Shalana was white, after all, and stronger than both Lin Wanqing and Song Luzi, so when she tightened the vines, she could really put force into it. I tested it. It was tied very solidly. By the time the two of us were carrying the heavy wooden barrier back, the sun was already leaning west. When we returned to the cave, Lin Wanqing and Song Luzi had already cleaned it spotless. The cave floor was covered with a thick layer of dry grass. Song Luzi had somehow found several broad banana leaves and spread them over the grass like mattresses. I propped the wooden barrier up against the cave entrance and checked it. It fit perfectly. It wasn't an airtight seal, but it was more than enough to keep out most wild animals. Perfect. Song Luzi clapped the dust from her hands and circled the wooden door twice. With another fire lit at the cave entrance, flames rising, the whole cave turned warm and bright. It was completely dark now. The hunger of all 4 of us hit at once. We had spent the entire day in turmoil, and at noon we had only eaten a bit of coconut flesh. Our stomachs were long empty. But aside from coconuts, we had no food at all. Lin Wanqing rubbed her stomach. Tomorrow morning, first thing, we absolutely have to find food. I added a branch to the fire. Let's sleep first. We'll talk again after sunrise. The 4 of us were truly exhausted. The moment our heads touched the banana leaves, our eyes closed. That night, I had a dream. In the dream, the light was dim. I was standing in a strange jungle. Then I heard sounds, a woman crying out, shrill and desperate, as if very far away and yet right beside my ear. I followed the sound forward, and then I saw them. 2 women. They were bound tightly, tied to 2 thick wooden stakes. Their hair was in disarray, their clothes torn, their faces streaked with tears and mud. They saw me. Desperately, they stretched their bloodied hands toward me, their mouths opening and closing. Save us, please save us. I jerked my eyes open. The fire at the cave entrance was still burning, and a streak of light was appearing along the sky outside. The day was about to break. I blinked, my heart pounding hard. That dream had felt too real. The tear-streaked faces of those two strange women were still floating vividly before my eyes. I had never seen them in real life, so why had I dreamed of them? Strange. Too strange. What's wrong? Lin Wanqing had woken up at some point and was rubbing her eyes, looking at me sleepily. Nothing. I pressed my lips together. Just had a dream. Lin Wanqing tilted her head, but didn't press further. Soon, Song Luzi and Shalana also sat up. The four of us split the last 2 coconuts for breakfast, barely filling our stomachs, but nowhere near enough. We have to find food. I stood up. That decapitated python from yesterday is high-quality protein, enough to feed us for days. If it's still there. No. Song Luzi was the first to shout. That big one, terrifying. If we go back, we'll die for sure. Lin Wanqing frowned as well. I think it's too dangerous too. That giant python moves around that area. If it comes back while we're cutting meat off the other one. I nodded. Originally, I had been inclined to gamble on it, but the two women's concerns were not unreasonable. Then we changed direction. I spread my hands. Option 1. Go deeper into the forest, where there are more food resources. Option 2. Forage by the shore and pick up shellfish, but the shells are big and the meat is small. It'll only barely fill us. I'll go into the forest with you. Shalana stood up. We all go together. Lin Wanqing stood up too. The four of us can't split up. What if Kudri is still alive? What if that man-eating python picks up our scent and comes after us? The four of us can't separate. If we live together. If we die together. Wanqing is right. Song Luzi came over and linked arms with her. Together. For people, no splitting up. I opened my mouth, wanting to say something, but after looking at Lin Wanqing's expression, I swallowed it back down. All right then, together into the forest. I walked in front, with big yellow clothes at my feet. Lin Wanqing second, Song Luzi third, and Shalana bringing up the rear. The four of us and the dog stepped onto the soft layer of forest rot and slowly headed deeper south from the cave entrance. The deeper we went, the denser the forest became, the canopies overhead overlapping and pressing against each other. I thought again of that dream from last night and looked at this strange forest before me. What exactly was hidden inside it? Every expedition was a challenge of life and death. I had 3 beauties with me. If we lived together. If we died together. What would be waiting for us this time? Damn, this was exciting. After the four of us had gone about 20 minutes into the jungle, I suddenly stopped and raised a hand for everyone to halt. What is it? Lin Wanqing lowered her voice. I didn't answer. I listened for 2 seconds, then pointed toward the front left. Over there. That sound isn't right. Everyone held their breath and looked in that direction. A few seconds later, each of them heard it too, a steady, low rustling sound. Song Luzi gripped Lin Wanqing's arm tightly. She was the most timid. Lin Wanqing and Shalana were just as tense. But my eyes suddenly lit up. Heh, don't be scared, it's bamboo. There's a bamboo grove, great. As soon as I said that, I dashed forward. It was a bamboo grove growing along both sides of a creek bed. The bamboo wasn't especially thick, but it was thriving, green stalks, dense leaves, stretching at least 40 or 50 meters along both sides of the gully. The 3 women ran over after me. Song Luzi frowned. Li San, bamboo, why happy? Bamboo is useful from top to bottom. I crouched down and brushed aside the dead leaves piled around the roots. Bamboo shoots are edible. Bamboo tubes can be used as pots, and the stalks can be used to build frames, sharpened into fishing spears, even bows and arrows. I looked up at the leaves. This island has its own little climate. As long as it stays warm and humid, bamboo shoots might grow year-round. That means we could have food all year. Bamboo shoots. Lin Wanqing practically jumped. The dish I make best is stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. Then we'll have to taste your cooking. Shalana laughed and scraped at the ground a few times. Sure enough, she uncovered 2 tender shoots just poking out. The 4 of us instantly got energized and squatted around the bamboo roots, searching one clump after another. Digging shoots took some skill, so I taught them to follow the direction of the tip, clear away the dirt, find the base, and then cut it off with the dagger. Lin Wanqing was quick with her hands and dug up 4 or 5 in no time. Song Luzi was slower. She kept snapping them while digging and got so frustrated she stamped her feet. Shalana was strong and just broke them off with brute force. Even though she broke a few, her efficiency wasn't bad. Just as Song Luzi was digging her 3rd shoot, the bamboo beside her suddenly shook violently. Ah! Song Luzi dropped onto the ground with a thump. A snake shot out of the shoots, green all over with a pale yellow belly, as thick as a forearm, its triangular head fixed on Song Luzi's face with 2 dark golden eyes. A bamboo pit viper. and an absurdly large one. On the mainland, bamboo pit vipers were usually little things, maybe a few 100 grams at most. Even half a kilo was rare. This one had to be at least 1.5 kilos. And among equal amounts of venom, the toxicity of a bamboo pit viper was second only to the mini-banded kite, 20 times that of a pit viper. With one this big, one bite's worth of venom would be enough that forget a person. Even a rhino or elephant wouldn't withstand it. Its body curved into an S, ready to launch at Song Luzi at any second. "Don't move," I shouted, and my left hand had already seized the snake's tail, yanking hard backward. Caught off guard, the snake lost its balance and its head dipped. My right-hand dagger swept low across the ground, slicing precisely 3 inches below the head, cleanly severing it in one stroke. The head flew off. The body flopped a few times on the ground, then gradually stopped moving. Song Luzi had collapsed completely, too weak in the legs to stand. Lin Wanqing hurried over to help her, asking over and over, "Did it bite you?" Song Luzi shook her head pitifully. "Not safe at all. Even the bamboo grove isn't safe." I picked up the snake body and weighed it in my hand. "At least 3 gene. Enough for 2 meals. How many shoots did you dig?" "I got 5, Lin Wanqing said. 3. Broke 2. Shalana slapped the dirt off her hands. Song Luzi trembled and pointed at the ground. "Me too, 3. That's enough." I gathered the snake and the bamboo shoots together and tied them into 2 bundles with vines. "This many shoots plus this snake is enough for 3 or 4 days. Let's go back." The return trip was faster. Our mood was different now. We had something to look forward to in our stomachs, and everyone was thinking about Lin Wanqing's stir-fried bamboo shoots with snake meat. On top of that, they found a small trail leading from the bamboo grove to the cave, with gentler terrain and sparse vegetation, much easier to walk. We chatted and laughed on the way back. Big Yellow kept darting into the grass to sniff, then running back, tail wagging happily. When we reached a relatively open patch of sparse woods, Big Yellow suddenly started barking. Everyone stopped at once, and the smiles froze on our faces. In the middle of the clearing, between several crooked trees, lay a corpse. The body was face down, both arms splayed out in unnatural angles. About 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered, clearly very strong when alive. But what really made your scalp crawl was the state of the corpse. There were no clothes left, and the exposed skin had turned a horrifying charred black. The facial features were reduced to outlines. The whole corpse looked as if it had been dissolved by strong acid. Who was twisted enough to do that? Shalana trembled. Of the 3 women, she was the bravest, and even she was shaken. "Are there other people on this island?" Lin Wanqing's voice quivered. "If there are, what kind of person would do this? If you kill someone, then kill them. But why would you?" Song Luzi, having calmed down a little, finished softly. "Destroy the body? Some killers really did use acid to dissolve corpses and destroy evidence. On a deserted island, there's no need to destroy evidence," I said. "After killing someone, just throw the body into the forest and wild animals would clean it up in one night. No need to go to all this trouble." I paused. "Besides, if you're destroying evidence, the point is to do it thoroughly. But this corpse was just dumped out in the open where anyone could see it. What kind of evidence destruction is that?" After I said that, all 4 of us fell silent. Just then, Big Yellow, who had been sniffing around nearby, suddenly barked. "Woof!" All 4 of us turned at the same time. From the base of some bushes 3 meters away, Big Yellow pulled out something in his mouth, shook his head, trotted over to me, dropped it at my feet, then sat there panting and looking at me. A scale, about the size of a palm, with jagged edges. I bent down and picked it up, running my thumb across the surface. Hard, rough, naturally curved. A giant python scale. I tightened my grip on it and looked toward the spot Big Yellow had been searching. There was a dark brown drag mark at the base of the bushes. "Woof! Woof woof!" Big Yellow dashed forward another few meters, nose pressed to the ground, sniffing hard. He looked back and barked at me twice, tail twitching rapidly. He had clearly found something. I followed him and pushed aside a clump of waist-high ferns. On the ground was a large splash of dark red blood, sprayed everywhere. It was giant python blood. That monstrous thing that could swallow a grown man in one bite had been injured. And badly. The amount of blood was huge. I stood up and turned back to look at the 3 women. They were all staring at me. "The giant python was injured," I said with a bitter smile. "That corpse was vomited back out of its stomach. It was soaked in digestive fluids, which is why it ended up looking like that. What person, or what thing, could be more dangerous than a python?" On the way back to the cave, the cheerful mood from the thought of stir-fried bamboo shoots with snake meat sank again, because of the male corpse and the python. Even Big Yellow had drooping ears and walked at the back with his tail down. Lin Wanqing suddenly stopped. Stop, stop, stop. She turned around, hands on her hips, looking at the three gloomy faces behind her. Every one of you looks like your dad just died. This island was dangerous from the start, and haven't we still survived more than 10 days? Eat when it's time to eat, drink when it's time to drink. Don't scare yourselves to death. Song Luzi lifted her head, her eyes a little red. Wanqingjia, that person, and something even stronger than the python. So what? As long as we stay united, even if the king of hell himself comes, we'll fight him. Well said. Leaning against a tree, Shalana gave Lin Wanqing a thumbs up. I'm still planning to taste your stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. I'm not about to let one disgusting corpse ruin my mood. Pulled along by the two of them, Song Luzi finally gave a little laugh. Not thinking about it anymore. Let's go back and eat meat. Watching the three women drag the mood back from freezing to merely tense, I also felt that knot in my chest loosen a little. By the time we got back to the cave, the sun had just dropped behind the sandstone. The warm afterglow lit the entrance and coated our crude little cave dwelling in gold. The moment Lin Wanqing entered, she set the broken clay basin right over the fire with the efficiency of someone in her own kitchen. Shalana used the dagger to cut the snake into small pieces. Song Luzi peeled the bamboo shoots and sliced them thin, and I found a small stick and carved it a little to use as a spatula. Chef Lin, you sure you can handle this? I asked with a grin. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes at me. I've got a cooking certificate, thank you very much. This broken pot is beneath me, sure, but for a bunch of starving ghosts like you, it's more than enough. She threw the bamboo shoot slices into the basin first to dry fry them. The clay basin heated slowly, but once hot, it held temperature steadily, not much worse than an iron wok. Then she added the snake meat and stirred them together. Under the heat, the two ingredients drew out each other's flavors. The juices from the meat seeped out and were soaked up by the bamboo shoots. So fragrant, so fragrant, so fragrant. Before it was even done, Song Luzi had already crouched by the fire, practically drooling. Done. Using a few broad leaves stacked together as bowls, Lin Wanqing lifted the clay basin down, sending a cloud of steam straight up to the cave roof. Eat. The four of us had long since lost patience, and even Big Yellow sat at the entrance with his tongue out, whining. The first bite of bamboo shoot was crisp and carried the freshness of the snake meat. The second bite of snake meat was tender and springy, melting after only a few chews. So good. Shalana, as a Westerner, stood no chance in front of Chinese food. Her mouth was stuffed full, and she could barely speak, but her eyes were shining like light bulbs. Song Luzi was shoveling in big bites too, saying over and over how delicious it was, and then added, if only we had salt. My heart skipped, and then I smiled brightly at the three beauties. Tomorrow I'll take you all to get salt. Really, that's great, all three cried out together. By the time we finished eating, it was fully dark. We closed the wooden barrier, added a few thick branches to the fire, and the cave warmed up quickly. The dry grass bedding still held the leftover warmth of the sun. Lying down on it felt soft and warm. The four of us lay side by side. I was closest to the cave entrance, then Lin Wanqing, then Song Luzi, and Shalana at the innermost side. Big Yellow lay just inside the entrance, head resting on his front paws, ears twitching every now and then. The cave soon grew quiet, with only the crackling fire and the moan of the sea wind outside. But I couldn't sleep. Today, that giant python had actually vomited up the corpse in its stomach just to escape. What kind of thing could frighten a giant snake like that? Maybe it wasn't an animal. In that patch of bushes, I had also found a broken arrowhead, made of obsidian. To avoid frightening the three women, I had kept that secret to myself. There were wild people on this island, and not just a few. Just as my thoughts were churning, a warm hand suddenly reached around my waist from behind and rested lightly on my chest. It was Lin Wanqing. My body stiffened. You're not asleep? I whispered, turning to face her. Lin Wanqing moved closer, resting her chin on my shoulder, her lips almost against my ear. You're not asleep either. Haisheng, her voice began to tremble. Today we divided you up. Now I'm here to claim my rights. My body started heating up too. Truthfully, I had already fallen for her. I know, and I wanted to, but those two are right there. I don't care. If we die tomorrow, I don't want to leave any regrets. It felt as if something crashed hard into my chest. Those joking words from the daytime had sounded light when we said them, but now, in this dark cave, on this deserted island where none of us knew whether we'd still be alive tomorrow, they suddenly carried an immense weight. I was silent for 3 seconds, then rolled over and pulled her into my arms, holding her tightly. I'm the man. I'll take care of it. Soon, one muffled groan after another sounded in the cave. Big Yellow was quickly woken up by the noise, but Song Luzi and Shalana slept quite soundly and didn't react at all. 40 minutes later, Lin Wanqing lay back down in complete satisfaction, her whole body limp as if all her bones had been taken out. Before long, her breathing evened out, and she fell asleep. I lay there staring at the cave's ceiling, my heartbeat gradually settling. Mission accomplished at last. Just then, I heard the faintest movement on my left. Soft rustling. The sound of straw being pressed down. I paused and turned my head. At some point, Song Luzi had shifted over from her side. In the dim light, her eyes were shining like a cat's. Why, you weren't asleep either? I asked, stunned. Song Luzi shot me a look. With you two making that much noise, who could sleep? I opened my mouth to explain. Song Luzi had already pushed me over a little, squeezed herself into Lin Wanqing's former spot, and started making her move. I caught her hand. Don't do this. We've got work tomorrow. Song Luzi snorted. What work tomorrow? First finish tonight's work. I panicked. Why, don't you want salt? Tomorrow I'll. She cut me off directly. Tonight, I'll eat you first. We agreed I'm second. You trying to go back on it? Song Luzi was even more relentless than Lin Wanqing. A full 50 minutes, and she didn't even bother keeping her voice down, turning the whole cave residence into a concert hall. Afterward, I was so drained that I lay flat on my back gasping for breath, just like Big Yellow by the entrance. Then from my right came a laugh so suppressed and hard-held that it almost burst out. I turned my head and saw Shalana lying on her side facing the cave wall, her shoulders shaking from how hard she was laughing. Stop pretending, I said despairingly to the ceiling. Come on over. If you're going to do it quickly. Then we can still get a little sleep. The cave was quiet for 2 seconds. Then Shalana turned over. I was woken up by Big Yellow licking me. I sat up. My waist ached, my legs felt weak, and my hips hurt faintly. Still, after half an hour I'd recover as normal. I looked at the 3 women beside me. Lin Wanqing was lying on her side to my left, half her face buried in the straw, the corners of her lips slightly lifted, probably having some pleasant dream. To her left was Song Luzi, sprawled out flat like a starfish, one leg draped over Shalana's calf. Let them sleep a little longer. They worked hard last night. I got up, dressed, pushed open the wooden barrier, and went outside. Crouching by the pool, I splashed a handful of water onto my face. Cool, refreshing. It washed away most of my drowsiness. Footsteps sounded behind me. TSK, TSK, TSK. Special forces really are different. Lin Wanqing's voice was still husky with sleep and teasing. After all that exertion last night, you can still get up first thing in the morning to wash up. There's no toothbrush. Without turning around, I said, just rinsed with water. Lin Wanqing came over and crouched behind me, wrapping her arms around me. You were too tired last night. Want to go back and sleep a bit more? No need. No need. She poked me in the waist. Don't act tough. There are 3 of us, and even a foreign girl. You're only one man. I shrank from the poke and hissed. Actually, I am sore. Lin Wanqing burst out laughing. And you still say you don't need rest? I shook my head. Special forces physique. I can handle it. But let's not do that again. Looking at my serious expression, Lin Wanqing laughed again. All right, got it. We won't tire you out that much next time. I'll make those 2 behave a little. Those 2. This woman. When we got back inside, Song Luzi and Shalana had already rolled up the straw bedding. The moment Song Luzi saw me, she pounced. Lisan, good morning. You worked hard last night. Lin Wanqing pulled her away. All right. Hurry up and make breakfast. Song Luzi blinked. I make breakfast. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes. Of course. Haixing is the man. Save his strength for heavy work. We 3 rotate all chores. Fair and square. I agree, Shalana said immediately, raising her hand. Song Luzi pouted but had no choice except to pick up the clay basin and get to work. Breakfast was still bamboo shoots with snake meat. Song Luzi's cooking was poor, but with Lin Wanqing guiding her, it tasted decent enough. I've decided we're going back to the snake forest, I said after breakfast. Lin Wanqing froze. Wasn't today supposed to be for getting salt? Right? Yesterday I promised we'd get salt. I nodded. And by get salt, I mean making salt. I walked to the cave entrance and pointed toward the distant beach. To make salt on the beach, we need a salt pan. Without one, either the seawater will seep out the sides, or more seawater will seep in and it'll never dry. We need something underneath that can hold seawater and let it evaporate slowly, and it has to be large enough. What do we use for the bottom? Shalana asked. I smiled bitterly. Snake skin. The only option is snake skin. Lin Wanqing let out a long breath. No wonder you want to go back to the snake forest. You're still thinking about that dead snake. Exactly. That decapitated python. I crouched down and drew a rough diagram in the dirt with a stick. If we skin it and spread the hide flat, it'll cover a big enough area. Once dried, it's highly waterproof. Lay it in a pit in the sand, weigh the edges down with stones, and that becomes a natural salt pan. Song Luzi shrank her neck. But that bigger snake, what if it's still around there? It's injured. I looked up. Judging by that amount of blood, it's badly hurt. A badly injured, cold-blooded animal will instinctively hide somewhere warm and stay still until the wound heals. So the sooner we go, the safer it is. If we wait 2 more days and it recovers, that's when it'll really be dangerous. The cave fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Wanqing bit her lower lip and said nothing, still hesitating. Song Luzi clutched her sleeve, clearly frightened. Shalana was the first to speak. I'll go with you. If we go, we all go, including Big Yellow. Lin Wanqing's tone was firm. Same as before. In the face of danger, we stay together. We tidied the cave a little and took along 4 sharpened bamboo poles as weapons. I called out once, and Big Yellow immediately sprang from the corner of the cave, tail spinning like a propeller. The road was the same as before, but now familiar, so our pace was much faster. As we neared the snake forest, I raised a hand to signal everyone to stop. What is it? Lin Wanqing whispered. I didn't answer. I listened for about 10 seconds. Only wind, rustling leaves, and an occasional bird call far away. Nothing unusual. I let out a breath. Keep going. We pushed through the last patch of waist-high ferns, and the decapitated python was still there. After 2 days and 1 night of tropical heat, the snake carcass had changed drastically. Its once sleek shape was gone. The belly had bloated out a full circle, and flies and insects swarmed around it in a humming black cloud. Everyone covered their mouths and stepped back half a pace. Song Luzi couldn't take it at all and vomited on the spot. Frowning, I pulled a damp cloth from my pocket and covered my nose and mouth, speaking through it. All of you use your clothes to cover up. Breathe too much of this in and you'll get sick. Holding the dagger, I strode toward the snake corpse. The work had to be done, and the faster the better. Just as I bent down to start, Big Yellow suddenly let out a low whine. I paused and looked down at him. His ears were upright, fixed on a spot less than 2 feet from the snake carcass, a low growl in his throat. I followed his gaze and froze. Less than 2 feet from the corpse, squatting there, was a gray-brown rabbit. Palm-sized, fluffy, looking no different from rabbits on the mainland. And yet it had its head lowered, licking the rotten flesh from the snake carcass, chewing away with obvious enjoyment. A rabbit, eating meat. Song Luzi saw it too, her eyes widening into circles. A rabbit? Aren't rabbits herbivores? Hearing the sound, the rabbit lifted its head. A pair of red eyes looked at the 4 humans and 1 dog in front of it. Its ears twitched, then it slowly, unhurriedly backed up 2 steps, stopped, tilted its head, and went on studying us. It wasn't afraid of people. It wasn't afraid of the dog either. A thin chill spread across my back. I waved my bamboo spear at it and shouted through clenched teeth, "Get lost. Go." The rabbit seemed a little surprised by that. It backed up 2 more steps, then turned and left, still slowly, like it was out for a leisurely walk. Leave it. Get to work. I crouched down and pressed the dagger into the seam where the belly scales joined, then pushed my wrist. The blade sank into the soft tissue, and a dark brown sticky liquid began to run down along the handle, mixed with an even fouler stench than before. Holding my breath, I slit downward along the midline of the snake's belly. As disgusted as they were, Lin Wanqing and the other 2 didn't stand idle. Everyone pitched in. We got the skin off almost completely intact. It was extremely tough. Spread flat, it was 2 or 3 meters wide and more than 10 meters long, enough to line a small salt pan. Done. I rolled up the snake's skin and tied it tight with vines. Let's move. Everyone was overwhelmed by the stench and hurried away. I couldn't help turning back for one more look. The rabbit had slowly returned to its spot and resumed eating the meat. The trip back was twice as fast as when we came. Carrying the rolled-up snake skin, I went straight to the creek by our cave to wash it, then spread it out to dry at the entrance. Just after 2 in the afternoon, I stretched my shoulders and back, walked to the cave mouth, and felt the snake skin. It still wasn't completely dry, but it was no longer dripping. Another half-afternoon of sun would be enough. We should dig the salt pan first, I said. Once the skin dries, we can lay it in immediately. Let's go check the beach terrain and pick a suitable spot. We're all going, Lin Wanqing said. No need. The beach isn't dangerous. Lin Wanqing smiled faintly. We can help. More importantly, we can learn how to dig a salt pan from you. I thought about it and figured she had a point. With a broad wave of my hand, I said, then let's go, wives. Damn, I was like Wei Xiaobao. The afternoon sun was glaring bright, bleaching the beach pale. When we reached the edge of the first open stretch of sand, I suddenly stopped, raised a hand, and signaled for everyone to crouch. The three women instantly lowered themselves and hid behind the nearest reef. I clamped a hand over Big Yellow's mouth, and he obediently lay flat, ears pressed to his head. I listened for a few seconds. Then I heard it. Human voices. Not one or two people, at least 7 or 8, maybe more. The sound came from the beach 40 or 50 meters ahead. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was noisy, like a group discussing something. I told the three women to stay put and crept forward a few steps, keeping low, then peeked half my head out from behind a taller black reef. There was a group of people on the beach. More precisely, 2 groups. One group was 3 white men in mismatched clothes, each holding a crude wooden club that served as both tool and weapon. The other group, 5 big men spread out, 3 white and 2 black, had already quietly surrounded the 3 opposite them. The leader was a white man in a camouflage jacket, around 5'9", extremely solidly built, with an old scar slanting from his brow ridge to his cheekbone. The color had faded, so it had to be a wound from years ago. Then I saw someone else. Standing behind that man with hunched shoulders, one eye wrapped in a filthy strip of cloth, Kudri. My pupils shrank sharply. Kudri wasn't dead. He had escaped the jungle alive, but lost an eye and become a one-eyed man. All his old swagger was gone. Right now he was nodding and bowing to the leader like a lackey. The leader raised a hand. Enough. His Chinese was flawless. I'll say this once. This beach belongs to us. If you want to gather shellfish, go south. Listen carefully. I won't say it a second time. The 3 white men opposite him exchanged looks. One opened his mouth as if to say something, then swallowed it, spat fiercely on the ground, and said, "Let's go." He turned and left with the other 2 toward the south. The leader watched them go, rubbed the sand between his fingers, and said something to the people behind him. Kudri immediately leaned in, bent at the waist, nodding as he listened, his one good eye full of fawning flattery. I ducked back behind the reef, my heart pounding like a drum. Lin Wanqing and the others crawled over too. Is it Kudri? I nodded. Song Luzi grabbed my sleeve on my right, and Shalana stood on my left, trembling slightly. The 4 of us huddled behind the reef, motionless. The group on the beach was still there, apparently discussing what to do next. Then I heard the leader speak again. All right, today's business is done. Tomorrow's mission is to find those little rats hiding out. Kudri says they're somewhere around here. They should have a decent amount of supplies, and 3 great beauties too. Oh yeah. Haha. 3 beauties. I've been holding it in forever. Finally get to have some fun. The whole bunch immediately burst into excited shouting, their filthy talk unbearable. Fall back. The leader waved his hand. Yes, Major Michael. Someone in the group actually gave him a military salute. No wonder even mafia scum like Kudri bowed and scraped before this Michael. So he was military. When we got back to the cave, everyone's mood was especially heavy. Song Luzi cracked first. She dropped onto the pile of dry grass and her voice carried a sob. Kudri, that scum, why won't he die? Lin Wanqing said nothing. She crouched against the rock wall, usually so composed. Now even her shoulders were shaking faintly. Shalana stood inside the cave entrance and looked straight at me. What do we do? 3 people, 6 eyes, all fixed on me. I pulled the dagger from its sheath and slid it back in, 3 times back and forth, before finally speaking. If we fight, we can't win. Then we hide. Lin Wanqing looked up, eyes a little red. We move now. Yes, yes, move now, leave immediately. Song Luzi and Shalana echoed at once, getting up to start packing. We can't hide either. I looked at them. Michael is a professional soldier, and that whole pack of men looks at women like rabid dogs look at meat. They won't stop until they get what they want. The air inside the cave froze again. Then what do we do? Song Luzi's voice shook. If they catch us, I'd rather die. Seeing the usually childish Song Luzi say something so resolute, Lin Wanqing hurried to hold her shoulders. Don't say that. Haixing will think of something. We'll get through this. I frowned and thought for a full 5 minutes. The 3 women stayed perfectly still with me, afraid to interrupt my train of thought. Finally, I spoke. There's one more path. If we can't win by force, then we borrow force. Borrow force? From whom? Shalana frowned. Lin Wanqing let out a breath. Haisheng, you want to cooperate with those three white men. They had all seen Michael's group bullying those three. The enemy of your enemy could become your ally. Maybe we could borrow their strength. But unexpectedly, Song Luzi stood up and objected. Bad idea. On this island, Li San is good person. Other men are all beasts. Lin Wanqing and Shalana exchanged a glance. Clearly, they agreed with Song Luzi. Right now this island was a lawless place. People bullying people, even people eating people, seemed like the basic rule. Michael and Kudri were animals. But who could guarantee those three white men were any better? Looking for cooperation might just mean serving our heads up to them. We'd be better off hiding. Don't worry. I stood up and exhaled slowly. Those three looked at Michael like mice looking at a cat. Cooperating with them would mean nothing. And I, Li Haisheng, never place my fate in someone else's hands. The force I want to borrow isn't someone else's. Or rather, it isn't human at all. The next morning, when the three women woke up, I had just come back from outside. Where did you go? You didn't even say anything. Lin Wanqing looked worried. I crouched down and drew a rough map in the dirt with my dagger. The three women immediately gathered around, their faces solemn. I went scouting in the middle of the night. Michael and Kudri are camped on the beach. 3 more men arrived last night, so they have 8 people total and 2 handguns. This morning they'll definitely start searching for us. I tapped one point on the map with the dagger tip. Kudri knows we were active around this area. He'll follow the traces along the bushes. That's our chance. A chance? Why are traces in the bushes a chance? The 3 women didn't understand. I let out a long breath. From the beach to the snake forest, it's about a 40-minute walk in a straight line. The force I talked about borrowing yesterday, that means borrowing the giant python's strength. Lin Wanqing suddenly understood. You mean lure them into the snake forest? I smiled and nodded. My first wife really is smart. That's exactly what I mean. In your dreams. Lin Wanqing kicked me, then frowned again. Are you sure? A snake is an animal. It won't obey your orders. Song Luzi and Shalana also looked at me with worry. I shrugged. That's life. You do what you can, and the rest is heaven's business. I've made all the preparations I can. Now I just hope heaven helps me, and the giant python helps us. That only made the 3 women even more worried. Don't worry. I do have a certain degree of confidence. I stood up. That big python is still in the snake forest recovering. Michael's group is big and noisy. If they step into that area, they'll easily disturb it while it's healing and provoke it. Leaning against the rock wall with arms crossed, Shalana said, what if the python can't beat Michael's group? They have 2 guns. So, I grinned, pretending to be relaxed. I'll be lying in ambush at the scene to give the python a hand. No, Lin Wanqing cried out. That's too dangerous. I looked at her, a trace of tenderness flashing through my eyes, and smiled bitterly. Of course it's dangerous, but it's our only chance. We have to gamble. Then we go together. Lin Wanqing stood up too. We already said it. When danger comes, we don't separate. If we die together. I'm going to war. My expression turned severe at once. I'm special forces. I'm trained for this. If you go, you'll only increase my burden. I'm trained too, Shalana suddenly said. You should have known my identity long ago and just chose not to say it. Your identity? What identity? Lin Wanqing and Song Luzi both turned to her. I smiled faintly. Shalana is a mafia princess from Russia. The tattoo on Kudri's arm is exactly the mafia emblem. Ah. Lin Wanqing and Song Luzi both covered their mouths and stared at Shalana. Shalana gave an awkward smile. There's no time to explain now. Once we deal with those beasts, I'll apologize properly to you 2 sisters. As she spoke, she gripped a sharpened bamboo spear. Let's go. I nodded, then crouched down and patted Big Yellow on the head. You stay and guard home. Big Yellow drooped his ears and let out a low whine. He understood. On the eastern beach, Michael stuffed the last bite of compressed biscuit into his mouth, chewed twice, swallowed, and swept his eyes over the 7 people in front of him before letting them rest on Kudri's cloth-wrapped eye. The traces you mentioned, are you sure? Kudri nodded like pounding garlic. Sure. We searched the beach forever and found nothing, so I went to the edge of the forest to take a look, and sure enough I found signs of bushes cut by a dagger. Li Haisheng has a dagger. It had to be that brat. Good. Michael nodded. You're sharp. If you really find them, there'll be a big reward. Thank you, Major, thank you. Kudri immediately bowed and scraped again. Lead the way. Michael tilted his chin. You go in front and follow the trail. Kudri answered, grabbed a machete, and took the lead. Michael followed behind him. 6 big men trailed after them in 2s and 3s, some carrying crude wooden spears, some holding sharpened steel pipes. Michael really was military. He observed the surroundings as he went. One black handgun tucked at his waist and the other given to his deputy. The others, meanwhile, joked and chatted in an easy mood. "Brother Kudri, what do those three girls look like?" the deputy asked casually. Kudri gave a filthy grin. "Two Asian ones and a blonde. All beauties. Haha, and after we catch them, we follow the rules." Michael smiled like a beast. "I'm first, then the rest of you by rank. Anyone unhappy with that can leave now." The deputy laughed and shrank his neck a little, not daring to talk back. The group passed through the belt of bushes at the edge of the beach and slowly entered deeper forest. The canopies overhead overlapped and blocked the sunlight. The air was damp and stifling, a completely different world from the clean sea breeze on the beach. The traces continue the whole way. Kudri crouched down and pointed at a severed vine cut clean by a blade. "Fresh. So their camp has to be in the woods, and they come out often to forage by the shore. That brat's special forces, but he'll never expect us to strike all of a sudden. His death day has come." Michael came over and looked at the cut, his brow twitching. "Clean knife work, neat edge. That kid really does have some skill. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms," Kudri snorted. "8 of us surrounding just him means he's finished. If it really comes down to it, I'll use those women as hostages. Shut up and keep moving." Michael glared at him, but inwardly he thought, "I'm bad enough, and this bastard is even more despicable. I'll have to watch him later." The group kept moving deeper in. The bushes grew denser, and the footing worsened. Kudri chopped a path through the front with his machete, sending leaves and branches flying. Behind him, the others snapped dead sticks underfoot and shoved aside leaves, making a loud racket. After about an hour, they came to a small puddle, apparently a spring. "Take a breather." Michael raised his hand. The others stopped. Some drank water, some rubbed their feet. Kudri didn't rest, pacing around, looking here and there, nostrils twitching like a hunting dog's. "Major, something's wrong here." Michael flicked his gaze toward him. "What?" Kudri pointed at a patch of flattened grass not far away. "Look at this. Something big crawled through here. Heavy traces." Michael walked over and crouched to inspect it. Sure enough, there was a drag mark about a meter wide on the ground, extending from deep inside the shoulder-high bushes and winding farther into the jungle. The grass and ferns along the way had been crushed every which way. Some thicker bushes were even snapped off at the roots. "Python." Michael narrowed his eyes. "A huge python." The deputy came over too, face pale. "Major, if we run into that thing, what's there to fear? Pythons are docile by nature." Michael patted the gun at his waist. "With this in hand, whatever snake comes will get shot to pieces. That tiger with tusks last time, didn't it die by my hand too?" "A tiger with tusks?" Kudri froze. "That's not a boar. Stop asking and keep moving." Michael cut him off with a wave. This island really was that strange. If you didn't have nerves of steel, you wouldn't need a beast to eat you. Fear alone could kill you. Even so, his own nerves tightened slightly without his permission. What they didn't know was that in the bushes 3 meters behind them, something was moving. "Russell, Russell, there's something there." Michael shouted, hand on his gun. The other 7 all raised their weapons at once and turned to stare at the shaking bushes. A gray-brown rabbit slowly emerged from behind them. Palm-sized, ears upright, red eyes looking at the 8 humans in front of it. It tilted its head. "A rabbit?" One man shouted and moved to catch it. Michael had meant to stop him, but the rabbit didn't run. The man casually picked it up and grinned. Meat for one meal too." "Ah!" he screamed suddenly, and the rabbit dropped to the ground. "It bit me. This rabbit bit me." The man clutched his bloody hand and shouted at the rabbit on the ground. There was clearly a huge bite torn right through his palm, exposing white bone. Rabbits might bite when panicked, but they absolutely could not bite through a human palm. Everyone was stunned. Kudri lifted his iron bar to smash the rabbit, when suddenly a wave of rank wind hit them in the face. No one cared about the rabbit anymore, because they all saw it. In the shadow behind a screen of vines lay a coiled mass thicker than a water barrel, utterly motionless. Dark brown scales gave off a dull sheen. The massive body was looped layer upon layer, like a silent hill of flesh. The snake's head was buried in the center, slightly raised. Its body was thicker than a barrel. Its head was bigger than a teapot. The air froze. 3 seconds later, "Run!" Before Michael had even finished shouting, the giant python moved. Its more than 20-meter body exploded from its coiled state in an instant. The snake's head swept through the side of the group on a gust of stench and bit the nearest black man in the right shoulder, a full row of teeth punching through flesh with a crack and into bone. "Oh!" The scream tore through the forest. The python whipped its head, and the black man flew into the air, slammed 20-some meters up into a tree, then crashed back down with a wet smack, blood spraying from his mouth. His legs kicked once, and he met the king of hell on the spot. The whole thing took only 3 or 4 seconds. One dead. The deputy reacted first, drawing his pistol and firing 3 shots into the shadow. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets shredded leaves, blew splinters from wood, and also struck the python's body. A deep hiss roared from the shadow. The python was hurt, but even more enraged. Its thick tail swept sideways and smashed directly into the 2 nearest white men. Both flew 3 or 4 meters. One hit a tree trunk, spine shattered, and slid down limp. The other rolled into the bushes and made no sound again. Spread out. Spread out. Michael drew his pistol and backed away while aiming. But Kudri was blocking his line of fire. Kudri, get the hell out of my way. Kudri wasn't thinking about fire lines anymore. He threw away his machete and scrambled up the nearby slope on all 4s. Only one word remained in his head: run. Kudri, you dare run? Michael shouted. From the right came another scream. The python had seized one man by the waist and tore off half his body in one bite, blood exploding everywhere, entrails flying. Dead. In little more than 10 seconds, 4 of the 8 were gone, and Kudri had fled. Only Michael and his deputy remained. Another small white man didn't even need the python to touch him. His legs went soft, and he collapsed on the spot, vomiting green fluid, scared out of his wits. He was as good as dead already. Knowing there was no escape now, the deputy lost all reason. Shouting wildly, he fired 3 more shots. But he was too panicked. All 3 missed. After the shots failed, instead of retreating, he charged forward like a mad dog. The python gave him no chance. Its tail swept again, fast as lightning. He had barely run 2 steps before it wrapped around his waist. Crack. His 6-foot body folded down to 3, blood pouring from his mouth, eyes rolling white. Dead. Bang, bang, bang. Michael really did count as a man. All his subordinates were dead, yet he still didn't run, aiming at the python's head and firing again and again. But for all its size, the python was astonishingly agile. Michael emptied all 6 rounds. 2 grazed past the side of its skull, carving bloody grooves behind its ear scales. 3 missed completely. The last was a good shot. It destroyed the python's left eye outright. The eyeball, larger than a ping-pong ball, flew out in a spray of red and white. The python was in agonizing pain, but it still didn't go down, roaring madly. Damn it! At that instant, Michael came back to his senses, losing all his professional soldier's composure. His combat boots slipped on the slick forest floor, and he turned and ran in a stumbling panic. The python had lost one eye and was still bellowing in pain, so it didn't immediately chase him, which let him get dozens of meters away. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Michael ran wildly, hearing the python's cries growing fainter behind him, thinking he might actually survive this. Ahead was a gully. Once across it, there would be forest and giant rocks everywhere. Even if he couldn't fully escape, he could at least hide. But suddenly the ground under his feet gave way. Boom. His whole body dropped into a deep pit covered with dead leaves. Sharp wooden stakes jutted up from the bottom. One pierced straight through his thigh. Another drove directly under his shoulder blade. Oh! His scream rang through the jungle. Michael had guessed right. He escaped the python's pursuit. A beast is still just a beast. It has no instinct to finish the job cleanly. The giant python had taken 4 bullets and lost an eye. After a bout of agonized roaring, when it no longer found any living target, it silently slithered away. Either it found a place to recover, or it died somewhere on the way. But Michael escaped the python's death sentence only to walk into my ambush. Shalana and I were crouched in the canopy of a large tree 20 meters away, quietly watching the entire slaughter of Michael's squad through gaps in the leaves. From my angle, I could clearly see the trap. That was something I had spent 3 hours digging last night, just waiting for these beasts to enjoy it. Michael was struggling in the pit, trying to climb out, but his shoulder blade and thigh had both been pinned through by bamboo stakes. Every movement made him howl in excruciating pain. I didn't hurry down. I kept watching. Over by the python, everything had gone still. The big snake's done with its job. Now it's our turn. I glanced at Shalana beside me, a smile rising at the corner of my mouth. Shalana leaned over and kissed my cheek. The show you arranged was very entertaining. No rush. The show isn't over. You can keep acting. The 2 of us slid silently down from the treetop, strolling as casually as if we were out for a walk, and stopped at the edge of the pit. In my hand, I was holding a little gray rabbit. Very cute. Michael lay in the trap, with one shoulder and one leg ruined. Forget this deadly, deserted island. Even on the mainland, somewhere slightly remote, he would still be doomed. And yet he saw people. Two of them. And one was even a blonde beauty, standing right at the edge of the trap. Save me, save me, pull me up. Hurry, pull me up. Of course he knew the man in front of him was the special forces guy Kudri had talked about. He probably guessed the trap was dug by me too, and he definitely knew his begging was unlikely to work. But this was his last chance. Pull you up. I repeated. Yes, yes, yes. Pull me up. Michael nodded frantically. I was wrong. I wronged you. But Kudri, that liar, tricked me too. I'm a victim too. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I chuckled. Whether I forgive you or not is one thing. First tell me, what benefit is there in saving you? Benefit? Michael froze, then understood. I have a camp in the northwest of the island. There are lots of supplies hidden there. Save me, and they're all yours. Why should I believe you? Even if there are supplies in the camp, you're in this state. Would whoever's guarding them still listen to you? There's no one left at my camp. There were only 8 of us in total, and except for Kudri, they're all dead. Please save me, please. Save you. Before I could speak, Shalana spat directly at him. Keep dreaming. I laughed. I wanted to toy with him a little longer, but you beat me to the truth. The two of us looked at each other, then at Michael in the trap, and burst out laughing. I casually tossed the little gray rabbit into the pit and turned to leave. Behind us came Michael's heart-rending screams. Ah, don't go. Come back. Come back. Ah, neither Shalana nor I looked back. We returned to the place where the python had slaughtered Michael's squad and quickly cleaned the battlefield, collecting the spoils. 2 black pistols with no bullets left, 1 pack of compressed biscuits, for water canteens, 3 machetes, 1 multi-purpose military knife, 3 lighters, a coil of rope, 1 sharpened steel pipe, and some miscellaneous odds and ends. The most surprising find was in an abandoned backpack, half a bag of salt, sealed in plastic, around 200 grams. Salt. Holding that bag, my eyes lit up. With salt, not only will food taste better, we can also preserve food long-term. Shalana rolled her eyes at me. We don't even have enough to eat right now. What food are we preserving? I smiled meaningfully. How do we not? That snake is huge. Think you can finish it all? Shalana froze. You want to deal with that snake? I nodded seriously. That snake can't be left alive. It's too close to us. Either it dies, or we do. But you saw it just now. It killed 7 people like it was nothing. As we talked, we packed up the spoils and made it back to the cave smoothly. Lin Wanqing and Song Luzi were already waiting at the cave entrance. Seeing Shalana and me return loaded down with loot, they ran over laughing, pulling at us and asking question after question. Shalana and I told them the whole story of the giant python slaughtering Michael's squad. They were horrified and thrilled at the same time, clapping and laughing. The only regret was that Kudri had gotten away again. After lunch, I stood alone at the cave entrance, staring toward the snake forest and thought, you really want to kill that snake? Lin Wanqing came over and asked. Shalana had already told her what I was thinking. I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I turned and picked up the pistol. It was badly wounded today. One eye is ruined, and it took at least 4 bullets. This is when it's at its weakest. Weakest? Shalana came over too. That thing ripped apart 7 people in under a minute. 5 of them didn't even have time to resist, and 1 was scared to death. Even if it only has 10% of its fighting strength left, we're still no match for it. I set the pistol down. As long as it's alive, we'll never be safe. Right now is the best chance. At that, even Shalana had nothing to say for a moment. Song Luzi came over and tugged my shirt. Lee San, if you decide to go, I support you. But I'm going with you too. I don't want to wade in the cave anymore. Shalana let out a long breath. We should think more. Not enough weapons, not enough strength. Michael's squad was much stronger than us, and even they. So first we arm ourselves better. I cut in. First we go take whatever Michael hid. There may be weapons there. Shalana raised a brow. You believe what he said? He was at death's door and hoping we'd save him. It probably wasn't a lie. Lin Wanqing added. Even if there are supplies at the camp, what about Kudri? Wouldn't he go there too? I nodded. Which is why we have to move fast. When do we leave? Now. Immediately. I tucked the pistol into my waistband and tightened my grip on my dagger. The sun hasn't passed noon yet. We can get there before dark and decide then whether to stay overnight. I'm going with you, Shalana said. I'm going too. I'm going. Lin Wanqing and Song Luzi both stepped forward at once. I looked at them. We don't know what's there. It could be an empty camp, or there could be someone guarding it. You and Song Luzi stay. We're not staying. Lin Wanqing cut me off. This morning you told us to stay behind, and we agreed, but now we have weapons too. Today I'm not listening. She picked up 2 machetes, handed one to Song Luzi, and weighed the other in her hand. We can't always let you protect us. It's time we got some practice too. I looked at the machete in her hand and thought for 5 seconds. Fine. We all go. Soon everything was ready. For people and one dog. 2 guns, 3 machetes, 1 sharpened steel pipe, a canteen of fresh water, a few compressed biscuits, all heading northwest toward the camp Michael mentioned before he died. After walking about an hour and a half, we found Michael's camp, a hollow in the mountainside, marked by a forked tree struck by lightning, exactly the sign Michael had described. Be careful. I slowed down, moving along the edge of the hollow, with the 3 women following behind me, cautious and quiet. The hollow was deeper than I expected. The farther in we went, the higher the walls on either side rose, and the dimmer the light became. After about 30 meters, we reached the end, where a cliff face covered in vines and dead branches appeared. At first glance, it looked no different from the surrounding rock, but I quickly noticed one detail. A fist-sized stone at the base of the wall that was lighter in color than the rest and much smoother on the surface. I tapped it twice with the back of my knife. Hollow. I pulled outward. The stone moved. A harder tug, and a large woven panel disguised as part of the rock wall opened by about a foot. Pretty well hidden. I pulled the woven panel fully aside. Inside was a man-high cave, deeper and narrower than our current one, like a corridor running straight into the mountain. On both sides of the passage hung a few oil lamps made from coconut shells, with wicks soaked in grease. I flicked on a lighter and lit the nearest one. Orange firelight rose, illuminating a short section of the corridor. I stepped inside and my foot hit something. Looking down, I saw a roll of waterproof canvas wrapped around some hard, blocky objects. I crouched and untied a corner. Compressed biscuits, 20 full packs. That was food. So much of it. On this island. Once water was solved, this was the most precious thing there was. Further in, several bags made from old clothes held a pile of canned food, matches, medical supplies, even a small bottle of iodine and a box of penicillin. All excellent stuff. Song Lucy poked her head in from behind. Any guns? Any bullets? Need weapons to fight giant python. I didn't answer. My eyes had landed on a black military canvas bag at the very end of the passage. The strap was buckled tight, and a little lock hung from the zipper. Shalana squeezed in behind me. That bag is military. I used my dagger to pry open the spring latch, pulled the zipper, and froze. Inside, lying neatly arranged, was a matte black pistol, 3 fully loaded magazines beside it, a yellowed waterproof map, and a palm-sized device. I picked up the gun and turned it half a circle in my palm. On the base was a line of words. U.S. Army 107th. I looked at Shalana. Her brows drew tight. U.S. Army? How is that possible? The corridor fell silent. I said nothing, put the pistol back into the bag, then unfolded the map on the ground. The map marked the entire island. In all 4 corners were precise latitude and longitude coordinates. In the center of the island was a red circle, and beside it, in crooked English, was a line. Don't dig. Don't stay. Leave. Don't dig. Don't stay. Leave. There were more supplies than I expected, but being tied to the U.S. military was not good news. I crouched at the cave entrance and counted everything one last time. 20 packs of compressed biscuits, 12 cans of meat, 3 bags of dehydrated vegetables, 1 box of matches, 2 bottles of iodine, 1 small box of penicillin, a roll of bandages, 3 sleeping bags, 200 grams of salt, and that U.S. Army pistol with 3 full magazines. Lin Wanqing crouched beside me, turning the box of penicillin over in her hands. This thing is the real lifesaver. More valuable than gold. Gold. Shalana snorted. Gold is garbage on this island, which is why we're taking all of it. I packed while speaking, and all of us were smiling so hard we could barely stop. This trip was absolutely worth it. Song Lucy sat on the dry grass, chin propped in her hands, looking around. The cave walls were dry, the space was roomy, and the narrow passage meant any beast wanting to enter would have to come one by one. She rolled half a turn in the grass like a cat reluctant to leave a cozy nest. Actually, this place is very good. Hidden, safe, and no python. As soon as she said it, the air went quiet for a few seconds. I looked at her, then at Lin Wanqing and Shalana. The same sentence was hidden in all 3 women's eyes. She's right. And she was right. This camp sat deep in the hollow, with an entrance disguised perfectly. Michael had poured who knew how much effort into building this den, and now it was practically being handed to us. Compared with that, our current cave home had water and fire, sure, but it was too crude. 1 wooden barrier wouldn't stop a real threat. Too bad it's tied to the U.S. military. We can't stay here. I sighed. Lin Wanqing shrugged bitterly. And Kudri knows this place too. Who knows what kind of people he might bring back here? The four of us looked at one another with obvious regret. In the end, we still had to go back to our own cave. Packing the supplies was easy enough. The canvas sacks and wrappers were already good for carrying. I divided the compressed biscuits, canned food, and medicine evenly into 3 bags, then tied the remaining odds and ends together with rope. Song Luzi hoisted the smallest bag onto her shoulder and staggered. So heavy. You should work on your arm strength sometime instead of always thinking about hugging certain people. Lin Wanqing took the bag from her, weighed it, then handed it back. It's not heavy. Carry it yourself. Song Luzi slung it over her shoulder and muttered with a pout. No one hugs him more than you do. Every night once, and we're not allowed. Ahem, ahem, ahem. I coughed 3 times and pretended not to hear, continuing to pack. Soon the 4 of us each had 1 bag. Big Yellow carried the roll of waterproof canvas in his mouth at the back, tail swishing. The return trip was quiet. We were happy with the heavy supplies on our shoulders, but too tired to talk. Then Big Yellow suddenly stopped. His ears stood straight up, his entire tail tucked between his legs, and a very low, heavy whine came from his throat. My shoulders tensed. I set my bag down and raised a hand. The 3 women stopped instantly and put their bags down too. Keep quiet. I lowered my voice and listened for 3 seconds. Then I heard it. Human voices. Men's voices, rough and laughing and cursing, at least 3 or 4 of them. The sound drifted from the direction of the hollow's entrance, getting closer. Move. I grabbed my bag and quickly headed for a pile of waist-high rocks behind the forked tree. The 3 women followed, far more efficiently than before. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them and Big Yellow were hidden among the rocks. I parted a crack between the stones and looked out. At the hollow entrance, several figures emerged from the bushes. 4 white men, all different shapes and sizes, armed with clubs and machetes. I recognized one of them. The man in front was one of the 3 who had been driven off the beach by Michael. The other 2 from that day were behind him. The 4th was a head taller than all of them and carried a sharpened steel pipe. This is the place. The leader pointed toward the forked tree, his voice full of barely contained excitement. I saw with my own eyes that Michael's camp was in this hollow. His whole team went into the forest, so the nest is empty. The tall man grinned, showing half a mouth of yellow teeth. Michael's always bullied us. Today we rob his house. The 4 men laughed and cursed their way forward, about to pass right in front of our hiding place. Then I jolted. There was another black man behind them, escorting 2 women. The 2 women were bound on either side with coarse hemp rope. One had an Asian face, long hair hanging in disarray, her features hard to make out, clothes covered in mud. The other was a black woman, also long-haired, with delicate features and a curvy figure, even fuller busted than Lin Wanqing. Ha, boss, huge haul this time. Not only raiding Michael's den, but picking up 2 beauties too, the guide said to the tall man. The tall man grunted. You've got a good head on you. Pretending to leave the shore while secretly keeping an eye on Michael. Well done, boss. The guide slowed to draw near. Can I get a reward? Reward? Sure. Out of those 2 women, one is yours. Thank you, boss. Ha ha. Ha ha. Then behind me came the faintest intake of breath. Lin Wanqing had leaned half her head past my shoulder and had seen the 2 bound women too. Her hand tightened on my sleeve. I turned and looked at her. She looked back. Then both of us exchanged glances with Song Luzi and Shalana. One word passed between the 4 pairs of eyes. Save them. On my right, Shalana pushed the slide on the captured U.S. Army pistol and whispered, You say shoot. I shoot. The 5 men had reached the forked tree. The guide crouched to part the vines on the cliff face and groped over the stone surface, muttering, Camouflage panel. Where was the camouflage panel? I clearly saw me. Woof. One bark came from behind the rocks. All 5 men froze. The guide spun around. What was that? Woof, 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 woof. Big Yellow burst out from behind the rocks and barked furiously at the 5 men, claws flinging sand. But he didn't attack. He just jumped in place and barked. Damn it. The tall man raised his steel pipe. Bang. A single shot hit his hand directly. He screamed, and the steel pipe clanged to the ground. Nobody move. Shalana rose from behind the rocks, both arms straight, gun aimed at the 4 men. She stood higher than them, with the sun blazing behind her in a ring of gold, her blonde hair whipping in the wind. She looked like a warrior goddess descending out of nowhere. A gun. They have a gun. Exactly. I walked out with a smile. We have a gun. So you lot, drop your weapons and surrender with your hands up. The tall man's face went green. His bloody hand went above his head, and he couldn't stop groaning. The other four hurriedly threw down their machetes and raised their hands obediently. Higher, Shalana shouted in English, then looked at the tall man. Don't scream again. Scream one more time, and I'll blow apart your other hand. The tall man immediately clenched his teeth. Veins bulged on his forehead, blood still running down, but he really did stop making a sound. Go over there. Squat down. One line. I pointed with my chin toward the base of the forked tree. 3 white men and 1 black man obeyed and went over to squat in a row. The tall one shuffled over last, leaving drops of blood along the way. Lin Wanqing and Song Luzi had already rushed to the 2 bound women and were cutting through the hemp rope with daggers while asking, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" The woman on the right, the Asian one, lifted her head. She had a palm-sized face, skin so pale it seemed almost translucent, monolids, and slightly upturned eyes. Even with her hair disheveled and mud on her face, her delicate looks were impossible to hide. Lin Wanqing froze. That face, where had she seen it before? Bei Suyin. Behind her, Song Luzi cried out, mixing Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. Bei Suyin Uni, you pretty. The Asian woman pressed her cracked lips together, then forced out a weak smile. It's me. Hello. I'm Bei Suyin, a girl group member. The visual center of a top Korean girl group. A woman who once stood under spotlights was now kneeling in the mud of a deserted island. I didn't follow idols, but I knew a Korean girl group had boarded the cruise ship. Apparently, only one was left. Song Luzi had already thrown herself over, undoing the rope while asking in clumsy Korean whether she was hurt, where it hurt, whether she was hungry, her face full of worry. Bei Suyin shook her head, took the water canteen, and gulped twice before breaking into coughs. The black woman beside her drank a few mouthfuls too and drew a deep breath. My name is Annie. I'm Brazilian, a passenger from the cruise. I was with my boyfriend, but I didn't ask further. These things were always the same. Ask too much and all you do is stir up grief. I turned to the 5 men squatting in a row. The guide looked up, forcing a smile even uglier than crying. Brother, we were wrong. You're strong. You've got a gun. We admit defeat. Let us go, and we swear we'll never. Shut up, I said. The guide shut his mouth. I'm not going to kill you. But you answer one question first. Do you know Kudri? Where is he now? The guide smiled bitterly. That one-eyed bastard was following Michael. I don't know where he is. Fine. I put the gun away. You can go. But the tall white man squatting on the ground suddenly sprang up, viciously shoving the black man toward me while lunging at Shalana, who was closest to him. His shot right hand hung limp, but the fingers of his good left hand were spread wide, reaching straight for the wrist, holding her gun as he hoarsely screamed, "Bitch, die." Bang! I shot the black man dead. Shalana's pupils contracted sharply. She had no time to retreat, and she didn't need to. She reacted faster than the tall man. Bang! A dull shot rang out. The tall man froze mid-lunge. He opened his mouth, disbelief all over his face, looked down at the bloody hole in his chest, then looked back up at Shalana. I smiled contemptuously. What are you looking at? She's a mafia princess. She's no worse than you. As if suddenly enlightened, the tall man closed his mouth, toppled stiffly to the ground, twitched twice, and stopped moving. The air froze for an instant. The white man who had led them there hugged his head and threw himself to the ground, shouting, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" The other 2 white men knelt there trembling like sieves. A wisp of smoke curled from Shalana's gun barrel. She swept them with a disdainful look and spat out 2 words through gritted teeth. Move. Now. Then suddenly, wish. A feathered arrow shot in like a meteor, aimed straight at my face. I felt the rush of air and twisted aside instantly. I stopped cold. A black shaft, an obsidian arrowhead, buried in the sand behind me. The feathers at the tail were still quivering slightly. If not for my special forces instincts, that arrow would have gone through my head. Don't move. Nobody move. Kudri's voice came from behind the bushes to the right of the forked tree. He stepped out from behind them. One eye, a smile at the corner of his mouth, unable to hide his smug satisfaction. Kudri. Shalana's gun swung toward him in a flash, aimed at his chest, her finger already on the trigger. Shoot. Kudri spread his hands and chuckled. Kill me, and all of you become pincushions. The bushes moved. First row, second row, third row, gray-brown, copper-red, and dark skin emerged in streams from behind the leaves. Men and women, old and young, their faces painted with dark red totemic patterns, animal hides and grass skirts around their waists, bows, crossbows, and spears in their hands. 1, 10, 30, 80, 100, 100 islanders. At the front stood a tall islander man. In his 50s, broad and powerful, bare-chested, his bronze skin crisscrossed with dozens of scars of varying depth, a complete leopard skin tied around his waist. At his left stood a girl, 17 or 18, long hair loose, pinned casually with a bone hairpin. Slender, honey-colored skin, soft features, wearing a short hide robe. On her exposed left shoulder was a dark red tattoo shaped like a bird with spread wings swallowing fire. She held a bow, her expression cold, her presence no weaker than the tall man beside her. She looked at me and smiled faintly. You moved fast. You dodged my arrow. My heart lifted. So, there was room to talk. But the islander girl drew her bow again. Try once more. Amaya drew a second time. The arrowhead pointed at the center of my brow, her breathing steadier than before, the curve of her fingers on the string flawless. I stood where I was, neither dodging nor shifting. Anyone with eyes could see this wild girl was the chieftain's precious daughter. A girl like this would be spoiled beyond measure. Whatever she wanted, people indulged. Wish. The arrow tore through the air, faster and more vicious than the first. I tilted my head. The point grazed my earlobe, cut away 3 loose hairs, and buried itself in a palm trunk behind me. The shaft hummed with vibration. Amaya's face flushed red instantly. She had failed again. She hurled the bow to the ground, stormed up to me in a few strides, raised her honey-colored hand high, fingers spread, and with a rush of forest air swung hard at my left cheek. I didn't dodge. That slap, I decided to take. I knew this sort of proud girl. Beat her once and she respects you. Beat her twice and she hates you. Better to let her vent with one slap, and maybe we'd have a better chance to survive after that. But the hand never landed. A pale hand reached out from the side and firmly caught her wrist. Lin Wanqing stood half a step to my side, chin slightly raised. What? Can't handle losing. Amaya froze. She tried to yank her hand back, but Lin Wanqing held tight. The two ended up in an awkward tugging match. Let go, the islander girl shouted in stiff Chinese. I said let go. Lin Wanqing released her, but kept looking at her without the slightest sign of backing down. Amaya pressed her lips into a line, chest heaving hard. Her eyes fell on my face again, and she started to raise her hand once more. Amaya, enough. The islander chief spoke, his voice not loud, but full of authority. Chief Zulu. Kudri leaned over fawningly and pointed at me. That man is too dangerous. Just kill him. Zulu didn't even look at him. He barked again. Amaya, enough. Amaya slowly lowered her raised hand, stepped back twice, shot me a vicious glare, and returned to her father's side. She picked up her bow and stood with her back to everyone, kicking at the dirt hard. The islander chief waved his hand. 4 strong islander men with dark red totems on their skin stepped out of the group, each holding thick vine rope. Shalana's fingers moved toward the pistol at her waist. Dozens of bows were drawn full at once, a dense thicket of obsidian arrowheads aimed at her. Shalana froze. She looked around, then looked at me. Her eyes asked, "Can we still fight?" I looked back at her and slowly shook my head. Shalana bit down on her back teeth and let the pistol fall with a smack into the mud at her feet. The bows did not lower immediately. Only after the chief gave a slight nod did they slowly angle down. 2 islanders came forward and wrapped vine rope around my wrists, tying a complicated knot. Then Lin Wanqing, Song Luzi, Shalana, and the newly rescued Bei Suyin and Annie were bound as well. Even Big Yellow was no exception, though he was only a dog and didn't need tying. He drooped his ears, tucked his tail, and surrendered on his own. When Song Luzi's hands were bound, tears finally slid down her face. She bit her lip without making a sound and turned her head to look for me. Across 3 or 4 islanders, she saw me nod once at her, my mouth forming the words, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." The tears stopped. Her expression calmed. More islanders came and picked up all the supplies, then handed the 2 guns to Zulu. Kudri bent and scraped before Zulu. "Great chief, I didn't lie to you, did I? So many supplies here. Can you reward me with one of the guns?" Zulu said nothing, only gave him a cold glance. Kudri's heart visibly shrank. He lowered his neck and retreated. The 3 white men were tied too and made to follow behind. The one who had led them in was still begging, until an escorting islander jabbed him with a spear shaft and shut him up. The group began moving, over 100 people slowly passing through the brush. Amaya walked at the very front. Every 7 or 8 steps, she tilted her head slightly and flicked a glance at me from the corner of her eye, then snapped it away again, like a resentful little wild beast. I was near the rear of the group. My gaze was not on Amaya. I was watching the road, the surroundings, the islander chief, Kudri, every fully armed islander. I was searching for any chance, any method, to escape. The soil underfoot gradually changed from soft to firm. The humidity in the air dropped. The smell of sea wind faded. I caught it immediately. They were heading toward the island's center. Their camp was in the center. After about 10 minutes, Lin Wanqing edged back toward me and asked in a low voice, "Do you have a plan?" Plans never beat change. We adapt. And the three of you, don't get separated. Watch my face and movements at all times. After another stretch, Lin Wanqing took a deep breath. Haixing, I'm actually pretty satisfied. Most people died the day of the shipwreck. But I not only survived, I found the person I truly love. I'm satisfied. Wanqing, I'm not satisfied. I want to spend my whole life with you. I want us to live together to 100. Haisheng, Lin Wanqing's throat caught. No words came out, but tears slid down. And just then, the footsteps of the islanders around us slowed. The first dozen or so in front even stopped. The islander chief raised his fist. His voice was low. Grey Wolf Valley. Keep moving. Everyone be careful. I turned my head slightly and said quietly to the three women behind me, "Something's wrong. Be careful." Sure enough, Amaya raised her bow again, head tilted, listening intently. Then I saw it. A gray shadow flashed across the front of the group, less than 5 meters away, fast as lightning. Its outline blurred into nothing but a gray streak, but its size, well over 100 pounds, was unmistakable. The islander chief's brow twitched. "Grey Wolf, everyone be careful." Before he finished, the bushes shook violently again. Amaya raised her bow higher. Sure enough, more gray wolves shot out. A second, a third, a fourth. 4 wolves darted across from the side in front of the group, less than 10 meters away, the same speed, the same direction, flashing past like lasers. Amaya never loosed an arrow. The wolves were too fast. Impossible to aim. And these wolves did nothing but burst out and keep running. They didn't even look at this group of over 100 people. Song Luzi's voice shook. "Li San, those wolves are so fast. So big. Will they eat us?" "No need to worry." I frowned slightly. These islanders are cautious, but they don't seem truly worried about the wolves. That was true. Over 100 islanders, and only a dozen or so wolves. They were not stupid. Also, I noticed these wolves were twice the size of normal mainland gray wolves, with speed more than 10 times greater. They should be stronger and more vicious too. And yet their paws flew, ears flattened tight to their heads, tails nearly tucked between their hind legs. That wasn't patrolling. That wasn't hunting. That was running for their lives. One wolf after another flashed by, gray-brown fur flickering between the bushes like meteors. Amaya's brows knotted together. She stood at the front, drawing her bow 3 times and lowering it 3 times. Those wolves were simply too fast to hit. At last, when the final wolf streaked past her, she gritted her teeth, drew the string full, and loosed. The arrow buried itself in the wolf's right rear flank. The wolf let out a short cry, but without even looking back, kept sprinting through the leaves, her legs churning without missing a beat, vanishing in a blink into the deeper woods. Pride rose on Amaya's face. She turned her head and lifted her chin toward Zulu. "Father," I drove the wolf away. Zulu did not answer. His face had gone rigid, staring at the direction where the wolves had vanished. "No, no." Suddenly, as if he understood something, he roared, "Run. Everyone run. Blood rabbits. The blood rabbit swarm is coming." Before the words even finished, the ground began to shake. Boom, 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 boom. Not thunder, not an earthquake. The sound was denser, duller, like 10,000 drums beating up from beneath the earth. It came together from all directions, closer and closer, louder and louder, until the soil itself trembled underfoot. The islander formation exploded. Crying, shouting, screaming all went up at once. Bows, spears, vine ropes hit the ground. More than 100 people scattered like an anthill smashed with a stick, charging blindly in all directions. Some ran 2 steps and tripped over others, then scrambled up and ran again. Several were knocked down and trampled by those behind them, coughing blood on the spot. I jerked both hands outward. The loops of rope around me had actually already been cut through by 70% with my dagger. Only a thin skin remained around my wrist for show. I spun in place, tore off the remaining rope, rushed 3 steps to Lin Wanqing, and lightly flicked the blade. Her rope snapped apart, then Song Luzi, then Shalana. Then I glanced at poor Bei Xian and Annie and cut theirs too. The 5 women stood there staring at the chaos, dumbstruck. "What do we do? What blood rabbits? Why are they this scared?" Lin Wanqing asked. I remembered the rabbit that had bitten through a man's palm, and a chill ran through me. "Climb the tree. Now," I shouted, pointing at the huge banyan nearby. I grabbed Song Lucy by the waist and hoisted her upward. Her feet left the ground, and on instinct she latched onto the lowest branch and hauled herself up. Lin Wanqing and Shalana already knew how serious I was. When I said something, they did it. Lin Wanqing used the knots on the trunk and scrambled onto a side branch in a couple of moves. Shalana was even quicker, grabbing a hanging vine, swinging, and landing seated on a horizontal limb. Bei Suyin and Annie climbed the banyan too. Bei Suyin's legs were shaking the whole time. She had no idea what blood rabbits were, only that she was terrified, absolutely terrified. Last of all, I barked at Big Yellow, "Hide in the bushes." Then I climbed onto a side branch myself, crouched on one knee, looked down, and my pupils shrank sharply. A rabbit swarm. In the distance, countless blood rabbits were coming. Each one was as big as a grown local dog. 10 pounds. 15? Some even larger. In that instant I understood. The one I saw in the snake forest had only been a juvenile form. Each blood rabbit bared sharp yellow incisors and blood-red eyes as they surged out like a tide, sweeping forward with wave-like speed. Oh! A scream exploded not far away. The slaughter began. One islander was knocked down. A rabbit was already on his back, mouth split in 3 parts and clamped around the back of his neck. He tried twice to shake it off and couldn't. Then the second, third, and fourth rabbits surged onto him. In an instant, he disappeared beneath the tide of blood rabbits. The 2 hands still struggling outside lasted only 2 seconds before sinking under. Then a second islander went down. A third. A fourth. Oh! A familiar scream rang out below the tree. It was the 3 captured white men, each with 4 or 5 rabbits tearing at them wildly. The guide even staggered to his feet and tried to run, but after only 2 or 3 steps, 2 rabbits over 10 pounds each dragged him down. The whole process took less than 3 minutes. 3 living men became 3 skeletons. Knowing it would end like this, they'd have been better off drowning in the sea that day. Then I saw the gun, 2 steps below my branch in the mud, with 3 full magazines beside it. If I could get the gun, that was at least one more layer of security. I hesitated for 5 seconds, then gritted my teeth and let go of the branch, dropped down, rolled tactically in the mud on landing, snatched up the gun in my right hand, and the magazines as well. 3 meters away, 1 blood rabbit came bounding at me. At 1 meter, it launched itself into the air. Bang! I fired in time. The rabbit's head burst apart, and it dropped dead on the spot. But the second one came immediately. The third had already jumped too. Bang! 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 3 quick shots, and the danger around me was finally cleared. But the gunshots had attracted more blood rabbits. They came dense from every direction. Climb the tree. Li Haixing, are you trying to die? Get up the tree. Lin Wanqing screamed from above, jumping in panic, and Song Lucy was crying outright. Li San. Li San. I stopped hesitating. 1 kip up, and I turned to climb, when suddenly a woman screamed. Get off. It was Amaya. She was 7 or 8 meters from me, back pressed against a clump of bushes. Her ankle had twisted. Her bow had fallen into muddy water 3 steps away. 3 rabbits were on her, and 1 had bitten into her left calf, blood pouring instantly. She screamed and kicked that one off, but 2 more rabbits, each over 10 pounds, had already pounced. She flailed and slapped desperately, but the rabbits were too big and their bites too savage. Her movements became more scattered, her strength weaker and weaker. She was no match. 1 rabbit climbed up her arm and was about to bite her throat. Bang! A shot cracked. The rabbit flew off, white brain matter splashing everywhere. Her throat was safe for the moment, but another rabbit paid no attention, still tearing at her shoulder, its gray head jerking exactly like a jackal's. Another bang, and the gray-brown body flipped over and dropped dead into the mud. All the rabbits on Amaya were dead. She still hadn't fully come back to herself when another large blood rabbit almost at arm's reach sprang in from the air, jaws already open, teeth touching her collarbone. I had no time to shoot. My left hand shot out, seized the thick hide at the back of its neck, and yanked sideways hard while my right hand smashed the gun, but into its skull 3 times in a row. The rabbit convulsed violently, its legs curling in, and went still. Up! Get up! I shouted, stooping to grab Amaya by the arm and tuck her under my armpit before turning and charging toward the banyan. Behind me was a dense chorus of rustling. I flicked my head to glance back. More than 10 blood rabbits were charging at us. With Amaya tucked against me, I ran forward, stumbling through mud and water. The rabbits behind had already closed to within 5 meters, and the clacking of their teeth made my scalp crawl. Faster! Faster! 1 or 2 more steps, and I'd have time to climb. The great banyan's buttress roots were right in front of me, and the lowest horizontal branch was only about 2.5 meters off the ground. I could reach it with one hand. Then I saw them. In front of the tree roots, 5 gray-brown shapes burst out of the bushes at the same time. 5 blood rabbits lined up side by side, incisors bared, red eyes wide. The largest had shoulders nearly to my knee and was crouched to spring. Blocked in front, pursuers behind. Damn it. Dead end. I hesitated for 0.3 seconds. My right hand shoved Amaya sideways, so her back hit the trunk of a small tree, and my left raised the gun. Bang. Bang. 2 shots. 2 rabbits leaping through the air had their skulls blown open, their bodies spinning half a turn before crashing into the mud. But the remaining 3 were already on me. One clamped onto the fabric over my left calf, its incisors punching through cloth into flesh. Another jumped and smashed into my gun wrist, sending the now empty pistol flying from my hand into the mud. The third blood rabbit kicked off my thigh and rose to chest height, its 3-parted mouth less than half a foot from my throat. It's over. That thought flashed through my head. At most 10 seconds before the rest of the rabbit swarm hit us. 10 seconds, and I'd be like those islanders, a pile of white bones. Then came a sudden thud. A yellow shape flew in and slammed the rabbit off my chest, saving my life. It was big yellow. Then bang, bang, bang. 3 shots in rapid succession. The one biting my calf, the one about to spring, and the one big yellow had knocked away. All 3 rabbits were killed. 3 rabbits. 3 bullets. Every shot hit a vital point. I whipped my head around. Shalana was standing less than 5 meters to my right, both hands gripping a black pistol, smoke still curling from the barrel. At some point she had jumped down from the tree too and picked up another gun. A strand of golden hair was caught between her teeth, and her face was splattered with mud and rabbit blood. "Get up the tree now," she shouted. Then she swung the muzzle toward the rabbit swarm behind me and fired 3 more shots. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 rabbits in front immediately tumbled over. I grabbed Amaya under my arm again, charged 2 steps, seized a banyan branch with my left hand, and hauled myself up with all my strength. Up. Straddling the branch, I bent down and reached. Shalana jammed the gun into her waistband, jumped, grabbed my wrist, and with perfect timing between the 2 of us, one pull and one push, she got up too. Only Amaya was left. I leaned down from the branch and grabbed the arm she reached up with, trying to pull her up. But Amaya's right calf had nearly been bitten through by the blood rabbits. Blood ran down the back of her leg. Her foot had no strength to push against the trunk. She hung beneath the branch, fingers digging into my wrist, unable to climb. "Use your strength," I shouted through clenched teeth. I can't," Amaya cried and screamed. No choice. I jumped down again, bent low, and shoved my shoulder under her backside, lifting her whole body up. "Behind you! Behind you!" Song Luzi screamed from a higher side branch, her face white with terror. Behind Amaya and me, 5 or 6 blood rabbits had already reached the roots of the banyan. The nearest one leaped straight onto my back, hitting me so hard I stumbled, and Amaya slid off my shoulder and fell. Now climbing the tree was impossible. The only option was to fight for our lives. I spun around and flung the rabbit off my back, then pulled the dagger from my waist and gutted the blood rabbit lunging at me from the front. 2 more were at my feet. I bent down and drove the dagger in, 1 stab each. At the same time, Amaya was knocked down by 3 blood rabbits. I wanted to save her, but 2 blood rabbits were coming straight for my face, so I had no choice but to block with my knife. Amaya let out scream after scream beside me. Then came an old, booming roar. "Amaya, your father is here." Zulu. That 50-something islander chief came leaping straight down from a kapok tree like a lion driven fully mad, gripping a pitch-black obsidian spear, charging over. His first thrust pierced clean through the skull of the rabbit clamped onto Amaya's heel, lifting the entire thing and flinging it 3 meters away. His second strike swept sideways, the shaft smashing into another rabbit's waist with a dull cracking sound. As he went to swing the third strike, a blood rabbit leaped up and bit into his arm. He fought it off, then drove the spear through another rabbit that had been lunging at Amaya's back, pinning it into the banyan's buttress root. He was like a raging mountain god, unbelievably fierce. But after killing 3 blood rabbits, 3 more latched onto him, forcing him to whirl his spear desperately just to stay alive. Things were getting worse by the second. It looked like Zulu, his daughter, and I were all trapped. Then 2 figures jumped down from the tree. Lin Wanqing and Shalana, who had just climbed up. Shalana ran out of bullets after firing in quick succession, so she and Lin Wanqing picked up the heavy machetes we had taken from Michael's camp. All of Lin Wanqing's usual gentleness had been thrown to the winds. She had turned into a madwoman. One slash knocked over the rabbit about to bite my ankle. Her second slash cut sideways and forced two more rabbits back 3 steps. I'll hold them off. You pull her up. Lin Wanqing shouted at me. My eyes nearly spat fire. First wife, you're incredible. I stepped over, put strength into both arms, hauled Amaya up in one yank, then shoved her upward. Annie and Bei Suyin on the tree each grabbed an arm and finally pulled her up. Amaya was safe, but the fight wasn't over. There were still more than 10 rabbits below the tree. Zulu, Lin Wanqing, Shalana, and I were surrounded. These beasts had no fear of death at all. They trampled over the bodies of their own kind to leap at us. The 4 of us had no time to climb. We could only fight for our lives. One blood rabbit circled around the side and lunged for Lin Wanqing's lower back. Ah! Came a shriek as Song Luzi slid down from the tree. She might hate how Lin Wanqing always got in the way when she wanted to be intimate with me, but that was still her big sister. Grabbing a hanging vine, she swung herself into the air and let go, landing behind Lin Wanqing with a sharpened steel pipe in her hands. The rabbit attacking Lin Wanqing's lower back charged straight into it. The pipe punched in through its mouth and came out the back of its head. Ah! Song Luzi screamed, nearly dropping the pipe, then quickly clenched it again. Luzi, don't be afraid. Lin Wanqing stood back to back with her. Even if we die, the 4 of us die together. In front of us, another 5 blood rabbits bared their teeth and pounced. Then Bei Suyin and Annie jumped down too. One picked up a short obsidian knife from beside a dead rabbit. The other grabbed a bow dropped by one of the islanders. Annie had a bow, but no arrows, yet she still screamed at the rabbits. Come on! Come on! Fight me! 7 of us formed a half circle on the ground, with the banyan and the pile of rabbit corpses behind us. Only 5 attacking blood rabbits remained. The immediate crisis was over. Big Yellow, get into the bushes and don't come out again. That dog had just saved my life. I couldn't let him die now. All women, get up the tree now. Chief Zulu and I will hold them off. I shouted. That was the most rational approach. The danger was only temporarily eased, and with just 5 rabbits in front of us, the chief and I could handle them. But getting the women back up the tree would take time. Lin Wanqing understood my thinking at once. Song Luzi, all of you climb. Song Luzi always listened to her. For example, when Lin Wanqing said at night that I was tired, no matter what Song Luzi wanted, she accepted that I really was tired. Very quickly, Song Luzi climbed up, and Bei Suyin and Annie climbed up too. During that process, the 5 rabbits came at us one by one. Chief Zulu and I each killed one. I glanced at Lin Wanqing and Shalana beside me and said in a heavy voice, You too. Get up the tree now. By now both of them were wounded, especially Shalana, whose calf had had a huge chunk torn out, blood flowing nonstop. What are you waiting for? Up the tree. I roared as my dagger sank into the skull of the 3rd blood rabbit. Lin Wanqing braced Shalana under the leg and helped her onto a branch. Then, unbelievably, she rushed over, threw her arms around me, planted a loud kiss on my face, then turned, jumped, caught the branch with both hands, and climbed up. It all happened within 1 second. I yelled, This damned wife of mine is crazy, then shouted wildly as I pinned the last blood rabbit to the ground and stabbed it 3 times in a row. Once the 5 rabbits were dead, Chief Zulu and I climbed up too. Once we were in the tree, everyone looked at one another in silence, breathing like bellows. I looked down at the dagger in my hand. The blade was full of chips. It was basically ruined. You're insane, I said to Lin Wanqing. You're the insane one. Lin Wanqing glared back at me, and one tear slid down her cheek. That was so dangerous, and you still ran to save someone. Did you fall for that wild little islander girl? I rolled my eyes. Jealousy should at least wait for the right moment. Your man is special forces. How could I stand there and watch someone get eaten? Lin Wanqing was about to say more when Amaya's sudden crying interrupted her. Holding Zulu, she sobbed. Father, is this punishment from the ancestor spirits? Why did we have to meet the blood rabbits? By now the slaughter was nearly over. The sky-shaking screams had thinned out, but hundreds and thousands of blood rabbits still hadn't left, hopping among heaps of white bones. Amaya lay in Zulu's arms, tears streaming as she whispered names. Grandmama, Uncle Mangia, Brother Black Rhino, Little Brother Savage Tiger, they're all gone. I don't know how long passed. Eventually the rabbit swarm dispersed. I slid down the tree trunk with one hand bracing against it. When my feet hit the ground, my knees buckled slightly. I looked down at my left calf. The pant leg had been torn open, flesh peeled back, but fortunately no tendon had been hit. It wouldn't affect my walking too badly. Zulu came down too, looking as if his soul had been hollowed out. He muttered under his breath and walked toward the scattered skeletons like a zombie. The women one by one slid down from the branches as well. Then Big Yellow came limping out of the bushes. He had survived, but there was a chunk missing from one front leg. Shalana, Song Luzi, and Bei Suyin were more seriously injured. Lin Wanqing and Annie had lighter wounds. During the fight, Song Luzi and Bei Suyin hadn't really felt it, but now the bloody scene had hit them full on. Both of them crouched by the banyan roots and dry-heaved non-stop. Annie, it turned out, was a nurse. She was helping Amaya treat her wounds while giving constant instructions to Shalana, Song Luzi, and Bei Suyin about what to watch out for. Amaya was still crying, shoulders trembling with suppressed sobs. No one spoke. I lifted my head and looked beyond the small clearing before us. The once open area had become something else entirely, a patch of hell. I looked toward Zulu in the distance. His right arm was still bleeding, but he stood straight as an old tree. How many are alive? Zulu called out, his voice calm, almost cold. I turned and counted. Besides the 8 of us around the banyan, people on nearby trees were climbing down too. 2 young islander hunters slid from a side branch of a kapok tree. Farther away, a tall thin figure emerged from behind the trunk of a bent old locust tree, staggering, missing his right arm. Then a 4th, a 5th, a 6th, from treetops in every direction, from behind bushes, even from beneath a large boulder, people began crawling out one after another. I counted carefully. 17, 18, 19. Not counting our group, there were 19 islanders left in total. Before the rabbit tide, the group had had over 100 people. I scanned the whole field and found no sign of Kudri. Either the blood rabbits had eaten him, or he had escaped once again. Zulu said nothing. The muscles in his cheeks tightened hard, and his Adam's apple moved once. Then he turned his back to everyone, faced the ravaged clearing deeper in Grey Wolf Valley, pressed his right fist to his chest, and lowered his head. One by one, the islanders behind him copied the same gesture. The one missing an ear, the lame one, the one with a bloody shoulder, even the one kneeling on the ground unable to stand. Every one of them pressed a right fist to the chest, faced the same direction, and lowered the head. No one cried out. No one wailed. Even the sobbing stopped. I watched that scene. I had seen battlefields. I had seen piles of corpses. But this atmosphere was different. Deeply oppressive, but not exactly oppressive either. Something impossible to describe. Peaceful. I heard a very soft sob behind me. When I turned, it was Song Luzi and Bei Suyin. Lin Wanqing came over without speaking and quietly hooked her little finger around mine. I curled my finger around hers and squeezed. When the ritual ended, Zulu raised his head from silence and walked toward me. Then he pressed his right fist to his chest once more and bent slightly in salute. Amaya came behind him, carried by 2 islanders. She lifted her head to look at me, eyes still red, pressed her lips together, and gave the same salute. You saved Amaya, Zulu straightened and said in Chinese. And you saved her father too. We fought side by side, that's all. I slid my ruined dagger back into its sheath. You saved me too. Your spear is formidable. Zulu smiled bitterly. It will be dark soon. Grey Wolf Valley cannot be stayed in at night. The gray wolves, like the blood rabbits, also eat people. I frowned. Come with us, he said. His tone was polite, but left no room for refusal. Our camp is at the island's center. We can reach it before dark. I turned and looked at Lin Wanqing. She met my eyes and gave a slight nod. There was no way we could make it back to our cave before dark, and the situation no longer allowed us to split up. Shalana, Song Luzi, and Bei Suyin all needed their wounds treated, and even the uninjured were exhausted to their limits. Going to the islander camp had become the only option. Even Big Yellow barked twice, agreeing to go. Then we'll trouble you, I said. So the remaining people gathered together and began moving slowly forward. Zulu walked in front, his back still straight, like a general leading the way. Amaya, however, did not stay with her father. She paused, and when I passed, she said quietly, "When you pushed me up the tree, you touched me there." I froze. The islander camp lay among low hills in the center of the island. Calling it a camp was generous. It was really just a large open area encircled by a fence of heavy logs and vines. Scattered around inside were dozens of semi-dugout huts, their roofs covered with thick palm leaves and animal hides, grass curtains hanging over the entrances. In the middle of the camp stood a giant old banyan tree, its canopy covering the sky, its trunk so thick more than 10 people would be needed to encircle it. When our group followed Zulu through the gate, the 40-odd people left in the camp emerged from the huts. All of them were elders, women, and children. The oldest of the children looked no more than 14 or 15. The youngest were still in their mother's arms. The women had the same dark red totem patterns on their faces and hide skirts around their waists. Their eyes swept over this battered returning group, then began searching for their men. Most of the men did not come back. A young woman holding an infant stood at the front. Her eyes passed over the group twice, and the clay bowl in her hand dropped and shattered on the ground. She did not cry. She simply turned and went back into her hut. The other women were the same. No shouting, no wailing. They only stood silently, then turned back to their huts, or crouched down and continued the tasks in their hands. I watched the scene. Lin Wanqing gently tightened her hand around mine. "They don't even cry," she said softly. Zulu stood under the old banyan, facing the clan's people in the open space, saying nothing. After a long while, he turned to me. "Mr. Lee, rest here in peace. We've prepared the largest hut for you." For the next 2 days, nothing happened. I shared part of the supplies we had brought back with the islanders. Compressed biscuits, canned food, medicine. Not much, but for a tribe that had just lost most of its people, it was encouragement and comfort. Annie was an excellent nurse. She stretched the limited medicine and bandages to the limit, sutured Amaya's leg wound, and rewrapped and redressed Shalana's and Song Luzi's injuries. Several islanders were wounded too, and she treated them just as carefully. Though my leg was injured, I didn't stay idle either. I spent half a day helping the islanders reinforce the camp fence. By the third evening, the atmosphere in the camp had finally loosened somewhat. A few children were chasing a wild chicken through the open ground. Even when adults scolded them, they only laughed harder. Near the fire pit, an old man slowly roasted some kind of root, sizzling with oil. Zulu came over and crouched beside me, stuffing a bite of roasted unknown root into his mouth. "Tonight, bonfire. Singing. Dancing. To welcome you." I froze for a moment. "Chief Zulu, everyone still hasn't really recovered. Precisely because they haven't recovered, they must dance." Zulu stood and dusted off his hands. "We islanders do not mourn with crying. We sing. The dead have gone to the ancestor spirits. The living still have to live. Go tell those girls to come tonight. Amaya will come too." I watched his back disappear between the huts. That man was truly hard. When full darkness fell, 3 bonfires were lit in the center of the camp. Dry pine wood and coconut shells crackled and popped, flames leaping taller than a person and lighting the whole clearing bright. The islanders sat around the fires. A few children started clapping first, then several young women stood and began swaying their shoulders to some rhythm. Small shells hung from their hide skirts, making tiny jingling sounds when they moved, giving it a strong beat. Zulu sat by the highest fire, holding a wine bowl carved from a coconut shell, and beckoned us over. I brought the women over and sat down. I took the bowl Zulu handed me and sipped it. Sour. Yet somehow I still wanted a second sip. Song Luzi leaned over and stole a mouthful, sticking her tongue way out. "So sour. Bad." Then she drank a second sip too. The atmosphere in the center grew livelier and livelier. One old islander stood up and slapped both hands against his chest, producing a deep thudding rhythm, then started singing in a tune none of us understood. Then the others joined in. The melody rose higher and faster, until everyone was clapping and stomping, and the whole clearing felt like a boiling cauldron. "Dance," Zulu pointed. "Sing. Dance." I hurriedly smiled and waved my hands. I truly could not dance. Zulu grinned. "You civilized people can't dance. Useless." Heh. Just then, Baisian stood up. She had drunk several mouthfuls of palm wine and seemed far more relaxed. She walked to the fire and began to sing. The moment the tune rose, the entire clearing fell silent. Her voice was clear and soft. She was singing in Korean. No one there understood the words, but the melody was enough to make your ears pregnant. When she reached the chorus, she swayed her shoulders lightly, spread her arms in a smooth arc, and moved her waist gently with the rhythm. Every movement was exquisitely shaped, every gesture full of grace. Firelight wrapped around her silhouette, and her loose hair danced over her shoulders. The islanders stared dumbstruck. They even forgot to clap. When the song ended, the air stayed quiet. Then Zulu started clapping first, and the islanders burst into cheers after him. Baisuyan gave a slight bow, a flush coloring her face. As she returned to her seat, her eyes seemed to drift across my face, and she tilted her head just a little, the corner of her mouth curving. I stared, unable to deny it. No wonder she was in a girl group. She was stunning. Then a sharp pain exploded in my left toes. Hiss! Lin Wanqing's sandal had come down with perfect accuracy on my left foot. "Nice to look at." She tilted her head at me with a sweet smile. "Nice," I answered half on reflex. Ah, no. I mean the song. The song. Not the person. Humph. Lin Wanqing took her foot off and turned back toward the bonfire, face tight. I quickly leaned over. My lady wife, look over there. Those islander boys' eyes are practically falling out watching Bei Suyin. Mine weren't. Your eyes were about to fall out too. That was appreciation of art. Art. Lin Wanqing punched me in the arm. I'll punish you when we get back. Song Luzi immediately scooted over. Wanqingjia, how will you punish him when we get back? I'll do it. I'm the best at it. Tonight the three of us will all do it. We'll tire him to death. Song Luzi was delighted. Good, good, good. Wonderful. The bonfire gathering gradually dispersed only around midnight. The islanders returned to their huts in twos and threes. The fires still burned, but their glow sank lower and lower. Annie, however, still hadn't gone to sleep. She sat at the edge of the fire, with a large leaf serving as a notebook on her lap, charcoal marks recording the progress of everyone's wounds. She looked over those notes again and again, her brow tightening more and more. Chief Zulu. She finally stood up. I have a question. Your people are healing far too quickly. Amaya's calf was almost bitten through. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 3 months before stitches could come out. But it's only been 3 days, and new flesh is already growing over the wound. She can even walk on her own now. And that young hunter, his arm should have been crippled, but today he was already able to hold a bowl. Even Big Yellow, after coming to the camp, his injured leg healed in just 1 day. She paused. This isn't scientific. Absolutely not scientific. Annie stared at the leaf notebook, her tone certain. The wounded are recovering this fast. This makes no scientific sense at all. Zulu said nothing. He only raised a piece of roasted meat in his hand. This is the reason. Annie's eyes widened. Meat? Impossible. What kind of meat could be this effective? When it's alive, we call it a blood rabbit. Roasted like this, we call it waking meat. Zulu set the branch down. We eat it, and the blood rabbits eat us. Whoever is stronger eats the other. Whoever has more numbers eats the other. That's simple. And that dog ate the bones I threw away. Annie's expression changed. You mean you heal this fast because you ate blood rabbit meat? Yes. Zulu tore off a small piece and chewed it. Our people have eaten it for generations. If a warrior is wounded, a few bites of waking meat, and in 2 or 3 days he stands again. That makes no scientific sense. Annie repeated. Even if it's a mutated species, it's still just rabbit meat, just protein. How could it have this effect? On the mainland, with all our civilization, nobody has developed medicine this miraculous. We do not know what protein is, Zulu said calmly. We only eat waking meat. Annie opened her mouth, but the words of rebuttal stuck in her throat. She turned to look at me. She needed an ally. I stood up from the fire. Annie, you're right. This really isn't scientific. But what on this island has ever been scientific? Annie fell silent. I reached over, took the roasted rabbit leg from Zulu's hand, and smiled at Annie. Whether it works or not, I'll test it. Lin Wanqing immediately grabbed me. Don't eat that recklessly. This rabbit is mutated. It's fine. The islanders eat it every day. I looked at her. If blood rabbit meat really works, then in the future, when danger comes, we'll have one more way to stay alive. And if it's poisonous, my special forces body has stronger resistance than all of yours. No, I won't allow it. Lin Wanqing reached up to snatch it away. I turned aside, dodged, and in one motion shoved the whole piece of rabbit meat into my mouth. I chewed twice and swallowed. Lin Wanqing's hand froze in midair. The whole camp went quiet. Everyone was staring at me tensely. Only Zulu kept that same calm expression. I stood still and felt for about 10 seconds. How does it feel? Annie asked first. A little hot. Lin Wanqing panicked. Not whether it's hot. I'm asking how you feel. At the 20th second, I blinked. I felt it. A warmth rose from my stomach, like a current of heat, spreading from my abdomen into my limbs at incredible speed, like hot water being poured into frozen blood vessels. I instinctively looked down at the wound on my left calf, still wrapped in bandages. I tore them off in a few quick motions. The scab was visibly shrinking. Holy shit. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. I was genuinely scared. This isn't rabbit meat. This is practically an immortal pill. Lin Wanqing hurried over and froze too. The scab had already lifted at one edge, revealing pink new flesh underneath, healthy in color, with no inflammation and no rot. By Annie's earlier judgment, this wound should have taken at least another week. Now it looked like it was about to heal completely. I threw an arm around Lin Wanqing's shoulders. Wife, when you punish me tonight, you'd better go third. Lin Wanqing blushed. Why? I'm always first. Why? I gave her a savage grin. Heh, for your own safety. Annie grabbed my forearm, put her fingers on the artery and counted for 15 seconds, then switched sides and counted another 15, then touched my forehead and neck. The more she checked, the more shocked she looked. Heart rate normal. Body temperature not elevated. Pupil response normal. She lowered her hand, her voice dry. This isn't scientific. This isn't scientific. This isn't scientific. I didn't care whether it was scientific or not. I strode into the center of the clearing. I want to do a set of punches. Now? In the middle of the night. Lin Wanqing looked baffled. Yes, in the middle of the night. I had to. This whole body was overflowing with force. If I didn't vent it, the three of you would die under me later. I leaped up, landed solidly, drew both fists to my waist, dropped my shoulders and elbows, and moved. The first punch shot out, and I immediately felt something was wrong. It was far faster than usual, the force of the punch tearing through the air with a whooshing sound. I withdrew my fist, turned it into a chopping palm, twisted my body, and swept sideways. The air current from the edge of my hand actually pressed down the nearest bonfire flame by half an inch. Second punch, third punch, fourth punch, faster and faster. I had practiced this military fist set thousands of times. Every move was carved into muscle memory. But today felt completely different. Greater strength, greater speed, and the coordination and reactions of my body felt as if someone had forcibly raised them to a whole new level. At the end of the sequence, I spun and drove my right fist into a tree trunk as thick as a large bowl. With a dull crack, the trunk snapped on the spot. The upper half tilted and collapsed onto a pile of firewood, crashing noisily. I drew my fist back and stood still, then looked down at it. The knuckles were only slightly scraped, just a few bright red beads of blood, no different from normal. This strength, this speed. If I'd had this in the military, I'd have been #1 in the whole army. And beside me, Lin Wanqing and the others were already covering their mouths, eyes wide, unable to speak. At that moment, Amaya limped out from behind the crowd. Her leg was wrapped in bandages, her face flushed with health. She looked at the snapped tree, then at me, her eyes shining. Li Haisheng, she called in Chinese. I turned around. Amaya smiled brightly and opened her arms as if to throw herself at me. Instinctively, I stepped aside. She missed and nearly fell into the fire, but Zulu grabbed her arm and pulled her back. She didn't care at all. Once steady, she turned to me and asked boldly, "Why did you dodge?" You were lunging at me. So what if I was? You're my man. Why can't I?" Amaya put both hands on her hips, full of spirit. "Before, you were injured, and father said we would not discuss it yet. Now you're healed. You can even punch down trees. So I'm officially telling you, you are my man. Tomorrow I'm moving in with you." The clearing went silent for 2 seconds. Lin Wanqing, Song Luzi, and Shalana all looked at each other in a daze. Why should that be? Lin Wanqing was the first to react. We're his wives. Why would he be your man? Why? Amaya swept her eyes over the three of them. Because according to our tribe's rules, Li Haisheng touched me there, so he has to marry me. Touched. My head went boom. By heaven and earth. When have I ever done anything that filthy? Smack. A slap landed directly across my face. Lin Wanqing's voice even cracked as she shouted, "Li Haisheng, you scumbag." I held my instantly swelling cheek, tears nearly coming out. This is a frame-up." "You're framed?" She said it herself. Lin Wanqing raised her hand to slap me again, but Shalana hurriedly caught her arm and lowered her voice. "Wanqingjia, you watch him every day. Haisheng might really be innocent." Lin Wanqing came back to herself. To stop Bei Suyin from interfering, she really had been watching me every day. Ever since returning to the camp, I had almost never been alone with Amaya. How could I have done something like that? Miss Maya, could you have made a mistake?" Lin Wanqing said, while turning my face this way and that, stamping her foot. "Why you couldn't dodge? You could at least have blocked." I rolled my eyes at her. "You struck out of nowhere without warning. How was I supposed to dodge?" Tears slid down Lin Wanqing's face at once. She held my face and blew gently on it. "It's already swollen up like a bun. How are you so easy to hit?" Then she looked up. "Chief Zulu, do you have any medicine?" Zulu shook his head. "We islanders do not carry such injuries. No medicine." Lin Wanqing knew he was indirectly mocking her. Her face flushed, and she didn't know what to say. Annie came over to comfort her. "It's okay. Just use a towel soaked in cool water as a cold compress." Amaya tugged me over and pressed her whole upper body against mine. "Perfect. Come to my hut. I'll help him with the cold compress." "The hell you will." Lin Wanqing shoved at her hard. "You little girl, how can you be this shameless? Framing him is one thing, and now you're getting handsy too." "Miss Lin." Zulu stepped forward and cleared his throat. According to our rules, Li Haixing must indeed marry Amaya. At that, not only Lin Wanqing, but even Song Luzi panicked. What rules are those? Since when is there a rule for stealing another person's man? Shalana said stiffly. Chief Zulu, we're grateful for your hospitality these past few days, but Princess Maya is accusing him at random. She was genuinely agitated. You can't just accuse someone and then force him to marry your daughter. I'm not accusing him. Amaya clung to me again, neck stiff and proud. That day, when Haixingji was saving me into the tree, he used his hand to lift me. He used his shoulder to push me. Once, twice, 3 times. So that was what she meant by touching. Lin Wanqing was so exasperated she almost laughed. You're so young, and already you've learned how to play dirty? Haixing was saving you. Saving you, understand? And you call that? Rules are rules, Zulu cut her off. Miss Lin, Amaya was indeed touched by Li Haixing. If she cannot marry him, then she must follow the ancestor spirits. Follow the ancestor spirits. Lin Wanqing froze. What does that mean? It means, Zulu sighed long and gave 2 words. Sink. Into. The sea. That completely stunned everyone. The 3 women stared at one another, truly at a loss. Song Luzi still held on to a last bit of hope. Chief Zulu, you are the chief, and Amaya is a princess. Rules can be broken. Zulu shook his head with a bitter smile. Tribal rules cannot be broken. Break them, and you defy the ancestor spirits. That is disrespect. At that, the whole air seemed to freeze. Song Luzi and Shalana gave up speaking, and both turned to look at Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing's face shifted between pale and red. She looked at me, then at Amaya, then at Shalana and Song Luzi. Her lips moved for a long time, but in the end she shut them tightly. Amaya had also understood the situation. Whether she could marry me was not up to me, but up to Lin Wanqing. She threw herself onto Lin Wanqing's leg, tears falling in big drops onto her foot. Wanqingjia, you can't send me away. I can help you work. I'm very good at hunting. I can protect you. I want nothing, just. This little girl was sly. She cried loudly while her eyes kept shifting, stealing glances at me before looking back at Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing was sick of it. Her man, this one takes a bite, that one takes a bite. She glared at me fiercely. Why is this man such a pain? Even his newly swollen bun face was irritating. Wanqingjia, maybe we should hear what Li Sen thinks, Song Luzi sighed. Ahem, I cleared my throat. My opinion is, shut up. Lin Wanqing jabbed me hard in the waist, then pinched me with all her strength. Song Luzi and Shalana were furious too. They pounced over to pinch and kick me as well. In an instant I was sweating from pain, but I clamped my lips shut and made no sound, because the louder I screamed, the harder they would hit. The whole scene turned into complete chaos. Bei Suyin sat alone on the other side of the fire, slowly sipping a bowl of palm wine. Those long, narrow phoenix eyes rested on my face for 2 seconds, then drifted away. Annie came over and sat beside her, lowering her voice in English. Do you like him too? Bei Suyin tilted her head and replied in the same low voice. What do you think? Annie smiled. You're not thinking of joining in too, are you? There are already enough of them. Bei Suyin took a sip of wine. I have no interest in group living. Then why keep looking at him? Bei Suyin curved her lips. Admiring something excellent is a human instinct. That doesn't mean I want to possess it. Don't want to possess it. Annie looked doubtful. What do you mean? Giving up? Platonic love. Platonic. Bei Suyin gave a small mocking laugh. Just because I won't fight them for him doesn't mean I don't want him. In the end, the 3 women had no choice but to give in. I gained another wife, a wild islander wife. Zulu was overjoyed and immediately wanted to arrange my wedding night with Amaya that very evening. Amaya was even happier and ran off like a gust of wind to her hut to gather her things. Lin Wanqing panicked. Let the wedding night wait 2 days. Our hut already has 4 people living in it. It's too crowded. Yes, Song Luzi hurried to help. Wedding night postponed. Tonight, we punish Li San first. Amaya ignored them completely, walked straight into our hut, tossed her things aside, quickly untied her high dress, and lay down. What had been punishment by 3 became punishment by 4. After all that exertion, all 4 wives fell asleep. But I couldn't sleep at all. I stepped out of the hut, looked up at the scattered stars overhead, then out toward the lush, endless jungle in the distance. The secrets of this island were still far from uncovered. And what would my days on this island become? Just then, someone approached from the opposite side. It was Zulu, and in his hand, astonishingly, he held a steel helmet, a U.S. military helmet. Chief, you can't sleep either? I smiled, and the two of us sat together beneath a kapok tree. Zulu glanced at me. A father's daughter has been married off. A father stays awake one night. He lifted the bowl in his hand and drank, then casually passed it to me. Taste it. Root wine I brewed myself. Stronger than yesterday's. See if you can handle it. My father-in-law's wine. Even if I can't handle it, I have to drink it. I reached out and took it. The instant my fingers touched the bowl's surface, I stopped. That feeling, cold, hard, and a ring of folded metal around the edge. I raised the bowl over my head and looked carefully in the moonlight. A hemispherical bowl, and at the bottom I could vaguely make out a set of etched letters and numbers, worn blurry from repeated handling, but still recognizable. U.S. This is a helmet. A U.S. military helmet. I asked in surprise. Chief Zulu, where did you get this? Zulu gave a grunt. That was picked from the Iron Bird. Iron Bird. I kept my tone as calm as I could. What kind of iron bird? Zulu gestured with his hands. Very large, with wings, but the wings did not move. On top were some long sticks that spun, and when they spun they made great wind. It came flying from over the sea. It was flying fine, then suddenly, like this. He made a tilted, falling gesture. It fell. It exploded. Huge fire. Burned for a long time. My heart jumped. An aircraft crash. How long ago was this? Zulu thought for a moment. That year, Amaya had not yet learned to walk. Now she has married you, stinking brat. I calculated silently. Amaya was 17 or 18 now. That meant 15 or 16 years ago. What about the people on the Iron Bird? Zulu shook his head. All dead. 4. By the time we went, they were burned beyond recognition. We buried them beside the Iron Bird. I was silent for a few seconds, then asked the key question. The things from the Iron Bird, other than this bowl, are they still there? Zulu slapped the dust off his rear and stood up. Come with me. He led me around the old banyan, through several rows of low huts, and stopped at an inconspicuous corner at the edge of the camp. That hut was a head lower than the others. The grass curtain over the entrance was old and dark, but several brand-new vines had been wrapped around the wooden posts on both sides, reinforced recently, which meant whatever was inside had been carefully preserved. Zulu lifted the grass curtain and stepped aside. The hut was small. I ducked inside. There were 2 or 3 bags inside, and a pile of hard objects wrapped in oilcloth. Zulu crouched and pulled open one corner of the cloth. A rusted gun barrel appeared. My pupils shrank. I yanked the oilcloth fully open. An M249 squad automatic weapon. Dried mud and oxidation covered the body, but the overall structure was intact. All the parts could still unfold normally. My heartbeat sped up, my throat going dry. And more. Zulu uncovered another bundle. An HK-MP5 submachine gun, much smaller than the machine gun, just as rusted. Beside them were several more bundles wrapped in palm leaves. I checked them one by one, magazines and ammunition boxes. Belts for the machine gun, magazines for the submachine gun, all packed neatly, each wrapped in at least 3 layers of oilcloth. You don't know how to use these? I looked up at Zulu. Zulu shook his head. These are things from the Iron Bird. The Iron Bird is dead, yet it flies. We do not dare touch its things. I picked up the MP5 and weighed it in my hand, worked the charging handle a few times. It stuck a little. It would need polishing and oiling before it could be used. Chief Zulu. I set the gun down. Can you hand these over to me? Zulu smiled slightly. I have already given you my only daughter. What are these in comparison? When I crawled out of the hut, I looked up at the moon, then turned back to Zulu. Tomorrow, I want to see that Iron Bird. Zulu walked back to the roots of the old banyan and sat down, taking another drink from the steel helmet bowl. Tomorrow morning, we leave. I go with you. When I returned to the hut, the 4 wives were asleep in a human chain. Lin Wanqing had rolled into my spot, as expected of the first wife, always closest to me. Song Luzi was hugging her waist. Amaya had her head on Song Luzi's stomach, and Shalana had taken over half the bedding, sprawled out defenselessly. I lay back down carefully beside Lin Wanqing. She gave a soft hum and naturally burrowed into my arms. M249. MP5. A crashed aircraft. From the equipment brought down, it should have been a Chinook. And on that map, the words don't dig. What, exactly, was buried beneath this island? The next morning, I woke my 4 wives and briefly told them what had happened last night. Lin Wanqing sat up straight the moment she heard it. Iron Bird? You mean an aircraft? I'm guessing it was a Chinook, I said. A transport helicopter used by the U.S. Army. The U.S. military? Lin Wanqing frowned. This island has no owner. The last batch of U.S. military supplies might have been related to Michael personally, but this time there was actually a U.S. military aircraft too. The moment Shalana heard there was a machine gun, she lit up. Can it be used? Can it? The MP5 should be fine. The machine gun, hard to say. I'll have to take it apart and inspect it first. I'm going to today. Shalana had already stood up and was tying a simple vine belt around her waist. I'm coming with you. There might be other good things on the aircraft. I'm going too. Song Luzi raised her hand, still rubbing her eyes. Amaya jumped straight up from the grass bedding. I know where the Iron Bird is. I'll lead the way. Lin Wanqing looked at the three women, all already excited, then at me. Fine, fine. None of them can stay away from you. There were 6 of us in the departure group. Me, my 4 wives, and Zulu. The crash site wasn't far. After about 20 minutes of walking, the soil underfoot changed from dry sand to damp black earth, and there was a trace of moisture in the air. Another 7 or 8 minutes later, the view suddenly opened. A natural lake about the size of 2 soccer fields appeared in front of us. On the shallow eastern shore of the lake, the wreckage of a Chinook helicopter was embedded diagonally in the mud. The fuselage snapped into 2 sections, the front half tilted up and the rear half lying flat. I slowed my steps, circled the wreck once, then turned sideways and squeezed through the cabin door. The interior of the cabin was completely empty. The seats, instrument panel, all the equipment, everything had been stripped out. There was nothing obviously valuable left. I reached under the instrument panel, feeling around in the cracks, and my fingertips touched something hard and flat. I pried it out. A metal plate, palm-sized, blackened by smoke. But the engraved English was still clear. Arctic Research Division. I gave a helpless snort. A plane from the Arctic had crashed onto a tropical deserted island. What the hell was this insane? Just then, smoke suddenly rose from the direction of the camp. Zulu shouted, "Bad. The camp is under attack. Back quickly." A signal fire was rising from the top of the old banyan at the center of the camp, a thick black column going straight into the sky. Zulu's face sank instantly. It's the snake tribe. He turned and ran back at once, his steps fast and heavy. That bastard Ma Song is rebelling while we're weakened. I kicked aside a metal panel, bent down, and crawled back out. Lin Wanqing had already picked up the MP5 I had left on the ground and handed it to me, her eyes full of tension. Move. The 6 of us ran through the jungle behind Zulu and quickly returned to the camp. Inside, both sides were in a standoff. On one side were the 19 remaining warriors of Zulu's tribe. The men still carried wounds from the blood rabbit swarm. Most had already healed, but 3 badly injured ones were still leaning on wooden staffs. Every one of them held a weapon: spears, machetes, short swords. In the very front, 3 men held bows, their arrowheads pointed at the other side. Opposite them stood more than 30 men in 2 rows. Their skin was darker than Zulu's people, closer to a reddish bronze, and their faces and chests were painted with dark green totem lines, twisting and curling like snakes. At the front was a man in his early 40s, lean and wiry, with high cheekbones and slightly narrowed triangular eyes. He leaned on a long obsidian spear that glinted coldly. "Ma Song, chief of the snake tribe." "Chief Zulu," Ma Song called out when he saw Zulu rushing in. "Your luck was really good last time. You ran into a blood rabbit swarm and still lived." Zulu came to a stop and swept his eyes over his own people and the enemy's formation. "Ma Song, did you come to my camp to offer tribute?" That line made Ma Song's smile freeze at once. "Zulu, you know very well what I'm here for. I came to collect a debt." "What debt?" "Every year, your tribe owes us snake people 3 baskets of mountain fruit, 5 animal hides, and 2 bundles of dried medicinal herbs. That was set by ancestral law, right?" Ma Song slowed his words. "But now, the Zulu tribe is almost dead itself. Today, I, Ma Song, am taking back in one stroke what has been lost." A wave of voices rose behind him in agreement. Some began beating their spear shafts against the ground. Thud, 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 like the opening of battle drums. Zulu said nothing. I stood half a step behind him, my eyes scanning the whole field. The other side had at least 35 men capable of fighting, and almost half of them were archers. On Zulu's side, among the 19 warriors, 7 or 8 were still bandaged, and 3 could barely stand upright. If a real fight broke out, Zulu's tribe wouldn't last the time it takes an incense stick to burn. And the MP5 in my hand jammed. "Useless. Ma Song, you dare rebel while the Zulu tribe has just suffered a natural disaster. Let me tell you, even if Zulu has only 1 man left, I'll still fight you to the death. Today you won't take a single hair from the Zulu tribe. If you don't believe me, try it." After those few lines, Ma Song's body actually wavered. He stayed silent for a long while, then stepped forward. He knew Zulu wasn't bluffing. Zulu's tribe was full of lunatics. If they really fought, perhaps he could wipe them out, but the snake tribe would lose many men too. Zulu, let's make a deal. Speak. I, Ma Song, am not unreasonable. Let's follow the old rule. You send one man, I send one man. A duel. If your man wins, I turn around and leave, and this year's tribute from the snake tribe will be doubled for you. If my man wins. He paused, his gaze leaving Zulu's face and sliding toward the women and children behind him. I take half your women and children, half your supplies. And, at last his eyes settled on Amaya. Your daughter marries my son. Amaya shot up from behind the crowd with a curse on her lips, but Song Luzi immediately covered her mouth and dragged her back. Zulu's jaw tightened. His eyes swept across the faces of the warriors behind him one by one. Almost all his best fighters had been wiped out in Grey Wolf Valley. Of the 19 left. I'll do it. A young man shoved aside the people in front of him and strode out. Early 20s, medium height, solidly built, with an obsidian short knife at his waist. Across his bare chest was a fresh scar from the blood Rabbit tied, now only just scabbed over. Chief, let me fight. Zulu looked at him without speaking. It was Lukuin. He had always secretly loved Amaya, though Amaya had already become my woman. Chief, don't worry. Lukuin kept pleading, his voice trembling slightly. I won't let the Zulu tribe lose face. I'll definitely beat them. Zulu clenched his teeth and finally gave a small nod. Be careful. Lukuin turned and waved toward the back of his own enemy line. Then a giant stood up, at least 2 meters tall, with shoulders like a door panel, upper body bare and knotted with muscle, dark green serpent tattoos all over his chest and arms, fists larger than sand pots. The giant let out a deep laugh and stepped up opposite Lukuin. The contrast between them was absurd. Standing in front of him, Lukuin's head barely reached the giant's chest. Little brat. The giant lowered his head, showing a full mouth of yellow teeth. I promise you'll die ugly. Lukuin gritted his back teeth and drew the knife from his waist. Begin. Ma Song raised a hand and chopped it downward. The giant moved. There was no real technique in it. He simply stepped forward and swept his right arm out like an iron bar. Lukuin was agile and ducked under it. His obsidian knife skimmed along the giant's ribs, leaving only a pale line on the skin, not even breaking it. The giant looked down at that pale mark and burst out laughing, then drove a knee toward Lukuin's face. Lukuin crossed both arms to block, but how could he withstand that? With a heavy thud, he was launched backward 5 or 6 steps and landed on his rear. The giant gave him no chance to get up and rushed in with another punch. Fortunately, Lukuin was quick enough to roll aside and avoid it. He shook out his numb arms and slashed with the knife again, but the giant turned aside and dodged. The difference between them was simply too great. Over the next 10-odd seconds, Lukuin attacked 6 times and landed 2 cuts, but each one only left a shallow white line. The giant threw only 3 punches. The first missed. The second hit Lukuin's left shoulder. Crack, his shoulder blade broke. The third landed in the stomach, folding Lukuin over like a shrimp. After those 3 punches, Lukuin collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Zulu shouted, "Stop!" But the giant ignored him completely. He grabbed the fallen Lukuin in both hands, lifted him high, and was about to bend him in half at the waist. This is all the men of the Zulu tribe can do. Dot. At that critical instant, a figure flashed out from behind Zulu. Skimming low across the ground, pushing off with the left foot, the whole body rose into the air, and the right leg whipped out like a lash, striking precisely at the outside of the giant's elbow joint. Smack! The elbow took the kick. His grip loosened, his center of gravity shifted, and he staggered before catching himself. Lukuin crashed to the ground, stiff as a plank, but at least he had his life. I landed in the middle of the clearing, glanced at the giant opposite me, then looked at Ma Song. Stupid ox, let me show you what a real Zulu man can do. Ma Song narrowed his triangular eyes. Who are you? I answered loudly. I am Chief Zulu's son-in-law, Li Haisheng. I'll fight this round. Ma Song stared at me for 3 seconds, then laughed. Zulu's son-in-law? You, an outsider, can represent the Zulu tribe? Yes, Zulu spoke from behind me, steady and calm. He is Amaya's man. By our tribal law, once he enters the house of Zulu, he is a man of Zulu. Ma Song's smile did not fade. He lifted his chin toward the giant. Guyen, since he wants to die, tear him apart. The giant, Guyen, turned toward me and looked down. He was almost a full head taller than me, with shoulders a third wider. Little thing, that kick just now was pretty quick. But now you're standing in front of me. Do you dare take one of my punches? I didn't answer. I stepped forward, drew my fists to my waist, dropped my shoulders and elbows, and took the opening stance of military boxing. Guyan grinned and charged. So this big fool could actually move fast too. No wonder he landed 2 of 3 punches on Lukoin. He covered the distance in a single stride, right fist roaring straight at my face. I smiled faintly, shifted my feet half a step, leaned my body slightly left, and let his fist brush past my temple. At the same moment, my right palm cut up from below, fingers together, and the edge of my hand struck precisely beneath his armpit. That was the junction of the deltoid and pectoral muscles. However thick the muscle, it couldn't protect the nerve plexus beneath. Guyan's right arm instantly went numb, losing most of its strength at once. He growled and swept his left fist at me. I sidestepped again, and my left elbow drove upward into the edge of his ribs, another place dense with nerves. In Fist of Legend, Shunjun attacks the joints of the human machine Fujita Go. As for me, I attack nerve clusters. Just 2 strikes, and both of Guyan's arms had started going numb. The speed of his punches visibly slowed. Hubby hit him. Hit his joints. Song Luzi was hopping up and down behind me, shouting. Hit his knee. Hit the knee. I really did listen to my wife. The instant Guyan's punch missed and his weight pitched forward, I dropped low and swept my right leg at the outer side of the back of his knee. A dull thump. The kick landed on his knee. His right leg sank, and his massive body wobbled. He hurried to brace himself, but I had already circled behind him. My right arm locked around his neck from behind, and my left hand seized his own wrist. Rear naked choke. A killing choke. Thunk. Guyan dropped to one knee in the mud. You're 2 meters tall? Then kneel. Guyan knelt in the mud, my choke cinched tight from behind. His neck gave dry creaking sounds, and breathing became harder and harder. Yield, I said by his ear. His face turned purple-red, veins standing out on his forehead. But he didn't yield. His right hand fumbled around in the mud and somehow found an obsidian short knife. He snatched it up and stabbed toward my side. I twisted my waist. The blade scraped my clothing and left a thin line of blood. The choke broke. Guyan was overjoyed. He turned and reached for my waist, trying to lift and fold me in half for a killing move. I was faster. My right knee shot up from below and slammed into his temple. Guyan's eyes rolled up instantly. His huge body pitched forward and hit the mud face first, motionless. The whole camp went silent for 3 seconds. Then the Zulu tribe exploded into earth-shaking cheers. Ho! 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 Everyone raised their weapons together, beating spear shafts and knife backs against the ground, their roars merging into one. Masong's face finally collapsed. He stared at Guyan lying motionless in the mud, then lifted his eyes to me. Withdraw. The 30-plus Snake Tribe warriors began backing away. Masong was the last to leave. Before disappearing, he turned and looked back at Zulu. You're lucky. You've got a good son-in-law. But I'll come again another day. Let's see if you can still hold up then. Heh. Outsider, I want the women too. With that, he turned and strode into the bushes beyond the camp. The cheers of the Zulu tribe went on and on. Some helped Lukoin off the ground. Others crowded around me, clapping my shoulders and back. Still others pushed Amaya out from the crowd, urging her toward me. Carried by the force of the crowd, Amaya stumbled right into my arms. She looked up at me, her eyes wet, though she tried to sound casual. Not bad. You didn't embarrass me. I smiled but said nothing. My gaze fell on the young hunter standing at the edge of the crowd. Lukoin stood there with his eyes lowered, face pointed at the ground. I walked over to him. This is for you. I held out the obsidian short knife to him. Lukoin slowly raised his head, looked at the knife, then at me. His lips moved. He took it and gripped it in his hand. Thank you. I patted his shoulder and turned away. And in the shadow of the bushes outside the camp, a one-eyed man was lying in a patch of low ferns, watching all of this clearly. By the time Masong returned to the Snake Tribe camp, the sun was already close to setting. He drove his spear hard into the ground by the central fire pit and dropped heavily onto a tree root, his face dark enough to drip water. More than 30 warriors who had gone out with him drifted back in through the palisade. Some lowered their heads, some bit their teeth, some threw down their bows and cursed. Guyan was carried back by 2 tribesmen, his giant body now soft as mud, one temple swollen grotesquely, half-conscious at best. Zulu. Masong gritted out the name. And that outsider. No one in the camp dared answer. The firewood in the pit crackled and popped. Just then, the grass curtain at the entrance was lifted from outside. A lookout tribesman came in to report. Chief, that one-eyed outsider wants to see you again. The one-eyed outsider? Masong narrowed his triangular eyes. Let him in. The curtain lifted again, and Kudri came in. The first time Masong had met Kudri was the day after the blood rabbit tied in Grey Wolf Valley. Hearing that the Zulu tribe had suffered huge losses, Masong had sent scouts to investigate. On the way, the scouts found this one-eyed man wandering in the forest. Kudri claimed he was a captive taken by Zulu and had escaped during the chaos, wanting to join the snake tribe. Masong had taken him in casually at the time, and now the man had come to him again on his own. Chief Masong. Kudri didn't bow, only stood across the fire pit. I heard you didn't get much out of your trip to Zulu's camp. Masong slammed his bowl heavily to the ground. If you have something to say, say it. Kudri bared his teeth in a grin. I told you before, I had a way. But you didn't believe me. Haha. Masong lifted his eyes coldly. Then let's hear your way. Kudri held up 3 fingers. First, how many snake tribe men can still fight? Masong did not hide it. More than 50. Adult males. And Zulu? I saw it with my own eyes. After that blood rabbit attack, there were fewer than 20 left. So that day, while the blood rabbit swarm massacred Zulu's people, Kudri had climbed a kapok tree in time and watched everything clearly. Especially after seeing me save Amaya, he had known he could no longer stay near the Zulu tribe. He waited until everyone had gone, then slipped down from the tree. Later, lost in the jungle, he ran into the snake tribe. Kudri licked his lips and went on. You've got more than double their numbers. If you fight head-on, you'll win. But you'll also lose half your men. Obviously, Masong snorted. What I want is to win everything. Good. Kudri grinned. By my method, you will. Your method? What is it? A night raid. A night raid. Yes, exactly. A night raid. Go at night, sneak in while they're asleep, set fire, shoot arrows, kill people. 1 incense stick's worth of time is enough. They won't even have time to resist. How many men would you have to lose then? Masong's brows drew together. The islanders' ancestral law said fights had to be fought openly. Ambush and sneak attack were the methods of cowards. But if he truly led his people over by night to kill and burn, then yes, it was a good method. A very good one. The problem was that it broke ancestral custom. Even if his people said nothing aloud, what would they think in their hearts? As if seeing through his concern, Kudri slowly added, If I were you, I wouldn't think so much. Destroy Zulu, take his land and his women, and then you'll be the biggest thing on the island. At that point, the rules are whatever you say they are. The muscles in Masong's cheeks tensed, then loosened. And besides, Kudri leaned a little closer. What do your men follow you into battle for? Reputation? Some moral monument for the snake tribe? What they want is women and full stomachs every day. If you win and reward each man with 1 Zulu woman, who would dare look down on you? Who would dare gossip? Crack. A burning stick in the fire pit broke in half. Masong's eyelid twitched. 3 days. At last he made up his mind. For these 3 days, the brothers eat their fill every day, sleep well, and gather strength. 3 days from now, we raid Zulu by night. Kudri was overjoyed. 3 days is perfect. Let them relax their guard. When the time comes, I'll go with you. For the next 3 days, the snake tribe became like a war machine wound tight. Masong changed all the camp rules. He gathered every adult male warrior who could fight in the eastern clearing, dug 3 large fire pits, and kept them burning day and night. Python meat and mountain yams were given to the warriors first. They ate, slept, woke, and ate again. In only 2 days, those warriors, who had been dispirited after their last defeat, had fire in their eyes again. Many of them were privately testing their fists and sharpening blades and spears. By the evening of the 3rd day, all the warriors gathered in the center of the camp. Masong stood in front of the fire, holding that obsidian spear, his eyes sweeping over each face. Tonight, he said, we destroy Zulu. The women of Zulu, the supplies of Zulu, all belong to you. Everyone looked at him. No one spoke. Islanders, after all, did not understand what motivational speech was. Kudri jumped out, waving his fist and shouting, Destroy Zulu. Take food and women. Excitement showed in everyone's eyes. They all looked at him, but still no one spoke. Kudri shouted again, Destroy Zulu. Take food and women. At last, all the islanders roared with him, Destroy Zulu. Take food and women. Destroy Zulu. Take food and women. Destroy Zulu. Take food and women. When night fell, more than 50 snake tribe warriors stepped silently through dead branches and leaves, moving through the jungle without a sound. Their bodies were painted with dark green totems, their faces smeared with gray mud, even their breathing kept low. Kudri followed in the middle of the group, his feet wrapped in soft vine, making no noise at all as he walked. By deep night, when the snake tribe passed through the last belt of bushes, a faint dim firelight showed through the gaps ahead. The outline of Zulu's camp was faintly visible now, Several half-dying bonfires flickered behind the fence like fireflies in the night. Ma Song raised a hand, and the whole force stopped silently at the edge of the trees. He listened for 3 seconds. Very quiet. No one moving in the huts. No cough from any sentry by the fires. At this hour, the people of Zulu's tribe should all be fast asleep. Kudri's night raid idea really was excellent. The attack should begin now. Ma Song was just about to signal when the firelight flickered strangely. Something moved in the shadow just inside the fence. Ma Song's hand stopped. Then he saw them. Behind the fence, in the clearing that should have been empty, figures began standing up one after another. 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows. Nearly 20 silhouettes stood clearly in the firelight. They held spears, short blades, bows, and arrows. They stood in front of the old banyan, facing Ma Song's raiding party, utterly still. Zulu and I stood at the very front. Ma Song, we've been waiting for you. Ma Song's pupils contracted sharply. He turned and shot Kudri a glance. How did Zulu know he was coming for a night raid? Zulu gave a dry chuckle. Ma Song, don't think only your outsider knows how to make plans. My son-in-law guessed your tricks long ago. The truth was that I had known Ma Song would not swallow the humiliation of his last loss. So I had Lukuin secretly follow the retreating snake tribe with compressed biscuits, track them all the way back to their camp, and hide nearby. Every move Ma Song made, Zulu and I had already learned and prepared for. The snake tribe's night raid had failed before it even began. Kudri saw me, and fury burst from his eyes. Chief, don't be afraid. They have at most 20 men. We've got over 50. Even without a night raid, we can crush them head-on. Ma Song narrowed his triangular eyes and slowly nodded. Archers, fire. His right hand chopped down sharply. Wish, wish, wish. More than 50 bows loosed at once in the moonlight. Obsidian-tipped arrows flew up and traced dense arcs through the air like a swarm of black locusts, descending on Zulu's line. Ma Song smiled in satisfaction. Against such a dense rain of arrows, those few dozen men on the other side should not even survive one full volley. Then he heard it. Thud, 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 thud. Ma Song's eyes went wide. The two sides were too far apart in the dark to see clearly what was happening. But there was not a single scream. Only the dull impact of arrows striking something hard, like rain hitting wooden barrel lids. At that moment, a scout rushed up, his voice hurried and panicked. Chief Ma Song, every Zulu man has a round thing in front of him. It blocks arrows. A round thing? Blocks arrows. Ma Song cried out. What kind of thing is that? Kudri's heart dropped. Shields. Yes, Kudri guessed right. What the Zulu warriors held in their hands were shields. I had realized that though the islanders had bows and arrows, they had no idea how to make shields. So I personally cut vines and made one round shield for Zulu, then demonstrated how to use it against arrows. Zulu had first been startled, then overjoyed, and immediately ordered his men to make 25 shields by my method within 3 days, enough for everyone. While Ma Song was still baffled by this round arrow-blocking thing, a fresh storm of arrows came from our side, and immediately after came the screams. 3 men were struck and killed at once. Ma Song flew into a rage. Shoot back. Again, another 50 arrows hissed away, but all that came back in response was that same thudding. Thud, 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 thud. Meanwhile, our arrows kept coming, and soon another 3 snake men were dead and 4 more wounded. How could this battle be fought? Was this just one-sided slaughter? Kudri rushed over shouting. Ma Song, stop shooting. Charge them. We've got the numbers. Rush in and kill them all. Ma Song hesitated half a second, then flung out his hand. Charge. Rush in and kill every Zulu man. At once, the snake warriors erupted into wild howls, threw down their bows, drew short blades and spears, and surged forward like a flood. They meant to crush our thin line with sheer numbers. I lowered my bow, raised my shield to chest height, and shouted to Zulu's warriors. Form up. 19 men moved at once. The shield men paired up shoulder to shoulder, knees bent, shoulders braced against the vine straps on the inside of the shields. The spearmen stood behind them, shafts resting on the edges of the front shields, spear points angled forward at 45 degrees. The first wave of snake warriors reached us and tried to smash through by weight and momentum, but most of them were wounded or killed by spears before they even got close. And even when they hit us, they hit only hard shield faces. Impact thuds rose one after another. Some were bounced back by the shields, some took spear points through the thigh and fell screaming, and 4 or 5 died on the spot. The first charge of the snake tribe was halted dead. Hold the line. I roared inside the formation. Don't scatter. Lean into each other. Zulu's men gritted their teeth and linked the shields into a wall. Through every gap, spears jabbed like porcupine quills at any snake man who tried to climb or tear at the shields. Lukuan, on the far left, his broken arm still in a splint, gripped a short blade in his good hand and stabbed through a shield gap, piercing a snake warrior's calf and dropping him screaming. But the snake men had gone mad. Their attack was ferocious beyond belief. The first wave had just been stopped when the second was already crashing in. Ma Song charged personally, driving his obsidian spear hard at the shield line. Thud! The point dented one shield, and the young warrior holding it dropped to one knee, his shield dipping. A gap opened in the line. Close it, I growled, stepping hard and forcing myself, shield and all, into the opening. Ma Song's second strike slammed into my shield, and a shock ran through my shoulder. Pain shot through the base of my thumb, but I clenched and did not yield. Circle formation, I shouted hoarsely. The 19 warriors instantly drew inward, shields facing out, end to end, changing from a horizontal line into a ring of shields. I stood in the middle and swept my eyes around. Outside the circle was nothing but snake men, dark and packed, still at least 30 of them. But they could not get in. Not only could they not get in, they were still being slaughtered, screaming nonstop. From the gaps inside the shield circle, Zulu's warriors thrust short blades and spears again and again into the ankles, knees, and bellies of anyone who came too close. As the battle went on, bodies of snake warriors began piling up around the circle. After more than 10 corpses had stacked there, the attackers behind had to step on the bodies of their own comrades to reach us. Spread out. Spread out. Ma Song shouted from outside in mounting frustration. Don't bunch up. Go around to the back. But with a circle formation, where was the back? Night and chaos made it impossible for the snake men to organize an effective flank. They were like waves crashing against a reef, surging in, rebounding, surging in again, rebounding again. Every assault cost them more bodies. Under my direction, our circle grew smaller and tighter, the men pressing harder shoulder to shoulder, until the whole formation could even shift as one, adjusting for attack and defense. Kudri watched all of this from the side shadows, his face turning green. He saw that Ma Song was already losing control, stabbing and smashing wildly with his spear like a butcher gone mad. The morale of the snake warriors was visibly collapsing. If this went on, everyone here would be finished. Damn it, time to run again. Kudri gritted his teeth and slipped into the bushes. Under the moonlight, the slaughter still continued, and I had become one piece of the shield circle myself. Just then, on my segment of the circle, the giant Gu Yin crashed into my shield. The whole thing jolted, and I tasted blood in my mouth. I had bitten through the inside of my cheek at some point. Hold. One more wave. I warned. My voice was already gone ragged. Outside the formation, Ma Song heard my shout, abandoned his spear, drew a short knife from his waist, and jammed it through the gap between two shields. The knife plunged into my thigh. Pain exploded through me, but I endured it and stabbed back blindly through the same gap. Ah, that was Ma Song's cry. The knife dropped inside the circle. Clearly my strike had wounded his knife hand too. Half step back. Ready. 1, 2, back. I shouted the count, and the whole shield circle withdrew half a step, the men pressing even tighter together, the last tiny gap sealed again. Ma Song's wrist was hurt, and Zulu's shield circle had only grown stronger. Any further attack would only add more dead. Retreat. Retreat. At the retreat order, the 30-odd remaining snake warriors turned and ran straight for the bushes. Those who could run ran. Those who couldn't dragged themselves crawling. Ma Song, supported by 2 close men, vanished into the dark, leaving behind a ground full of corpses and wounded. Zulu looked at me. I nodded, panting hard. Pursue. Zulu waved his hand, and the dozen or so men still able to move broke formation and gave chase with spears and short blades. The wounded snake men still alive on the muddy ground were dispatched one by one, their cries sounding through the night for a while before fading. The pursuit lasted less than half an hour. Zulu's men chased them for over a kilometer, cut down another 7 or 8 who were too slow, and pursued them all the way to the edge of a dense forest black as a pit. At the tree line, Zulu raised a hand to stop the pursuit. He looked into the darkness, listened to the distant footfalls and cries growing fainter. No farther. He slid his knife back into the leather sheath at his waist and spat a mouthful of bloody saliva. The walk back was slow. Everyone was exhausted, feet dragging. I walked beside Zulu, one shoulder bruised dark, the wound in my thigh not deep and already clotted. By the time we reached the camp, dawn was already widening the horizon. Inside and outside the palisade lay more than 40 snake bodies scattered everywhere. Amaya was leading several women, dragging the last few corpses toward the center. Lin Wanqing stood in a pool of blood holding a torch, checking whether any were still alive. Song Luzi crouched nearby, dry heaving. Shalana sat against the roots of the old banyan, mud in her blonde hair, idly playing with the now-empty pistol. Annie was still busy treating the wounded, while Bei Suyin helped her. When I came through the gate, Annie walked over and reported, 9 wounded on our side. No dead. Amaya dropped the corpse she had been dragging and ran at me, throwing her arms around my waist and burying her head in my chest. The shields and formation you taught us saved the whole tribe. I smiled and patted her head, then looked toward Zulu. The old chief was crouched in the middle of the camp, nodding at me before he got up and came over. We got through this because of you. I waved a hand. No need. We helped each other. Helped each other. Good. Well said. Helped each other, Zulu murmured, then suddenly asked, do you think of this place as home? I looked down at Amaya in my arms. I am a Zulu man now. Zulu nodded. Good. Then from now on, you are chief. When Zulu stood under the old banyan and said the word chief, I was dumbfounded. Chief, this chief. I'm an outsider. You just said it yourself. You are Zulu, and you married the chief's daughter. Chief, calm down. I'm an outsider. I only ended up here because of the shipwreck. I'm supposed to go back. Go back. Zulu's mouth curled in a faintly contemptuous smile. The Iron Bird fell decades ago. If you civilized people could find this place, why has no one come for that Iron Bird? I choked on that. Just then the old hunter Manda came over and clapped my shoulder. Just agree. Once the chief speaks, he never takes it back. Still dazed, I looked down at Amaya. She was looking up at me, eyes full of stars. Chief Zulu, I need to think. When I returned to our hut, my 4 wives were already sitting cross-legged in a semicircle, 8 eyes all fixed on me. Husband, come sit. Lin Wanqing patted the grass mat beside her. Meeting. What meeting? Whether you should become chief. Lin Wanqing poked a dry branch into the fire. Let's discuss it. I had just sat down when the grass curtain was lifted from outside. Song Luzi stuck her head out, then turned back. Annie Jia. Suyin Jia. Come in. We're having a meeting. After Annie and Bei Suyin sat down, Song Luzi cleared her throat. Everyone's here. Meeting begins. First agenda item, whether Li San, husband, should become the new chief of the Zulu tribe. Lin Wanqing glanced sideways at her. Since when did you become the meeting host? I'm proactive, Song Luzi said righteously. None of you are proactive. Enough fooling around. Lin Wanqing turned her eyes to me. You talk first. I sighed. I haven't figured it out. You all speak first. I'll speak first. Amaya was the first to raise her hand. Haixingji should do it. Absolutely. Give your reasons, Lin Wanqing said flatly. Amaya sat cross-legged, perfectly bold. He is my man, and I'm the chief's daughter. It's only natural for him to become chief. And, she clenched her fist. He's smart, capable, saved the tribe several times. Stronger than anyone. Song Luzi hurried to follow. I agree with Amaya. If husband becomes chief, we won't have to worry all the time anymore. Those snake people won't dare come back either. And then, her voice suddenly dropped. Her fingers twisted in her clothes. And, staying here is actually nice. I don't want to go back. Because, why don't you want to go back? Lin Wanqing tilted her head to look at her. Song Luzi twisted her clothes tighter. After a long moment, she finally spoke. In my family, they value boys over girls. Since I was little, in my parents' eyes there were only my older brother and younger brother. I was extra. The hut went quiet for several seconds. Here, husband cares about me. Wanqing Jia and everyone else are good to me. It's better than going home. Shalana reached over and took Song Luzi's hand, fingers interlocking. I'm similar. My father is the head of the family, the mafia, as you call it. I ran away in the first place. I don't want to go back either. I support Haixing staying. Amaya, Song Luzi, and Shalana, 3 votes in favor. Then Lin Wanqing spoke. I oppose it. Everyone turned to her. I want to go back. I want to go back to the mainland. Back to school, back home. She paused. My mother has only me. She's in her 50s. If she still thinks I'm dead, her throat moved, and she swallowed the rest of the sentence. Her eyelids lifted slightly as her eyes passed across my face. Here we have to worry every day about staying alive. If we go back, life will be normal again. University, graduation, work, stability. She didn't say the second half aloud. Back in civilization, Li Haixing would be mine alone again. I oppose it too, Bei Suyin said. This shipwreck was too large-scale. There should be quite a few survivors on the island. The rescue teams won't give up easily, and I'm a top build artist. My agency won't abandon me. They'll use every possible resource to find me. So returning is only a matter of time. If Haishingji accepts the chiefship, what happens the day the rescue team arrives? Does he just hand the position back to Chief Zulu then? After saying that, her eyes flicked over me lightly, then away. What about Annie Jia? Song Luzi turned to Annie. Annie smiled faintly. I have no opinion. Haixing should decide for himself. 5 people, 2 camps, basically balanced. Amaya pouted and glared at Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing didn't yield, and the two silently faced off across the fire. Song Luzi looked down, twisting her clothes again. Shalana stared expressionlessly into the fire. Bei Suyin leaned against the doorway and yawned. At last, all 6 pairs of eyes turned to me. I had just opened my mouth when the curtain lifted from outside. Zulu stood in the entrance. Finished discussing? Would you like to hear my opinion? Amaya immediately got up and helped her father inside. Zulu crouched by the fire and pulled out a dried root from his clothes. Haixing, when we went to see the iron bird together, do you remember passing the yam grove? I froze. I remember. I even wanted to learn more about the yams, but I was too eager to see the iron bird, so I didn't ask. Right. Zulu pointed at the dried root on the ground. That day, we rushed back because we saw the camp smoke. But even so, I discovered a disaster. Everyone froze. A disaster? Yes, a disaster. Zulu smiled bitterly. All the mountain yams are sick. In 10 days, all of them will die. Father, Amaya's little face turned ghostly pale in an instant. Zulu cut her off. Our Zulu tribe still has more than 100 mouths. 80% of our food comes from mountain yams. If the yams die, the tribe won't survive 2 months. It certainly won't survive the winter after that. I became chief at 19. I managed the tribe for over 30 years with experience. But this yam sickness, I cannot solve it. He looked at me. So I yield the position not because you defeated the snake tribe. I do it because every person in the Zulu tribe is going to starve to death. They must rely on you to save them. I froze. This. If the yams are really diseased, I can't cure them either. Chief, you can still. I cannot continue. Suddenly, a trace of bleakness crossed Zulu's face, though it quickly settled back into calm. I am going to see the ancestor spirits. Father, what are you saying? Amaya could hardly believe her ears. Tears slid down her face, but she still forced out a strained little smile. Father, you're joking, right? Zulu smiled gently and touched Amaya's head. Let your father tell you all a story. 50 years ago, when I was 19, I had just brought back a wild boar, ready to receive my father's praise. But my father handed me a dried root. He touched my head and said, from then on, I was Chief Zulu. That year, Zulu choked up, his Adam's apple moving. That year, that one night, I lost my father and mother, my grandfather and grandmother, my uncles and aunts. Why? Tears glimmered in Song Luzi's eyes. Why all in one night? Zulu's voice lowered. The tribe needed fewer mouths to feed. That night, every elder over 50 followed the ancestor spirits. For the next 3 days, the snake tribe was like a war machine wound tight. Masong changed the camp rules. He gathered all the adult male warriors who could still fight in the eastern clearing and had 3 large fire pits dug there, burning day and night. Python meat and mountain yams were reserved first for the warriors. Eat, sleep, wake, eat again. In only 2 days, those warriors, who had been dispirited by the previous defeat, had fire in their eyes again. Many of them privately tested their fists and sharpened blades and spears. By the evening of the 3rd day, all the warriors assembled in the center of the camp. Masong stood before the fire, obsidian spear in hand, letting his gaze sweep over one face after another. Tonight, he said, we wipe out Zulu. Zulu's women and Zulu's supplies will all be yours. Everyone looked at him. No one spoke. Islanders did not understand what mobilizing morale meant. Kudri jumped out, waving his fist and shouting, destroy Zulu. Take food and women. Excitement flashed in everyone's eyes. They all looked at him, but still no one answered. Kudri shouted again, destroy Zulu. Take food and women. At last, all the islanders roared with him, destroy Zulu. Take food and women. Destroy Zulu. Take food and women. Destroy Zulu. Take food and women. When night fell, more than 50 snake tribe warriors moved silently through dead branches and fallen leaves, slipping through the jungle without a sound. Their bodies were painted with dark green totems, their faces smeared with ash. Even their breathing kept low. Kudri followed in the middle of the formation, his feet wrapped in soft vine, so that he made no noise at all. When the snake warriors crossed the final patch of bushes at midnight, a dim glow appeared through the gaps in the forest ahead. The outline of Zulu's camp was faintly visible. Several half-dead bonfires flickered behind the fence like fireflies at night. Ma Song raised a hand, and the entire group stopped soundlessly at the edge of the woods. He listened for 3 seconds. Very quiet. No one moving in the huts. No sentry coughing by the fire. At this hour, the people of Zulu's tribe should all have been fast asleep. Kudri's night raid idea really was good. The time to attack was now. Ma Song was just about to signal when the firelight suddenly jumped. Something moved in the shadows inside the fence. Ma Song's hand stopped. Then he saw them. Behind the fence, in the clearing that should have been empty, figures began to rise one after another. 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows. Nearly 20 silhouettes stood clearly outlined in the firelight. Spears, short blades, bows and arrows in hand. They stood before the old banyan tree, facing Ma Song's ambush force, completely motionless. Zulu and I stood at the very front. Ma Song, we've been waiting for you a long time. Ma Song's pupils contracted sharply. He glanced back at Kudri. How did Zulu know he would come by night? Zulu chuckled. Ma Song, don't think only your outsider can give advice. My son-in-law guessed your trick long ago. I had anticipated that Ma Song would not accept humiliation quietly after failing to gain an advantage, so I had Lukuin carry compressed biscuits and secretly follow the retreating snake force all the way back to the snake camp, then hide nearby. Every move Ma Song made, Zulu and I had already learned of, and we had prepared in advance. The Snake Night raid had failed before it began. When Kudri saw me, his eyes blazed. Chief, don't be afraid. They have at most 20 men. We have over 50. Even without a night raid, we can crush them head on. Ma Song narrowed his triangular eyes and slowly nodded. Archers loose. His right hand chopped downward. Wish, wish, wish. More than 50 bows opened under the moonlight at once. Black obsidian-tipped arrows flying into the air and forming a dense arc like a swarm of black locusts as they descended on Zulu's line. Ma Song smiled in satisfaction. With such a dense rain of arrows, those few people on the other side should not survive even a single volley. Then he heard it. Thunk, 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 thunk. Ma Song's eyes went wide. With the distance and the night between the two sides, he could not see clearly what was happening over there. But there was not a single scream, only the muffled knocking of arrows hitting something hard, like rain striking wooden barrel lids. At that moment, a forward scout ran up, his voice urgent and panicked. Chief Ma Song, the Zulu men each have a round thing in front of them. It blocks arrows. A round thing that blocks arrows. Ma Song cried out. What kind of thing is that? Kudri's heart skipped. Shields. He was right. The Zulu warriors were holding shields. I had discovered that while the islanders possessed bows and arrows, they did not know how to make shields. So I personally cut vines, made one round shield, and showed it to Zulu, demonstrating how to block arrows with it. Zulu had first been startled, then overjoyed, and immediately ordered his men to follow my design. In 3 days, they had made 25 shields, enough so that each man could hold one. While Ma Song was still confused by this round thing that blocks arrows, the wish of incoming arrows came from our side, followed at once by screams. 3 men were struck and killed immediately. Ma Song flew into a rage. Fire back. Again, another 50 arrows went out, but all that came back was that same thunk, 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 and the enemy's arrow storm came on without pause. Soon another 3 were dead and 4 more wounded. How was this battle supposed to be fought? Was this just a one-sided slaughter? Kudri rushed forward and shouted, Ma Song, stop shooting. Charge. We have more men. Charge them and kill them all. Ma Song hesitated for half a second, then waved his arm. Charge. Charge in and kill every Zulu man. The snake warriors immediately exploded into crazed howls, dropped their bows, drew short blades and spears, and surged forward like a tide. They intended to use their numerical advantage to crush this thin line of defense. I lowered my bow, raised my shield to chest level, and shouted to Zulu's warriors. Form ranks. All 19 men moved at once. The shield bearers paired up side by side, knees bent, shoulders braced against the vine straps inside the shields. The spearmen stood behind them, spear shafts resting along the edges of the front shields, tips angled out at 45 degrees. The first snake warriors rushed up, trying to smash into the shield wall with their bodies, but most were stabbed and wounded or killed before they even came close. And even when they did crash in, they met only hard shield faces. The impacts sounded one after another. Some were thrown back by the shields. Others had their thighs pierced by spears and fell screaming. 4 or 5 died on the spot. The first wave of the snake charge was stopped cold. "Hold the formation," I shouted from within the line. "Don't break. Keep against each other." Zulu's warriors clenched their teeth and linked the shields together into one wall. Through the gaps, spears jutted out like a hedgehog's spines, stabbing any snake warrior who tried to climb or tear at the shields. Lukuin stood on the far left, his broken arm still splinted, gripping a short blade in his good hand and stabbing through a gap, piercing a snake warrior's calf and dropping him with a scream. But the snake warriors were mad, and their attack was ferocious. The first wave had barely been checked when the second was already crashing in. Ma Song led the charge himself, driving his obsidian spear hard into the shield face. Thunk! A dent appeared in the shield, and the young shield-bearer behind it buckled, his shield dropping. A gap opened in the line. "Fill it," I growled, stepping hard and jamming myself and my shield into the opening. Masong's second strike slammed into my shield, jolting my shoulder and sending sharp pain through the web of my hand, but I gritted my teeth and did not give ground. "Circle formation," I shouted hoarsely. The 19 warriors tightened inward at once, shields facing outward, and linked together, changing from a straight line into a complete ring of shields. I stood in the center of the ring and looked around. Outside was nothing but snake warriors, a black mass, at least 30 of them left. But they could not break in. Not only could they not break in, they were being slaughtered, their cries rising one after another. Through the interior gaps of the shield ring, Zulu's warriors thrust short blades and spears again and again into the ankles, knees, and stomachs of anyone who rushed forward. As the battle dragged on, bodies of snake warriors began piling up around the circle, one after another. After more than 10 corpses had piled up, those behind had to climb over the bodies of their own comrades just to reach us. "Spread out! Spread out!" Ma Song yelled outside the shield ring, jumping in frustration. "Don't bunch up. Go around the back." But in a circle formation, where was the back? Night and confusion made it impossible for the snake warriors to organize any effective flanking maneuver. They were like waves crashing against a reef, rushing in, thrown back, rushing in again, thrown back again. Every charge cost more men. Under my command, the circle tightened further and further, the men pressing shoulder to shoulder, even capable of moving as one, adjusting position for attack and defense. Watching all this from the shadows off to one side, Kudri's face turned green. He saw Ma Song growing more frantic, stabbing and smashing wildly like a butcher gone mad. The morale of the snake warriors was collapsing before the naked eye. If this kept up, everyone here would be finished. Damn it. Time to run again. Kudri clenched his teeth and slipped into the bushes. Under the moonlight, the battle still raged, and I too had become one segment of the shield ring. On my side, the giant bone rock crashed into the shields, and the whole line shook. I tasted blood in my mouth. I had bitten through the inside of my cheek at some point. "Hold! One more wave!" I roared, my throat already hoarse. Outside the ring, hearing my voice, Ma Song abandoned the spear, drew a short blade from his waist, and jammed it through the gap between 2 shields. The blade plunged into my thigh, and pain exploded through me, but I endured it and stabbed back through the same gap. "Ah!" That was Ma Song's cry. The short blade slipped from his hand and dropped inside the circle. Clearly, the hand that held it had been cut. Half step back. Ready. 1, 2, back. I counted, and the ring as a whole shifted back half a step, the men pressing tighter and closing the last few openings again. Ma Song's wrist was wounded, while the Zulu circle had only grown stronger. If the battle continued, it would only add more dead. "Retreat! Retreat!" At the retreat command, the 30 or so remaining snake warriors turned and bolted for the bushes. Those who could run ran, those who could not dragged themselves away on damaged legs. Ma Song was escorted into the darkness by 2 loyal men, leaving a field of corpses and wounded behind. Zulu looked at me, and I nodded heavily, panting. "Chase!" Zulu waved his hand, and the 10 or so warriors still capable of moving broke out of the ring, short blades and spears in hand, and pursued them. The wounded snake warriors still alive in the mud were finished off one by one, their screams sounding in the night for a while before fading. The pursuit lasted less than half an hour. Zulu's men chased them for more than a mile, cutting down another 7 or 8 who ran too slowly, all the way to the edge of a deep, bottomless-looking forest. At the edge of the woods, Zulu raised his hand to stop the pursuit. He looked at the swaying shadows among the trees, listened to the footsteps and cries growing fainter and farther away. No farther. He slid his short blade back into its leather sheath and spat out a mouthful of blood. The walk back was slow. Everyone was exhausted, their steps unsteady. I walked beside Zulu. One shoulder had turned black and blue. The wound in my thigh was not deep and had already stopped bleeding. By the time we returned to the camp, the eastern horizon had begun to pale. Inside and outside the fence lay more than 40 snake corpses in tangled heaps. Amaya was directing several women and dragging the last of them toward the center. Lin Wanqing stood in a pool of blood with a torch, checking for any survivors. Song Luzi crouched nearby, dry heaving. Shalana sat at the roots of the old banyan, blonde hair dotted with mud, toying with a pistol long since emptied of bullets. Annie was still busy treating the wounded, with Bei Suyin assisting. When I stepped through the gate, Annie came over and reported, 9 wounded on our side. No dead. Amaya dropped the corpse she had been dragging and rushed over, throwing her arms around my waist and burying her face in my chest. The shields and formation you taught us saved the whole tribe. I smiled and patted her head, then looked toward Zulu. The old chief was crouched in the middle of the camp. He nodded at me, then came over. We passed this trial thanks to you. I waved it off. No need. We help each other. Help each other. Yes, well said. Help each other, Zulu murmured, then suddenly asked, do you think of this place as home? I looked down at Amaya in my arms. I am a Zulu man. Zulu nodded. Good. Then from now on, you are chief. When Zulu stood beneath the old banyan and uttered the word chief, I was stunned. This, chief. I'm an outsider. You just said it. You are Zulu, and you married the chief's daughter. Chief, calm down. I'm an outsider. I only drifted to this island because of the shipwreck. I intend to go back. Go back. A faintly contemptuous smile tugged at Zulu's mouth. The iron bird fell decades ago. If you civilized people could find this place, why has no one come to take care of that iron bird? I was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, old Hunter Monda came over and patted my shoulder. Just agree. Once the chief says something, he never takes it back. Still dazed, I looked down at Amaya in my arms. She was looking up at me, eyes glittering like stars. Chief Zulu, let me think. When I returned to my hut, my 4 wives were already sitting in a semicircle, cross-legged, 8 eyes fixed on me. Husband, come sit. Lin Wanqing patted the mat beside her. Meeting. What meeting? Whether you should become chief. Lin Wanqing poked a dead twig into the fire. Let's discuss it. I had just sat down when the grass curtain was lifted again. Song Luzi stuck her head out, then exclaimed, Sister Annie, Sister Suyin, come in, the meeting's starting. After Annie and Bei Suyin came in and sat down, Song Luzi cleared her throat. Everyone's here. Meeting begins. First agenda item, Weatherly San, husband, should become the new chief of the Zulu tribe. Lin Wanqing gave her a sideways look. Since when are you chairing meetings? I'm proactive. Song Luzi sounded perfectly righteous. None of you are proactive. Enough fooling around. Lin Wanqing turned to me. You talk first. I sighed. I haven't figured it out. You all speak first. I'll go first. Amaya immediately raised her hand. Haishingji should do it. Absolutely. State your reasons, Lin Wanqing said flatly. Amaya sat there cross-legged, perfectly self-assured. He's my man, and I'm the chief's daughter. It's only natural that he should be chief. And, she clenched her fist, he's smart, capable, has saved the tribe several times, stronger than anyone. Song Luzi quickly jumped in. I agree with Amaya. If husband becomes chief, we won't have to be scared all the time, and those snake people won't dare come again. And in. Her voice suddenly dropped. She twisted the hem of her clothes in her fingers. And, staying here is actually nice. I don't want to go back. Because, why don't you want to go back? Lin Wanqing tilted her head toward her. Song Luzi twisted harder at the cloth, and after a long pause finally said, in my family, boys matter more than girls. Since I was little, in my parents' eyes there were only my older brother and younger brother. I was extra. The hut fell silent for a few seconds. Here, husband dotes on me, sister Wanqing, and everyone else are kind to me. It's better than going home. Shalana reached out and took Song Luzi's hand, fingers lacing together. I'm similar. My father is the head of the family, the mafia, as you call it. I ran away in the first place, and I don't want to go back either. I support Haishing staying. Amaya, Song Luzi, Shalana, 3 votes in favor. Then Lin Wanqing spoke. I oppose it. Everyone turned to her. I want to go back. I want to return to the mainland. Back to school, back home. She paused. My mother has only me. She's over 50. If she still thinks I'm dead, her throat moved, and she swallowed the rest of the sentence. Her eyes lifted slightly and swept over my face. Here, every day is worry about staying alive. If we go back, life becomes normal again. University, graduation, work, stability. She did not say the second half aloud, that once back in civilization, Li Haixing would only belong to her. I oppose it too, Bei Suyin said. This shipwreck was too large. There should be many survivors on the island, and rescue teams will not give up easily. And I'm a top-billed celebrity. My agency won't abandon me. They'll use every possible resource to find me. So sooner or later we'll go back. If Haixingji accepts the chief's place, what happens when the rescue team finally arrives? Does he then hand the position back to Chief Zulu? When she finished, her gaze lightly skimmed over me before moving away. What about you, Anijia? Song Luzi turned to Annie. Annie smiled faintly. I have no opinion. Haixing should decide for himself. 5 people, 2 sides. The opinions were basically evenly split. Amaya pouted and glared at Lin Wanqing, and Lin Wanqing did not back down. The two locked eyes across the fire. Song Luzi lowered her head and kept twisting her clothes. Shalana stared expressionlessly at the fire. Bei Suyin leaned against the doorway and yawned. At last, 6 pairs of eyes turned to me. I had just opened my mouth when the grass curtain was lifted. Zulu stood in the doorway. Finished discussing? Want to hear my opinion? Amaya immediately stood and went to help her father in. Zulu crouched by the fire and took a dried root from inside his robe. Haixing, that day we went to see the iron bird together. Do you remember passing the yam grove? I froze. I remember. I actually wanted to learn more about the yams, but that day I was in a hurry to see the iron bird, so I didn't ask much. Right. Zulu pointed to the dried root on the ground. That day we rushed back because we saw the camp smoke. But even then, I discovered a great disaster. Everyone stiffened. A great disaster. Yes, a great disaster. Zulu smiled bitterly. All the yams are sick. In 10 days, all of them will die. Father, Amaya's little face instantly went white. Zulu cut her off. More than 100 mouths remain in the Zulu tribe, and 80% of our food comes from yams. If the yams die, the tribe won't last 2 months, much less survive the winter after that. I became chief at 19 and managed the tribe for more than 30 years with experience. But this yam sickness, I cannot solve it. He looked at me. So I yield the position not because you defeated the snake people, but because everyone in the Zulu tribe is going to starve to death. They must rely on you to save them. I froze. Take this. Even if the yams really are diseased, I can't cure them either. Chief, you could still. I cannot continue. A strange sorrow flashed across Zulu's face, but quickly settled again into calm. I am going to meet the ancestor spirits. Father, what are you saying? Amaya could barely believe her ears. Tears slid down her face, yet she still forced out a strained little smile. Father, why you're joking, right? Zulu smiled gently and touched her head. Let your father tell you all a story. 50 years ago, when I was 19, I had just brought back a wild boar and was ready to receive praise from my father. Instead, my father handed me a dried root. He patted my head and said I was now chief of the Zulu tribe. That year, Zulu choked, his throat tightening. That year, that one night, I lost my father and mother, my grandfather and grandmother, my uncles and aunts. Why? Tears shone in Song Luzi's eyes. Why all in one night? Zulu's voice lowered. The tribe needed fewer mouths to feed. That night, every elder over 50 followed the ancestor spirits. Zulu continued his story. Even after the elders gave up their food, we were still starving. Every day, people died of hunger. We had no choice but to hunt, to take more game, and that included blood rabbits. He lifted his head and looked at the thatched roof, his gaze passing through the straw into some farther place. For hundreds of years, islanders did not dare hunt blood rabbits. Because blood rabbits remember. If you eat them, sooner or later they come looking for you. What happened in Grey Wolf Valley this time? That was the fruit planted 50 years ago. The hut was so quiet that even the crackle of the flames sounded especially clear. Amaya had already been crying silently for a long time, tears flowing non-stop as she muttered, Father, you won't leave me. Father, you won't leave me. Zulu looked at her for a long time without speaking. Then his rough hand rested lightly on the top of his daughter's head, and the corner of his mouth curved. The happiest thing in your father's life was watching you be married. Amaya threw herself forward, wrapped her arms around Zulu's waist, buried her face in his chest, and finally broke into loud sobbing. Zulu's hand hung in the air for a second, then settled on her back. No one in the hut moved. After a long time, Amaya's crying gradually quieted, but her hand still clutched Zulu's hide belt tightly, refusing to let go. Zulu let her clutch him and turned to look at me. He no longer needed to say anything. I stood up, walked to the entrance of the hut, and lifted the grass curtain. Looking up at the night sky, I saw it was brilliant with stars. And was I really going to spend the rest of my life on this island? After dawn, the camp was strangely quiet. Everyone stood at the entrance to their own hut, facing the same direction, motionless. Come. Zulu's voice came from near the old banyan. He had changed into a clean hide robe, with a white woven vine belt around his waist that I had never seen before, and in his hand he carried a polished wooden staff. Behind him stood 15 elders, all over 50 years old. The oldest had almost no teeth left, but every one of them stood straight. Zulu's eyes swept over the whole camp. They paused for an instant on Amaya's face, then moved on. Everyone is here. Good. Zulu leaned on his staff and walked out through the palisade gate first. The 15 elders followed behind him. Wait. Amaya suddenly cried out. Zulu stopped walking, but he did not turn around. Amaya bit her lip until it bled. Father, what you taught me. I remember it all. I will protect the tribe. I will keep everyone alive. Zulu's shoulders moved once. Then he kept walking. Everyone in the camp followed in silence. No one spoke, only footsteps. After about 20 minutes, the group passed through a patch of low bushes. The path narrowed, the rocks on both sides rose higher, and the canopy above thickened. Then everyone stopped. Before us stood a rock wall, 3 or 4 stories high, straight and clean as if split by a blade. In the middle was a crack wide enough for one person to pass through, crooked and twisted like a coffin splitting open. We have arrived. Zulu turned around to face his people. Standing before the rock wall, the old chief cleared his throat and raised his voice. People of the Zulu tribe, listen. I, the 72nd chief of the Zulu tribe, today passed the position of chief to Li Haisheng. He paused. He is Amaya's man. He saved me, saved Amaya, and saved all the survivors of Grey Wolf Valley. He taught us to make shields, to form ranks, drove back the Snake tribe, and preserved the Zulu people. From today onward, his word is the law of Zulu. You obey him as you obeyed me. The islanders stood there quietly. No one made a sound. Old Hunter Mongda stepped to the front of the crowd and called out in his hoarse old voice, "People of the Zulu tribe, honor the new chief." 19 young men, 40 women, 15 children, old and young alike, placed their right fists against their chests and bowed slightly. I stood beside Zulu, opened my mouth, and found my throat dry. I managed one word and stopped. Zulu looked at me and said nothing. Then he turned around and faced the crack in the rock wall. The 12 elders followed him, forming a line, and one by one they passed into that lafong as if crossing a threshold. "Father!" Amaya cried out. She did not sob, but her voice trembled. The 12 elders filed in, so resolute and yet so calm. At last, the final elder's back disappeared into the shadows deep within the crack. Everyone left in the tribe raised their right fists to their chests, faced the rock wall, and lowered their heads. Their lips trembled. Tears streamed down their faces. Yet they swallowed every sound of weeping. After we returned from the place of the ancestor spirits, the camp remained heavy and silent for the rest of the day. By the next evening, I stood by the fire pit beneath the old banyan and called everyone together. They sat around in a circle, 19 men, 40 women, 15 children. More than 70 pairs of eyes, big and small, looked at me. I cleared my throat. Chief Zulu entrusted the tribe to me. I have accepted. I'm not old, and I'm an outsider. There is much I don't understand. But one thing I do understand. I swept my gaze around the circle. Living people need to eat. Children need to grow, and to grow they need to eat. If this tribe is going to continue, it too needs food. So from today on, some of our tribal rules will change. Everything is to serve the goal of eating our fill. A low murmur rose through the group, but no one dared object. First rule, everyone works. Men hunt, repair the fence, make weapons. Women gather wild fruits, wild vegetables, make salt, mend, and sew. Children over 8 can't just play anymore. They help gather firewood, watch the fire, carry water to adults. Second rule, the more work you do, the more you eat. The less work you do, the less you eat. No idlers. All work will be converted into work points. I looked at Amaya beside me. Amaya, you will keep the work point records. I keep work points. Amaya froze, sorrow still lingering on her face. Yes. I took a flattened wooden board from Lin Wanqing. Charcoal marks had been drawn into columns on it. 1 wild boar, 10 points. 1 basket of wild greens, 3 points. 1 bundle of firewood, 2 points. 1 bamboo stalk, 1 point. Totals are counted every evening. and food is distributed the next day according to work points. A buzzing wave of discussion went through the group. Lukuan muttered, food distribution, before. The chief simply decided. Before, food was distributed by the chief's sole word. I cut in. Now food is distributed by work points. More labor, more reward. Fair. Then I started naming people. Lin Wanqing. Here. Lin Wanqing stood up. You are head of the women's group. You assign the women's work. Whoever gathers how many fruits, digs how many roots, you count it and report it to Amaya. Lukuan. Lukuan stood up, his lips moving. Me. You are head of the men's group. Hunting, patrols, repairing the fence, you lead them. I looked at him. Do well, and you earn extra points. Song Luzi. I'm here. Song Luzi sprang up smiling, clearly not expecting to become an official too. You are the teacher. You teach the children Chinese and other knowledge. Your work points are calculated according to the women's group average. Oh, Song Luzi stuck out her tongue. She had thought she was becoming an officer. Instead, she had become king of the children. At last I turned to Annie. Annie, come with me to the yam fields. If we can't solve the yam disease, no one here will fill their stomach. The yam fields lay southeast of the camp, beyond a small bamboo grove, spreading along the foot of the hill over roughly 40 mu. I crouched at the edge of a furrow, holding a half-withered vine in my hand, my brows drawn tightly together. Annie crouched beside me. She pinched up some soil, smelled it, then touched it to the tip of her tongue. Immediately, she spat it out and hurriedly rinsed her mouth with water from the pouch at her waist. What does it taste like? I asked. Hard to describe. Annie wiped her mouth with her sleeve. Not a normal sourness or bitterness. A bit metallic. Metallic. Yes. Annie stood and dusted off her hands. And look at these leaves. She pulled aside a cluster of yam leaves, and I leaned in. The leaf edges were yellowed and curled, and the veins inside them showed an abnormal dark red, as if the veins themselves were bleeding. The whole field is like this. Annie checked another plant. This isn't a normal disease. Not fungus, not bacteria, and not insect damage either. It looks more like soil contamination. Soil contamination. I stood up and drew a deep breath, looking over the whole field. Nearly a third of it had already begun to wither. At this rate, the entire field would be dead within 7 or 8 days. If it really was soil contamination, then we truly had no hope. If it were disease or insects, maybe the disease could be treated, maybe the pests controlled, and if not, they could still transplant. But if it was soil contamination, how could that be treated? And it could hardly be confined to just this one patch. Zulu said it happened once 50 years ago too, I said quietly. A lot of people starved that time. If it's contamination, it should be long-term contamination. Why would it only happen once every 50 years? Annie smiled bitterly. That's the unscientific part. You said it yourself. On this island, nothing is scientific. I crouched down and dug up a completely withered yam plant with my dagger. The root had shriveled to the thickness of a thumb, covered in black spots. When I cut it open, the cross-section showed ring after ring of dark patterning. I stared at the patterns for a long time. Annie, have you noticed? What? These patterns. I held the cut yam up to the sunlight. They're almost exactly the same as the giant python scales that day. The same kind of regular ringed pattern. Annie leaned in to look, her brows tightening. It really did resemble snake scales. I suddenly remembered the words on the map from Michael's camp. Don't dig. The whole island seemed to have been artificially altered, from plants to animals. And that kind of ability, that kind of technology, was beyond anything humans should possess. Forget it. I threw the yam chunk down. We're not botanists. It's enough to establish the fact that the yams can't be saved. Annie smiled bitterly. The last shred of wishful thinking is gone. We can only look for another way. I dusted the dirt from my hands. The islanders have lived here for hundreds, maybe thousands, of years. Their experience may surpass ours. But we are still civilized people. We have more knowledge stored up. There has to be hope of surviving this crisis. On the way back, we passed a lake. The same big lake where the U.S. military aircraft wreck lay. I stared at the water for a few seconds. Annie smiled and said, the islanders live on this island. So why do they only hunt and never fish? I crouched by the shore and scooped up a handful of water. In fact, Annie's question was exactly the same as mine. With a freshwater lake this large, not using it would be a waste. I stood and shook the droplets from my hands. The islanders live in the center of the island, far from the sea, and they've hunted for generations. It may never have occurred to them to get in the water, but we can't rely only on yams and hunting. Annie nodded. And the aircraft is still over there on the far side of the lake. Later, maybe we can investigate it more. First, fill our stomachs. I turned toward the camp. Let's go back. I have an idea. By the time we returned, the sun was directly overhead. Beneath the shade of the old banyan sat groups of women, 3 or 5 together, sorting freshly gathered wild fruits. Several children surrounded Song Luzi, babbling through Chinese pronunciations after her. A bit of the dead heaviness from the past few days had finally dissipated. A young hunter ran up with good news. Under Lukuan's leadership, they had surrounded and killed a deer. Several young hunters had earned big work points and would get more meat. Before, no matter how hard you worked, everything had been divided evenly. I patted his shoulder and told him to keep at it. The young man left grinning. Then I walked toward the largest hut at the center of the camp, the place where the tribe held meetings. When I lifted the grass curtain, inside sat 7 or 8 women twisting threads from hides and bark. My eyes moved around the room and settled on Bei Suyin. She sat among the women chatting and laughing, a hide skirt spread across her knees, a bone needle in hand, stitching a short rope. She threaded and sewed with remarkable speed, and her stitches were dense and even, cleaner than those of the islander women beside her. Bei Suyin, I called. She looked up, and when she saw me, her eyes brightened. Hai Xingji, you sew well. Bei Suyin smiled. I grew up in the countryside. We couldn't afford good clothes, so my mother always sewed them herself. I learned from her. I froze. The girl group icon once bathed in spotlights had come from the countryside. If I asked you to sew something big, could you do it? How big? This big. I spread my arms wide to show her. Bei Suyin leaned closer, smiling. A fishing net? You want to make a fishing net? I blinked. You know about that? Bei Suyin nodded hard, even more cheerful. I once filmed a variety show and spent 2 days in a fishing village. I learned a little. Just then Lin Wanqing came in from outside carrying a basket of washed fruit, and her steps paused. You really are amazing, beautiful, can sing and dance, and I never expected you'd be this good at sewing too. I had no idea my wife had entered and kept right on praising away. Bei Suyin saw Lin Wanqing but pretended not to. She leaned a little closer to me instead. Hai Xingji, don't worry. As long as it's a task you assign me, I'll complete it. I'm really happy to be able to do things for you. Haha. Seeing how obedient Bei Suyin was, I grinned like a flower. I know, and I also really like. I'm happy, ow. Ow, ow. Suddenly my ear burned hot, and then shot with pain as a great force yanked it upward. I looked up and saw Lin Wanqing, and my soul nearly left my body. Wife, 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 spare me. Wife, it hurts, hurts. Lin Wanqing twisted my ear, smiling sweetly. You're the chief now, not leading people, not handling big matters, but hiding in a pile of women. What exactly do you think you look like? She was truly angry. Guard against him 10,000 times, and if you stop guarding for 1 second, there's trouble. She was now the head of the women's group and had so much work to do. How could she watch me every moment from now on? No, wife, I am handling a big matter. Really? Ow, ow, lighter. Big matter? What big matter do you handle buried among women? You scumbag. A big matter of flirting. Fishing nets. I want you women comrades to weave fishing nets. I want to catch fish. Catch big fish. Fishing nets. My teeth were bared in pain as my ear made a full turn in Lin Wanqing's fingers. I want to fish. Fish, fish. Lin Wanqing's grip finally loosened half an inch, though her brow remained furrowed. Fish. You know how to fish. In special forces, underwater operations are mandatory. I rubbed my reddened ear. That lake is so deep, there have to be plenty of fish in it. The islanders have been afraid of the water for generations, but that doesn't mean we have to be. Lin Wanqing shot a glance at Bei Suyin. The latter had already put away the hides and bark thread and was standing up to leave. I'll go find suitable materials first. You two keep fighting, talking. Lin Wanqing watched her leave, then stuffed the fruit basket into my arms. Eat. I quickly grabbed one and shoved it into my mouth. Good. Good. Thank you, wife, for bringing me fruit. Good my ass. Lin Wanqing couldn't help smiling, then straightened her face again. Go draw up the dimensions for the fishing net. How long? How wide the mesh? Don't make a mess of it. Understood, wife. I ran off in a flash. 3 days later, the first fishing net was finished. It was crude, but Bei Suyin's workmanship really was good. The mesh was even. The joins were tightly wrapped with animal sinew, and the whole thing spread out more than 2 zhang long. The main materials were vine and bark fiber, which made it heavy, so several people would need to operate it together. I led a group of islanders to the lake. The water was green and smooth as a mirror, impossible to judge by sight how deep it was. You all stay on shore. Don't get in the water. I took off my shirt, tied a long vine around my waist, and handed the other in to Lukuan. If I sink for more than 3 breaths, pull me up. I drew a deep breath and dove in. The lake water was cool. After I went down 3 or 4 meters, the light was already beginning to dim and visibility was getting worse. I turned over underwater, opened my eyes wide, and scanned the surroundings. The terrain beneath spread out before me. The lake bottom was flat sand and stone, with sparse weeds, and then fish. Large and small dark shadows darted through the weeds, perhaps 20 or 30 of them. The large ones were as long as an arm, the small ones at least palm wide. I surfaced and gasped a few hard breaths, then shouted to shore. Fish. Big fish. Lots of them. The women on shore burst into cheers, while the islanders looked at each other blankly, not even knowing what fish was. Song Luzi jumped up and tugged Lin Wanqing's arm hard. Husband, catch one. Catch one. I flipped over and dove again. This time I stirred the sand and stones on the lake floor with my dagger, startling an entire school. Underwater, I moved quickly, fixing on a half-meter-long blue-gray fish and hurling myself at it. It twisted just past my palms and flicked its tail, disappearing into the weeds. I lunged 4 times in a row, caught nothing, and only managed to cut my fingers on a crack in the stones. Different method. I surfaced for another breath and dove again. This time I stopped chasing. I sank to the bottom near a patch of sand and drove both hands into it, stirring it furiously until the mud and sand turned the whole area cloudy. Then I flattened myself along the bottom and stayed utterly still. When the water began to clear, I suddenly appeared right in front of the fish school and flung my arms upward in a scoop. A blue lake fish the length of my arm was caught tight against my chest, its tail flailing and slapping my torso hard. I kicked upward and broke the surface. The fish thrashed so wildly in my arms that it nearly slipped free. Catch! I hurled it toward shore, and it landed heavily on the sand. Everyone crowded around. Its scales gleamed blue, and after a few dozen seconds, the blue somehow shifted to a bright golden color. Goldfish. Can we eat it? Song Luzi swallowed. Lin Wanqing frowned. It's so beautiful. It doesn't look like some monster fish, but it's a little too beautiful. Dissect it first. I climbed ashore. This is running freshwater, so it should be fine. But be careful. Check the color of the flesh and organs and compare them to normal fish. Annie immediately crouched down to examine it. A while later she looked up. No problem. Flesh is fresh red, organs are normal, no strange smell. It's edible. The lakeshore erupted in cheers. If it's edible, then, I swept my arm grandly. Cast the net. That same afternoon, I directed 10 islanders in using the net in the water. We hauled 4 rounds in total and brought up more than 100 pounds of fish, the biggest nearly 8 pounds. On shore, Lin Wanqing and Shalana taught the women how to receive, gut, and wash the fish, and everyone grew more skillful by the minute. By evening, the aroma of roasting fish drifted across the camp. The islanders had lived for generations on yams and game and had never eaten fish. At first, some of them hesitated, looking at the white tender flesh on the platters without daring to put it in their mouths. Amaya became the first to eat the crab, grabbing a piece and stuffing it in. After 2 chews, her eyes lit up. Delicious. More tender than snake meat. Better than wild boar. Once the princess had eaten it, everyone else relaxed and followed. Lukuin sipped a bowl of fish soup and let out a long breath. If we'd learned to fish earlier, we'd never have gone hungry. But I was not nearly so relaxed. In 7 more days, that whole yam field would be dead. Today we had killed 1 deer, caught more than 100 pounds of fish, and gathered a dozen or so pounds of fruit and wild greens. And after all that effort, it was only barely enough for 1 day's food for the whole tribe. What about the next meal? And once winter came, what then?